Stargate Book presents Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the Universe by William D. BEALE. Digitally narrated using the voice of Edward Herman. To my American readers, I hope you find this book helpful, it being based upon my experiences in counseling troubled persons, both here in England and in the USA. You will occasionally find the term banknote employed in this book. To avoid misunderstanding, this is simply the equivalent of the dollar bill in American currency. Preface. This is a book about you and your life. No matter how humble or low your station in this life is, it can be improved vastly with the help of Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the Universe. It is my sincere wish that you, dear reader, read and reread this book so that it may clarify your needs and how you may set your objectives and goals to realize those needs. Uni-Psychics methods will activate the tremendous power that is latent within each and every one of you. It will not only bring you the object of your desire, it will also enhance your spiritual growth and creative powers so that your life transformation will be balanced and complete. The force of Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the Universe is at your disposal. Use it wisely, and at all times remember it is your application and desire that governs the rewards and growth you experience from this power. Chapter 1. You are a superb, unique being. The title of this chapter is not some wildly exaggerated statement issued forth by someone trying to bolster his ego or flagging confidence. Nor is it delivered as a means to win favor with you. It is a statement of fact arrived at after reviewing and considering the many facets, both mental and physical, of our entire being. Most of us, I feel sure, consider ourselves to be, overall, fairly average. Some may at times consider themselves to be below average, whilst others see themselves as being above. Whatever way you see yourself, you are in reality a superb, unique mental and physical being. This may sound like an overinflated opinion. This is not so. It is a fact. To be superb is to be impressive, to make one's mark in whichever way is appropriate for you. It may be in your career, in the arts, in welfare work, in the world of sport or entertainment, or it may simply be in a more profound way, in which only those close to you would know of and appreciate. We are also unique, different, right down to our fingerprints, as any police force will tell you. Many of our differences are evident in our views on politics, religion, favorite film and television personalities, also in our likes and dislikes concerning food, music, books, and so on. None of these differences make any of us right or wrong, just different. Our basic model. Having stressed our uniqueness, there is much we have in common. Let us look at what I can only term as a basic model of a human being. Physically, we all have a heart, lungs, muscles, bones, tissue, ligaments and tendons, etc., etc. We all have a circulatory system for our bloodstream which services our body. We breathe in air with our lungs from which we derive oxygen, which is assimilated by the bloodstream. Added to this, we have the five senses: sight, hearing, taste, touch, and smell. Regarding ourselves mentally, we are even more impressive. We carry in our head the finest computer ever devised and used, our mind. The mind with its three levels or areas, the conscious, subconscious, and superconscious. These levels are responsible for every action, thought, and emotion we experience. The conscious mind is used constantly during our waking hours. It is the area of our mind responsible for all conscious actions, responses, surface thoughts, and decisions. It operates at a fast action and reaction level. The subconscious area of our mind has tremendous power, very little of which we knowingly use. It is a relaxed but alert area of our mind which operates or switches on whilst we are concentrating, relaxing, meditating, going to sleep, under hypnosis, or indulging in any form of psychic activity. For example, it can and will take over from our conscious mind during a car journey and steer us through to our destination, whilst the conscious mind is compiling a shopping list or attending to some other mundane chore. The subconscious area of our mind also records in detail everything we do. It is also very sensitive to programming. Our superconscious mind, like our subconscious, operates when working in any psychic activity. It experiences creative energy and imagery. It is also said to contain all information, past, present, and future. Therefore, when the mental and physical powers interact in unison, you are a truly superb being. Known performances. The past is littered with characters, men and women, who made their mark in their respective spheres. Some of these feats and performances required enormous mental and physical powers. Others, I feel sure, were attained more easily by tapping and harnessing the ever-present power of uni-psychics. Many people who attain wealth, popularity, health, and power are often labeled lucky, when the truth of the matter is that if they are lucky in any respect, it is that they, in many cases, use the uni-psychics power which is available to us all. This power, coupled with your inherent mental and physical powers, puts you in a position whereby you can attain everything you ever dreamed of. Points to be reinforced. 1. You are a superb, unique being. 2. You are mentally and physically without parallel. 3. You carry in your head the finest computer ever devised. 4. You can tap and harness the power of uni-psychics through your mind with its different levels and areas being, namely, the conscious, subconscious, and superconscious mind. 5. Your initial goal is to have your mental and physical powers interacting in unison. 6. You can attain everything you ever dreamed of with uni-psychics power. Chapter 2. Release your miracle power of uni-psychics. Uni-psychics, miracle power of the universe, is a power that the ancient mystics used centuries ago and is therefore not new. How could it be when it has lain dormant in each and every one of us since the beginning of time? It is a universal power which is available to us all once we unlock the floodgates and feel its power. This power has been written about and described at some length before, probably many times, but I aim to present it to you in a broader and more personal way for you. After all, are we not considering your desires and your potential in conjunction with this ever-ready, ever-available power? A power that once tapped will fetch you health, wealth, loved ones, popularity, and much, much more. I wish to present this miracle power of uni-psychics to you in a way that can offer you a more personal way to tap the source. Other methods, systems, and books I have seen have, in my view, been too rigid and inflexible to the point of being impersonal. I want to present a way to use this power that can be personal and tailor-made for you. If you ever wanted to reach for and attain your potential and desires, here is your chance. As we are about to embark into uni-psychics, miracle power of the universe, the first and foremost thought you must focus on is that before we tap and harness the miracle power available, a miracle has already been created you. You are a miracle of the universe, and with your mind you can unlock and direct this power to produce anything you desire, once you know the way to use your mind to release this power. Tune into it. This power can be likened to the power of electricity. It is there, powerful, ever ready when you switch it on, but beware if you misuse or abuse it. You can harness it for your own good by tuning into it, just like a radio receiver seeking out the required station. How do you tune in to this power? You tune in by using the enormous power of your mind. There is no use of any paraphernalia, just the use of your mind which tunes in and harnesses the miracle power of uni-psychics. I have experienced this power myself and can vouch for its authenticity. In my travels in this country and abroad, I have met many people who have tapped this power and used it to their advantage. Others I have met in my counseling work who were down and out financially, psychologically, and every other way. To these people I introduced uni-psychics with beneficial, and in some cases, miraculous results. This power, once tapped and harnessed, can manifest all your desires: new car, new house, your soulmate, wealth. It can heal you and others, break bad habits, such as smoking, drinking, and drugs. Basic methods. The basic methods to unleash the power of uni-psychics are: uni-psychics visualizations, uni-psychics word imprints, uni-psychics creative meditation, uni-psychics thought beams. Each of these methods has one thing in common with the others: the way they affect your mind levels. Each one can be beamed like a powerful ray of golden light to your subconscious mind, from where it can be beamed into your superconscious mind, which is part of, and therefore constantly in contact with the universal mind, which knows everything, and can therefore manifest your thoughts into reality. This is known as the science of thought. Whichever method you use, your desire and willpower must be deep and strong. The reason I have presented 4 basic methods to you for the power of Uni-Psychics is because I wish to give you a more personal and less rigid method, or in other words, it gives you more of a method to suit your personal liking through choice. To further your choice, these basic methods, with a little imagination and experimentation, can be used singularly or together, as some of them interrelate with each other, which would personalize your own method even more so. I do not suggest you interrelate these basic methods until such time as you have experimented with them and decided which one you feel most at case and in tune with. Let us now take each basic method in turn and explore it. Visualizations. With visualizations, it is a matter of visualizing the object, or it is a whatever it is you desire. Where and when you visualize your desire is a matter of personal choice. Always remember that if you have any imagination at all, visualization is easy. Matter of relaxing your body, perhaps on the tube, train, or bus traveling home from work. Who's to know? Fellow travelers just see you as someone sitting there with your eyes closed, little realizing what is going on in your mind. Wherever you are sitting, just relax your body from the feet upwards. Instruct each and every part in turn to relax. If you find a certain part of your anatomy is being stubborn, let's say your forearm, then tense that part for a few seconds. Then let go. You will usually find this works. Once the body is fully relaxed, set about relaxing your mind. Do this with what is to you relaxing thoughts. These thoughts must be obviously pleasant, therefore relaxing. They may be of a holiday scene, beautiful mountains, lakes, seashore, or sunset. Once you become tuned in to a relaxing scene, retain it for future use to relax your mind. Now, with your mind and body relaxed, your subconscious mind is switched on and operating. From this point, begin to visualize the object of your desire. Let us say it is a nice red sports car you have seen in a local car showroom or in a newspaper advertisement. Now see it in your mind, outside your house, in your driveway, gleaming, ready for the road. See every detail of its interior and dashboard as you remember it when you saw it. Even see yourself sitting in it ready to take off. That basically was a descriptive visualization, ideally lasting 10-15 minutes, twice a day, morning and evening. I reiterate, it can be performed anywhere providing you are bodily and mentally relaxed. In the case of the sports car or any similar object, a colored photograph or advertisement of the object may be looked upon before visualization to strengthen and enhance visualizations beamed to the subconscious. Remember the tremendous power of your subconsciousness and superconscious mind levels. Do not underrate them, but you must play your part by having the desire strong enough to impress upon the subconscious and superconscious the urgency of that desire. And this applies to all our 4 basic methods. Dennis C. made a wise move. I remember some years ago a man came to see me for counseling. I shall refer to him as Dennis C. He then lived in a near slum area in London. He was married with 3 children and a wife who, like himself, was weighed down and totally depressed by the environment in which they lived. He earned a modest wage and continually struggled to improve his standard of living. Eventually, it all became too much for him. He had applied to his local council for an exchange of living accommodation to something larger, with perhaps a garden for the children, but in terms of priority, he was way down the list, and here he was with his wife, both on tranquilizers, bitterly pouring out his troubles. He asked me bluntly, what was there left for him to do? I mentioned the power of our subconscious and superconscious minds and how we can tap that power with visualizations. Dennis showed great interest. What had he to lose, he asked. I arranged to see Dennis once a week. After the first week he arrived still rather subdued, but determined to carry on with his visualizations of a house with a nice-sized garden in a better area, rather than the flat he now lived in with cramped conditions. His second visit was about the same, but he was still determined, which pleased me, and I assured him his life would surely improve. On his third visit, I could see as soon as he came into the room something had lifted him. Apparently, he had returned to his local council office to see if the situation regarding houses had changed at all. Whilst waiting for his interview, he started a conversation with a man whose father rented a council house on the outskirts of London. This house was now too big for the man's father to manage, and the garden was impossible for him to cope with, as the father lived alone now, having lost his wife recently. The man told Dennis that his father wanted to move into a flat closer to his children, now all married. Dennis told the man of his problem, and they arranged to view the properties in question. This they did, and eventually an exchange was made with the council's approval. Dennis and family were more than happy with their house and large garden, and the man's father was happy to be close to his family. I understand that within 18 months, he was moved by the council to a new flat, and the old flats were demolished. Dennis came to see me some months later. He was now very happy with his life. He and his wife no longer required tranquilizers. Their children were much happier. This was all due to visualizations and Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. Uni-Psychics Word Imprints. With this method, you are programming your subconscious and superconscious mind levels with direct, positive Uni-Psychics word imprints, which is a powerful suggestion or order beamed to the subconscious and superconscious mind. These Uni-Psychics word imprints are tailor-made by you for your needs and desires. As general guidelines, I would suggest that these word imprints are kept short, simple, and positive. Anything too complicated or vague will only confuse the subconscious mind. Again, you are required to relax totally, mentally and physically, as suggested in the section for visualizations, by being comfortably seated, but for word imprints you may feel you want some privacy, although this is not necessarily so. Once you have established your desire, which, as before, must be strong, you make your Uni-Psychics word imprint. If, for instance, you desire to overcome an inferiority complex, you may use a Uni-Psychics word imprint such as this. My subconscious mind is all-powerful. I now ask it to release its power to help me to reach for my potential to become superior in life. Repeat each line on its own at least 10 times before proceeding to the next line. I would suggest 2 sessions of at least 10 minutes a session each day. Initially, it helps if you write your Uni-Psychics word imprints on paper to help you remember it. It is also a good idea to use direct mind programming during the day if the opportunity presents itself. Another time and place is when you go to bed and just before you fall asleep, or as you are falling asleep, for then the subconscious is operating. Uni-Psychics word imprints dispelled negativity. Doris H. from Coventry contacted me a year or so ago and told me that she had developed suicidal tendencies since her divorce 2 years previously. She described herself as a bag of nerves, which she felt sure was due to her immense guilt complex regarding her divorce. I asked her why she felt that, and she said in retrospect, she now saw how she was always moaning and complaining in her marriage, blaming her husband for everything. Once he had gone, she thought things would improve dramatically, but they remained the same with her still moaning and complaining. Then a friend bravely told her that the problem was within herself with her negativity. Doris thought about this long and hard. Eventually it dawned on her that her friend was right. She was negative, she always had been, as far back as she could remember. It had been the cause of the marriage breakup, and she was to blame, hence her guilt feelings. Could I help? I asked her about her lifestyle and decided to introduce her to Uni-Psychics word imprint programming. I devised the following word imprints for her to use. I am in control of my entire being. I will dispel and discharge all negative thoughts. I will replace them with good positive thoughts and actions. I advised her to guard against negativity concerning the Uni-Psychics word imprints. I told her it will work if you allow it to do so with positive thinking. I also advised her to start with just the first line, repeating it 30 times or so twice a day. After 2 or 3 days, add the second line, and so on. Doris telephoned me one evening whilst she was in London visiting friends. She told me it had been her intention to contact me since she had been using word imprints for 3 months and felt an entirely different person. When her friends saw her, they remarked how well she seemed. One friend even thought she looked radiant. After this, she felt she should telephone me. A few days later, I felt compelled to write to Doris saying how pleased I was for her. And as she seemed to be tuned in to word imprints, I felt I could thoroughly recommend James Cullinan's book, How to Change Yourself and Your Life Without Willpower or Effort, published by Finber Books of Folkestone, Kent. It is the best book of its kind I have ever read. If you, like Doris, find that word imprints are for you, then so is James Cullinan's book. Before we leave Uni-Psychics word imprints, I will stress you can compose word imprints for any problem, phobia, or desire. Examples will be used repeatedly throughout this book. Uni-Psychics Creative Meditation. The creative meditation of Uni-Psychics is another basic method of Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. In this creative meditation, you tap this power of Uni-Psychics, which, firstly, stills then delves into your creative mind, which is housed within your subconscious and superconscious mind level. From these levels you can, through creative meditation, create new ideas for business, family, hobbies, yourself, and others. You can create new or different circumstances, and of course, material objects of your desire. To meditate, you should be comfortably seated in a straight-back chair, which ensures your spine is straight and head level. Feet, ankles, and knees should be together with your hands on thighs. You should now concentrate on relaxing your body as you would in using the method of visualizations, added to which, once you are satisfied that you are relaxed physically, you should then begin to concentrate on your breathing to the point where your breathing has become slow and regular. Once at this point, you can then begin your creative meditation, which gives you, the meditator, access to the deepest levels of your subconscious and superconscious minds. You may find in your meditation that your mind will be inclined to wander off course. Just gently guide it back to the subject of your meditation. With Uni-Psychics Creative Meditation, there are no set rules or rigid guidelines. I can only suggest that you experiment with this method generally and make any adjustments you feel may improve your meditation. I will present to you now a simple basic creative meditation, followed by a case history from my files. Having satisfied yourself that you are seated comfortably and physically relaxed, and your breathing has slowed down and become more regular, begin to meditate on your breathing. Count each breath, see if you wish, in your mind's eye the counting process of your breathing, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. See each number high up in your mind as you record each breath. This will still your mind after a few minutes. It will gather in the scattered fragments of your thoughts. Example, what to put on the shopping list, what is needed to decorate the hall, what is on television tonight, must not forget the social club's AGM next week, etc., etc. Once your mind is reasonably stilled, you can proceed on to your creative meditation. Supposing you wish to raise funds for your club or society, you would first meditate upon the club and its fund uses. See the club in your mind. See the uses the funds raised would be put to. Then meditate upon all the ways you can think of for raising funds. Focus your meditation upon all these things. Do this twice a day, and you will find as your subconscious and superconscious minds switch on with your meditation, more and more creative ideas and plans will become evident to you. Things you had not thought of before will flood into your mind. This is the power of Uni-Psychics Creative Meditation. Uni-Psychics saved their marriage and business. Barry and Frida J. of Hull contacted me on a recommendation from a friend of theirs who had received counseling from me. Barry and Frida ran their own small cafe in Hull. It was a thriving little business mainly patronized by lorry and van drivers, also their local tradespeople. Barry and Frida told me that all was well until the local authority implemented a one-way traffic system that seriously affected their business, to the extent that their level of business was now lower than it had ever been. And their own personal relationship had deteriorated to a situation where they were having arguments and rows, blaming each other for every little thing that was going wrong in the business and the home. I told them that they were both obviously feeling the tension created by their business worries, and it was not good for their marriage or the business. I recommended that they both explored and used Uni-Psychics Creative Meditation. I suggested that they meditated upon their breathing. This would still and relax their minds and would improve their relationship. I also suggested that after a few days of this, they began to meditate upon their business following their breathing meditation, which, in effect, meant their mind levels were dealing with two things at the same time. Their conscious minds would be engaged with the breathing, whilst their creative subconscious mind would be switched on engaged in meditation concerning the business. I advised them not to meditate together should they disturb each other. Barry and Frida were a nice young couple, very sincere, and appeared to be much more concerned with the problems in their relationship than those in the business. I received a letter from them 4 months later, in which they told me that they had explored and used Uni-Psychics creative meditation. To their delight and relief, they both calmed down and began to work together as a team again. Further to this, although it was Frida who took slightly longer to adjust to the use of meditation, it was she who suddenly had this idea. She remembered that several of their customers were from one of the many small local factories, and it was obvious that whenever they visited the cafe, it was an unscheduled visit as far as their boss or foreman was concerned. Frida then had thoughts that there must be others around the factory in need of refreshment, so she and Barry visited all the local firms and factories, and found that while most had vending machines for drinks, they were not large enough for organizing the sale of food. From this information, Barry and Frida launched their sandwich and cake van service. With the prior permission of every boss whose factory was involved, Frida visited offices and shop floors with a selection of sandwiches, cakes, and biscuits, etc. Their round became so large that they purchased a second van and employed a part-time driver salesperson. They both declared that business was now booming, and their personal lives were better than ever. They were convinced this was all due to Uni-Psychics creative meditation. Explore and experiment. Frida stated that she had never shown any creative flair in any respect until now. Such was the power of Uni-Psychics creative meditation. Before I take you onto our fourth Uni-Psychics method, I would like to explain why I have mentioned exploring and experimenting of our creative meditation. I know personally of two people who use this method in an entirely different way. One, a healer, who uses Uni-Psychics creative meditation as a channel to heal whilst he strolls through nearby woodland near his home. He claims the environment of the woodland relaxes his mind. His stroll takes care of his conscious mind, whilst his subconscious mind heals through meditation. The other person I know is an author who claims that much of his creative writing is born from ideas conceived whilst on cycle rides. Again, his conscious mind is occupied by a physical action, riding his cycle, whilst his subconscious mind has been activated by creative meditation, and it responds with ideas for creative writing. In both these instances, it is a case of some variation in the tapping and harnessing of Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. Uni-Psychics Thought Beams. This fourth method of availing yourself of the source of Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe is for some people a more simple and direct method of utilizing that power. It is a method which can be used almost anywhere. Let us take a hypothetical case of someone who needed money urgently. As a focal point for their need, I would suggest a banknote of the largest denomination they could afford, £3 or even E10 if A could be afforded. This banknote should be carried on your person whenever possible, so that it could be produced to be the get or focal point of your thought beams. Example, if your need was money, you would carry your banknote around with you. Whilst traveling on a bus or train, you could produce a book ostensibly to read. Inside your book, you have your banknote, which is revealed to you when the book is opened. You can then direct your thought beams at the banknote, concentrating. See the amount of as hard as you can on it, with the thoughts of how much money you require, and for what use. Money you require in your hand. See its use fulfilled. To enhance your concentration and Uni-Psychics thought bears you can, in the hours of darkness and the privacy of your home, put the banknote on your desk or a table. Turn out the main light in the room and direct your table or desk lamp onto the banknote. If it is not convenient to do this with a table or desk lamp, use an ordinary hand torch. Its shaft of light will help to direct your thought beams. I will again illustrate this method with a case history from my files. Lost bracelet is found as mysteriously as it was lost. John G. of Bristol had been to see me for counseling a few years previous to his telephone call to me one morning. He said he was well with his previous problems behind him, but wondered if I could help him in a matter which concerned a lost article. I said I would try and help. Apparently, John had bought his wife a rather expensive bracelet for their wedding anniversary. His wife was thrilled, but the very first time she wore it, when they went out to a cabaret on the evening of their anniversary, she lost it. John and his wife searched their car, the car park at the place of entertainment, retraced their footsteps searching from the car to the cabaret venue and back again. The staff at the restaurant where the cabaret was held were notified with a promise of a reward if the bracelet was found. Also, the police were notified, all to no avail. John's wife was beside herself with guilt feelings. John was also upset with the situation. I asked John if his wife still had the box the bracelet was purchased in. He said she had. I then suggested that he used Uni-Psychics thought beams to locate the bracelet. I instructed him to darken a room at home and direct a shaft of light from his desk lamp onto the bracelet box, at the same time directing his thought beams onto the box. Thought beams that saw the bracelet back in its rightful place. I suggested he did this 3 times a day for 15 minutes at each session. John was on the phone to me 5 days later, sounding very excited. The first thing he told me was that his wife had found the bracelet. He then went on to describe how he used the power of Uni-Psychics thought beams, just as I prescribed. Then last evening he and his wife went to another social function. On arriving, his wife went to the ladies' cloakroom to deposit her coat. She removed her coat, placed it on a coat hanger, and hung it on a rail. As she stepped back from this rail, she noticed something glittering on the floor beneath her coat. She was absolutely staggered. It was her lost bracelet. She just could not believe it. She apparently raced into the main hall where the function was being held, saw John talking to 2 other gentlemen, excused John and herself from their company in order to tell John the news. John told me his wife's face was drained of all color, absolutely white. He thought she was unwell or had even lost something else. They both recalled many times the whole sequence of events and just could not understand it. The loss of the bracelet was mysterious, but finding it like that was totally unexplainable in every way apart from the acceptance of the power in Uni-Psychics thought beams. You can use it. Now, having given you the 4 basic methods for tapping the source of Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe, you now have access to this tremendous power. Make no mistake, it is yours to use with any of the prescribed methods. The people in the case histories quoted are ordinary people, just like you and I. No special powers, do not belong to any secret organizations or the like. They were just fortunate enough to learn of and use Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. Points to be reinforced. 1. This power is within each and every one of us. 2. We can all use it with Uni-Psychics methods. 3. You can have a choice of method to suit your needs. 4. Through this choice, the method becomes more personal to you. 5. Your desire and willpower must be deep and strong. 6. The methods are as follows. Uni-Psychics visualizations. Uni-Psychics word imprints. Uni-Psychics creative meditation. Uni-Psychics thought beams. 7. You need no special powers or the like to tap and harness Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. Chapter 3. You can be a winner in the game of life. No matter how you feel about your own life and life in general, the mere fact that you are reading this book indicates that you are not entirely happy with your lot. You may feel you are missing out in some respects, perhaps disappointed in the way the game of life is going for you. You can change all that for yourself with the application of Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. Nothing is impossible with this power using the methods as prescribed in the previous chapter. For a start, you have got to get yourself together, mentally, physically, and spiritually. Look and see how you rate as a basic model of a human being. Make a list of your strengths and weaknesses. There is nothing to fear, only you will see the list. Keep it in your diary, wallet, or handbag. With the power of Uni-Psychics on your side, you can become a winner. You can build a new you, with new aims and desires, fired in the knowledge that in your team of Uni-Psychics, you have all the ingredients to be a winner. Life is like an ocean, a huge expanse in which many things can happen. Tide running against you, waves threatening to overwhelm you, storms suddenly descending, gales that send you off course. You are the captain of your ship. Be sure that it does not happen to you. Have purpose, direction, and faith in the Uni-Psychics methods through which you avail yourself of this tremendous power. It can and will work for you. Believe me, this tremendous power can and will work for you, your desires and aims. It can, not may, work for you through the channels of the Uni-Psychics methods prescribed. These methods can in some instances interrelate like a jigsaw. Uni-Psychics word imprints and Uni-Psychics thought beams could be a method for you once interrelated like this. A confidence boost for Robert improves his memory. Robert of Sutton arranged an appointment to see me and on doing so, explained that he belonged to a local dramatic society, and he had ambitions to become a professional actor from which he would earn his living totally. During the last year, his private life had been going through a rough patch which was affecting his acting. Tasked him about his private life, and he said that the rough patch it was going through started with the breakup of his relationship with his girlfriend. It had been a relationship of 2 years standing, and the breakup had affected him greatly. Other areas of his private life were also affected, and his acting had, what he called, gone to pot. Not only was his acting bad, but he just could not remember lines anymore. It had got to the point where he was now excusing himself from productions. It seemed to me that Robert had lost his confidence through the breakup of his relationship with his girlfriend, and tension was evident in these aspects of his life, particularly his acting, which meant so much to him. He was so tense due to his lowered confidence that the creative force within him was being blocked. His memory was working well below par, hence his forgotten lines, which amounted to even less confidence and therefore more tension. I explained to Robert that success breeds success, because success boosts confidence, which, in turn, relaxes us to the point where we are expressing ourselves in whatever we are doing at a point much closer to our ultimate potential. Therefore, with Robert it was a matter of regaining his lost confidence to the point where he would begin to relax and concentrate at the same time to improve his mind power and memory. Him to write down on paper the following lines. I instructed. I will discharge all negative thoughts from my being. I will enjoy positive thoughts and strengthen confidence. My entire being will relax and concentrate. The creative forces within me will radiate great power. My memory will retain and recall whatever I wish. I further instructed Robert to sit at a desk or table, darken the room, turn on his desk lamp, and place his word imprints within the beam of light from his lamp. With this coordinated method, Robert's word imprints will be enhanced by Uni-Psychics thought beams. I instructed Robert to remain seated at his desk and relax his mind and body as with the Uni-Psychics word imprint method, and from that point use the word imprint method. Therefore, in effect, Robert begins by writing on paper his word imprints, then concentrated on them with Uni-Psychics thought beams, and then revert back to the Uni-Psychics word imprint method. Robert contacted me some months afterwards. He assured me he was his old self. He and his girlfriend were together again and planned to marry very shortly. And as a bonus to all this, his memory was functioning better than ever. Robert's case was one where more than one method was used, and this is where you can devise, if you like, your own tailor-made method after some experimentation on your part. Use all the methods, find which one you are tuned into. If you feel comfortable with more than one, integrate them if possible, so that one enhances the other. Should you be a little perplexed as to why the numerous different methods and books on the market with their various claims to success, I will give you the secret that lays behind each method. I can give it to you in 2 words. Mind focusing. Each Uni-Psychics method is devised to focus the mind upon its desire or aims. That is why it is terribly important to have very strong desires and aims. If they are weak, you will only get a weak response. So be sure, have strong, burning desires and aims. Then the methods of Uni-Psychics will focus the source of this tremendous power upon those desires and aims and will manifest them into reality. Added to this, one must have a very strong belief in Uni-Psychics and the willpower to apply the methods as prescribed. Before I take you from this point, I must stress the importance of focusing your mind. With practice, patience, and perseverance, your Uni-Psychics methods will achieve for you whatever you desire. The full potential of each of these methods is to induce your subconscious and superconscious mind to focus on desires with absolute clarity and sharpness. As any photographer will tell you, poor focusing results in a blurred image, picture without clarity. If your subconscious and superconscious mind can focus directly and intensely upon your desires, then those desires will manifest into reality, and this can be done through the methods of Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. Beware of your desires. I have so far blandly referred to your desires and aims, but here I must give you a note of warning. Whatever your desires, they must be for the power of good, as opposed to evil, or what is generally considered to be wrong. There is nothing wrong in wanting more money, providing it will be put to good and proper use. After all, money is just another form of energy. To want a better house, car, furniture, or job is fine, providing it is for the right reason. Desiring health, vitality, longer life, or a perfect mate is only natural. To be happy is your right. Protection from others and the erasure of bad habits is for your good. There is nothing wrong with that. I will give you in one word the deciding factor in this matter. It is the motive for your desire. If you want the wife, girlfriend, house, job, or any possessions of someone else, it is wrong. To want money for evil use, or just to be seen to have money, it is wrong. Attacking or harming others without just cause is wrong. You simply just have to look honestly at your motive for your desire. If you decide that the motive for your desire is wrong, but you are going to go ahead anyway, do not be surprised in the least if your desire does not come to fruition, no matter how hard you have tried with your methods. Remember the vehicle through which your desires and aims are made manifest. Your subconscious and superconscious mind are part of, and therefore in contact with, the universal mind which operates by universal laws. These laws are for good, and for this very reason your desire, if it be evil, bad, or wrong, will not be realized. The right things for the right reasons. Many people have money, lots of it, together with many fine material things. But as human beings, they are absolute failures. Therefore, with this in mind, I have catalogued a few guidelines for you, should you be unsure of your motives. You should. 1. Show a willingness, desire, and ability to react in a balanced way to the changes in your life situation. 2. Be a balanced being that recognizes another's right to express themselves in a correct manner. 3. Be able to experience your life with joy. 4. Desire to respond and react with the power of good to your fellow man. 5. Desire to use your creative forces for the good of you and yours. 6. Hold the strength of purpose and faith, whatever situation life presents to us. As a final word in this chapter concerning our desires and the need to hold a balanced view with them, I have over the years been shocked, flabbergasted, and at times downright amazed at the desired and requests of some of my clients who needed counseling. Among many things desired have been to be a millionaire virtually overnight, have a foolproof gambling system, be more handsome, beautiful, possess a well-known beautiful girl, usually already married, to manifest some wild sexual fantasy, obtain some highly paid glamorous job without any qualifications for it, to possess property in different parts of the world which are far removed from the client's current lifestyle, mothers, fathers desiring their grown-up children's girl boyfriends. This is why I stress to you, beware of your motives and desires. Despite the tremendous creative power of Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe, you may be asking for what to you is the unobtainable. Points to be reinforced. 1. You can and will be a winner. 2. You can change aspects of your life with Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. 3. Nothing is impossible with this power. It can and will work for you. 4. You must focus your mind strongly upon your desires and aims. 5. Those desires and aims must burn intensely within you. 6. Your belief and faith in the Uni-Psychics methods must be immense. 7. You must have patience and perseverance with these methods. Together with practice, you will achieve your desires. 8. Beware of your desires. Your motives must be for good. 9. To have money and fine material things does not make you a successful human being. 10. Desire the right things for the right reasons. Chapter 4. Your super mind for super rewards. Now you have read how, through the methods of Uni-Psychics, you can manifest your desires and how your super mind makes this possible by focusing on those desires and in turn relaying those desires to the universal mind by which any and everything is possible, subject to its law which is immutable. Therefore, with all else being equal, your supermind can, through the methods of Uni-Psychics, bring you super rewards. More than money and material things. There is more to our existence than work, money, and material things. They are, of course, all very necessary for our well-being. Work is for most of us something we do in exchange for another energy form, money. This form of energy, money, we can exchange if we wish for food and other material needs and desires. There is, beyond those necessary requirements, much more. Beautiful works of art, music, and literature, or to have the mind to create or just understand and appreciate them, gives you immense joy and satisfaction. One can travel not only his own country but the whole world, with its many wonders. You can experience with joy many things brought to you by the methods of Uni-Psychics. As you read on through this book, you will see the options open to you. Let us stay with your mind for a while and take a look at some of the workings of it. The motto of the publishers of this book, Finber Books of Folkestone, Kent, England, is, "Mind is all." How very true that is, and how much it is taken for granted until the day it stops functioning properly. When we begin to stumble over people's names or names of places, on occasions we find our concentration is poor and we begin to make mistakes. We say we are getting old or tired, which may or may not be true. Whatever the cause, it need not happen. With the use of Uni-Psychics, your memory need never fail you, nor your concentration wane. Henry A. gets promotion with improved memory. Henry A. of Birmingham, England, was a regional salesman agent with an international company in the UK. He had already experienced the disappointment of not being selected for the vacant post of company sales manager. He was only 32 years of age, and the candidate who landed the job was 55. He therefore presumed that sometime in the future he may yet have the opportunity to acquire this post. He analyzed himself in terms of his job and found there was one weakness in his mental makeup that did affect his all-round performance in his capacity as a sales manager. That weakness was his memory. He used a diary for business appointments and meetings, but it was in his dealings with people that his poor memory was apparent. He had a terrible job to remember people's names, their job titles, areas covered, hobbies, and just about everything else concerning their backgrounds. This, of course, was a heavy burden for Henry to carry, not only at work, but also socially. Henry felt that he did not socialize as much as he should, which must have gone against him at the final analysis at his job interview. Henry was now determined to work and improve his memory. He knew of books and courses. He read one book, but found it too involved and complex. He told me quite frankly that as the methods to improve his memory were complex, he could not remember them without constantly referring to the book. I suggested that he use the powerful formula of Uni-Psychics word imprints. I composed the following word imprints for him to use. I suggested 2 sessions a day of 15 minutes duration for each session. Each line to be repeated at least 20 times during the session. The subconscious mind is all-powerful and infallible. It records and recalls everything with ease and clarity. It will recall every word and action instantly. I will be relaxed and composed to allow the subconscious power to flow. Further to this, I suggested to Henry that he made another copy of these word imprints to use with Uni-Psychics thought beams whilst he was engaged in his desk work at his office. Henry wrote to me some months later to say that there had been a dramatic improvement in his memory. He was now much more sociable and forthcoming in his attitude towards everybody. He was no longer afraid that his memory would let him down at some crucial point in his dealings with people. Henry also reported that he seemed to be more confident in every way. The subconscious is infallible. It is a fact that the subconscious mind is infallible and only fails us when its flow and recall of events and names is distorted by negative forces such as tension, worry, fear, and lack of confidence. Also, illness and tiredness can lower its power. Should your memory at any time have a temporary lapse whereby you just cannot remember a name or place, I suggest you indulge in a short session of Uni-Psychics creative meditation. Just meditate on the flow of any particular things. I would suggest a river, a waterfall, or even rays of the sun. After this short session of meditation, return to the name or event you wish to remember, and usually there it is, floating on the surface of your mind. Boost your concentration. Another area of concern to many people is their power, or lack of it, of concentration. Many complain of butterfly symptoms with their concentration. They just cannot focus their mind with any degree of concentration. They have the mind power, as you well know, but suffer from a lack of concentration to focus in conjunction with this power. This could be a serious deficiency in anyone's armory, but it need not be a constant deficiency. It can be overcome and corrected with Uni-Psychics. Glenn T. puts his game together with Uni-Psychics. Glenn is a professional golfer who lives in Phoenix, USA. Glenn travels the world playing in tournaments for prize money, which in a good year is a sizable amount. 4 years ago, Glenn had his best year to date in terms of prize money. He won several tournaments with good prizes and was very happy with his golf, as he felt the best was yet to come. Instead of this continued success, his game began to deteriorate, and he went through a period with his game where he was adjusting first his grip on his clubs, then his stance for various shots, then his swing, and so on and so forth. Whilst these adjustments were being made, Glenn's game was deteriorating even more, and eventually Glenn was confused about his game. He now looked a totally different player, lacking confidence and concentration. Seeking the advice of some of his fellow professionals, he was told to concentrate on putting his game together, as it was before its decline. This was easier said than done. He hardly knew where to begin. With his current lack of confidence, he did not relish beginning anywhere. I advised him to begin with the basics of the game, to concentrate on the basics. I saw him a week later. Shaking his head, he admitted his concentration at this point was appalling. He could not begin to put his game together. I immediately suggested Uni-Psychics creative meditation as a primer method for Glenn's lack of concentration. I suggested he meditated as with Uni-Psychics creative meditation on anything that was pleasant and relaxing to him. If that was difficult for him, then meditate on something simple, such as a pebble from a beach or an apple, something that had varying colors and contours. I suggested to Glenn that he had 2 sessions a day, 10 minutes a session for 4 or 5 days, then at the end of each Uni-Psychics creative meditation session, use Uni-Psychics word imprints, for which I composed the following word imprint. My entire being is ever relaxed and alert. All my scattered thoughts are gathered in. My powerful mind is focused on the now. My mental and physical powers are in unison. My powers are focused on the now. These Uni-Psychics word imprints were to be used twice a day, each line to be repeated at least 20 times. A close friend of mine, a keen golfer, informed me 6 weeks later that he had seen in a golf magazine that Glenn had won a golf tournament in Australia, and had followed that by winning a challenge match in Japan. Glenn was in touch with me a year later. He apologized for not making contact earlier, and went on to say that his game started to improve within a few days of using the power of Uni-Psychics, and to this day he has never stopped using Uni-Psychics word imprints. Balance your powers for success. I know many sportsmen who are physical fitness fanatics, but very rarely consider their mental powers. I have seen brilliant players and competitors reduced to unrecognizable shadows of their former selves due to what they termed as loss of form or out of form. Most of them, if pressed, will push the reason for this onto all sorts of excuses. Some will openly state that their loss of form is due to loss of confidence due to some specific reason. What do they do about it? Usually, in my experience, very little, apart from waiting for the magical return of this lost confidence. Many sportsmen following a prolonged injury suffer mentally. The injury has healed, and they are physically fully fit again. Yet they are still performing as though they are still hampered by the injury, which in truth they are, mentally. If these sportsmen considered their mental powers as much as they do their physical powers, they would be unbeatable. So it is with all of us, sports people or not. Do not neglect any of your latent powers, mental or otherwise. Nurture them, use them, to the advantage of yourself and yours. Use the methods of Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. With this power, your super mind will bring you super rewards. Points to be reinforced. 1. Your super mind can bring you super rewards. 2. Use Uni-Psychics to broaden your scope and vision of life. 3. Remember, mind is all. Take care of it. Use it to its fullest potential with Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. 4. There are many options open to you through Uni-Psychics. 5. Your memory need never fail you, nor your powers of concentration wane. 6. Your subconscious is infallible. 7. Balance your powers for success. 8. Work on your latent powers. Nurture and use them for the benefit of yourself, yours, and all that is good. 9. Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe will develop and enhance your mind. 10. You will have super rewards. Chapter 5. How to promote and maintain endless wealth. The word wealth to most people means money. The dictionary defines it as riches. It is in this context that I refer to wealth. I cannot, nor do not, blame anyone for immediately visualizing money at the drop of the word wealth, as we all need it as a form of energy to barter for the necessities of life: food, fuel, clothing, heating, and so on. As I mentioned in the last chapter, there is much more to your lives than money if you allow these things to come into your lives, rather than be excluded by the pursuit of money. As money is the energy we receive as remuneration for the use of our energies at work, it is something we rightly deserve. As this energy form we call money is the common denominator in our marketplaces, it is at a premium for us all. Therefore, is it any wonder that the word wealth conjures up visions of money within our minds? There is no need for you or anyone else to feel guilty in wanting money, providing you view it in a balanced way and intend to use it for the good of yourself or others. Therefore, by wealth, I mean riches which encompass money, cars, houses, holidays, travel, furniture, clothes, and any material thing that enriches your life. They are yours for the asking. All of these things can be yours by using the methods of Uni-Psychics, as prescribed earlier in this book. Whatever you desire can come to you easily and quickly. Just clarify to yourself what it is you want. See it clearly in your mind's eye. Choose the Uni-Psychics method you prefer and apply it with all the burning desire, willpower, and faith you possess. Old pensioner wins £10,000. Harry C. from Liverpool was an old-age pensioner with very little money. I met him with his daughter and family whilst they were on holiday, and I was attending a series of lectures in Gloucestershire. We were all staying at this fine old house on the outskirts of a village near the city of Gloucester. Harry asked me one evening to tell him more about Uni-Psychics and its miracle power, as he freely admitted he was not convinced with my claims about this power. As he had told me a lot about his background, how he lived in very meager circumstances in Liverpool, and even told me that he often bought his clothes from jumble sales, I asked him to explore the possibilities of Uni-Psychics. Harry's son-in-law, who was attending the lectures, told me that he bought a few days previously 2 sweepstake tickets with very large prizes and volunteered to give Harry one of these tickets with that gesture. I suggested to Harry that he selected one of the money prizes, made a list of all the things he would do with the money when he won it, then used the Uni-Psychics method of thought beams. Using this method twice a day, visualizing the sweepstake ticket and the appropriate winnings as he was going to sleep of a night. I left Gloucestershire a few days later and thought no more of Harry, until one evening Harry and his son-in-law were on the telephone to me. They were staggered, That day the son-in-law had been informed that one of the sweepstake tickets he had bought had won a money prize of £10,000, and that ticket was the one he gave to Harry. Apparently, Harry did exactly as I instructed him. He selected the £10,000 prize, formed a list of what he would do when he won it, and then proceeded to apply himself to the method of Uni-Psychics thought beams. Harry, in making his list for dispensing the prize money, decided to give a third to his daughter and son-in-law, give a third to charity, and keep a third for himself. And this is what he did. Not if, but when. I considered Harry's experience afterwards, not with doubt or surprise that Uni-Psychics worked, but because Harry doubted them. He could have been classified as a skeptic, yet this miracle power worked. I believe Harry, unknowingly, reversed the bias of his doubt to his favor. He had doubts, and in an effort to prove them, he applied my instructions exactly as I requested, so that there was no area of doubt as to how the method was applied. Harry applied the method precisely for his test case, and in so doing the method worked. You will even note that in forming his list of what to do with the money, it was a case of when he won it, not if he won it. Ron picks 7 winners. Ron M. of Edinburgh had a poorly paid job and was without any qualifications whatsoever to improve his choice of employment and lifestyle. Eventually, he decided that he would improve himself through home study courses and qualify for a much better paid job. Home study courses were really beyond Ron's means, but he saw them as the only way out of his situation. When he came to see me, he pinpointed his problem as being one of finance. He knew how and what to study, how long he would take to qualify for his chosen profession, which was accountancy, and how much money he required. Ron had obviously studied the whole situation thoroughly, with all the relevant facts and figures to hand, which impressed me. I recommended that he use the Uni-Psychics method of visualization. I described how to apply this method, which I considered was the right one for him. As he had already plotted most of his course to his desire, it was now a matter of visualizing the things he considered necessary for his aims, plus the required amount of money. Ron made a special unannounced journey to see me one Sunday evening, 5 weeks later. I can remember at the time that it was not very convenient to see him, but he appeared flushed and bursting to tell someone something. It appears that Ron commenced using Uni-Psychics visualizations in which he saw himself achieving his desires. He continued for 3 weeks, then one day immediately after visualizing his desires, he looked down from where he was seated onto a racing paper he had bought that morning. He saw the name of a horse that seemed to stand out from the remainder of the runners. He felt tuned in to this horse and decided to go along to the local betting shop to place his bet on what was the first race of the meeting. The bookmakers did not give this horse much of a chance, but Ron was not to be deterred. He placed £2 on this horse to win, and it did at long odds. Ron was delighted, but in a quandary as to if he should push his luck or not. He was, unknown to me, a small gambler, and in this pastime had acquired a so-called system, which required a little capital to start with, which he now had. He made a quick decision and decided to give this system another try today. Now, Ron found another racing paper in the bookmakers, quietened his mind, and concentrated on the horses. He selected 6 more horses in different races, and unbelievably each horse was a winner. Ron was astounded. He had won £2,170 with his system, which Ron considered would more than cover his home studies. He continued with his Uni-Psychics visualizations, and within 3 months he landed a job in a local office that was better paid, and gave him an insight into accountancy. Your desires can be realized in unexpected ways. Although the methods of Uni-Psychics are defined, the external source of realization of your desires can be totally unexpected. As with Ron, he knew how he was to solve his problem, but the means with which he would implement his desires, money, came from an unexpected source and way. I personally am not an advocate of gambling, but in this particular case, the miracle power of Uni-Psychics chose to express itself through that medium. 2 years or so ago, I experienced a small, undramatic incident, which added in a very minute way to my faith in Uni-Psychics. My wife and I attended a social function in aid of a charity. During the course of the evening, a raffle was held for which we bought tickets. Among the numbers of the tickets we bought I noticed the number 49, which happened to be the house number of a previous address. I decided to quickly use Uni-Psychics thought beams on this particular ticket. I alternated my mind, focusing from the ticket to the prizes and back again, seeing that particular ticket as a winner. Sure enough, it was drawn out as one of the winning tickets, which came as no surprise to me. Try this for yourselves. The only problem you may encounter is that with most social functions, there is usually a high level of noise in which you may find it difficult to focus or visualize. June wins fantastic holiday and travels abroad. June P. of Suffolk wrote to me after hearing me giving an informal talk to a group of people about Uni-Psychics and its miraculous power. June felt that she and her husband were in desperate need of a holiday. They had just experienced a dreadful year in which her father had died after a long illness. Her husband was unfortunately out of work, and she felt very low. June had noticed on the back of a certain manufacturer's cereal packet a Spot the Ball competition, of which the closing entry was not for a few weeks, and the first prize was a holiday for two in the Bahamas for 14 days. June decided to try for this holiday despite knowing absolutely nothing about football. Before filling in her entry form, which allowed each entrant numerous chances, June decided she would try Uni-Psychics visualizations. She collected holiday brochures for the Bahamas and studied them. June also checked on the temperatures there in order to make her visualizations more realistic. Added to June's visualizations, she applied Uni-Psychics thought beams with the Spot the Ball entry form. After 3 weeks of using Uni-Psychics visualizations and thought beams, June experienced a vivid dream about, of all things, football. In this dream, it seemed that she was watching a particular game on a large screen, not unlike a cinema screen. June remembered that in the dream, she questioned herself as to why she was watching this game of football when she had no interest in the game generally. As June was questioning herself to the point of anger, the football game on the screen stopped and froze. June looked at the screen and saw an action shot from a game of football that seemed to be familiar. With that, the picture just faded away slowly. When June awoke in the morning, she remembered the dream vividly with every detail of the final action shot. That seemed to be familiar in some way. That shot was still clear in her mind, and as June was pondering, she suddenly realized that the frozen action shot was the same as the action picture on the Spot the Ball entry form. June just couldn't believe it. What did it mean? The action shot from the dream was still vividly clear in her mind, including the position of the ball. That was it, the ball. The entry form for Spot the Ball was studied by June, who marked the spot where she had seen the ball in her dream. When June discussed her dream with her husband, he was non-committal on the subject, except to say that the position of the ball was in a very unlikely place. Regardless of her husband's opinion, June completed her entry form with the numerous chances each entrant was allowed. June continued with her Uni-Psychics visualizations and thought beams, still not understanding her dream. 3 weeks later, there was someone at her door. It was a representative from the cereal manufacturer. June had won the holiday for two in the Bahamas. The spot where the ball was located was exactly where June saw it in her dream. You attract your desires into your life. By using any of the Uni-Psychics methods, you are focusing upon your desires, and the power of that focusing is activating your supermind to manifest those desires. The act of focusing magnifies your desires as they are magnified. The more powerful and prominent those desires become until they cannot be denied. Lois practiced what she preached. Lois C. lived in the beautiful countryside of Kentucky in the USA. Lois was very interested in psychic phenomena and was a social worker on a voluntary basis. An essential item for her lifestyle was a car. Her car had just literally fallen by the wayside. It had broken down during one of its many journeys, and it was now uneconomical to repair and put back on the road. In short, Lois needed a new car for her social and counseling work, in which she often recommended meditation and visualization. Her budget could not accommodate a new car, a used car, perhaps. Lois therefore decided to apply Uni-Psychics to the problem. She had read a short article on Uni-Psychics in a magazine. This, coupled with her own knowledge, Lois decided to use Uni-Psychics creative meditation. In her meditation, Lois used a mantra of one word, which she did not reveal to me. This word obviously stilled her mind. From that situation, Lois then meditated on her need for a car and the kind of work it would do. Some days later, in a borrowed car, on one of her visits to an old lady that Lois had been visiting for some considerable time, the lady handed an envelope to Lois, explaining that she had been meaning to give the envelope to her for some time, but for some reason did not feel inclined to. Today she felt was the right time to make her gesture. The old lady insisted that Lois did not open the envelope until she arrived home, and she was to use the contents for something she needed. Lois was very intrigued with her envelope, and ultimately very surprised when she opened it. Inside was a check for a very sizable amount, certainly more than enough for a new car. Lois immediately telephoned the lady, refusing to accept such an amount. The old lady was equally adamant that she accepted it, particularly as she had no one else to give presents to. Lois finally accepted the gift and bought a new car. Sadly, the old lady died 2 weeks later, but not before Lois had taken her for a long ride into town, one of the old lady's rare trips from her home. Be still, patient, and ready to receive. To meditate is to still the mind, to let go of all your problems, worries, and anxieties. These form a barrier between your desires and the source of power that can manifest those desires. Once the mind is still and you have a direct entry to the source of power, let that source know of your desires. Patience is required and must be exercised. When this is so, be ready to receive. Lifetime's money flow for farm worker. Morris R. from Somerset had never known what it was like to have enough money for his ordinary needs. He had always worked on the farm, and the financial situation for his wife, 2 children, and himself had never varied. They were always in debt to someone, either for clothing, food, or heating fuel. Morris normally never gambled, but on this particular occasion, he bought a national lottery ticket, the first prize being £100 per week for the rest of your life. Morris had heard about Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe from his brother who lived in the same village. Morris used a combination of Uni-Psychics, visualizations, and thought beams. With the visualizations, he made a list of the money he owed together with a list of how he proposed to spend the money when he won it. The lottery ticket bought by Morris was used with the thought beams method. This duo of Uni-Psychics methods gave Morris an unbelievable bonus for life. The list of debts to be paid and proposed uses for the money was now reality. I was told that Morris paid every single bill, took his family on their first every holiday together with his brother and family. Eventually, he bought himself a new house. You are the key. With Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe, it is, as one have said before, a matter of application, burning desire, patience, and perseverance. One does not have to be clever or educated to tap the source of the power. Morris, the farm worker, had only a basic education with a very ordinary lifestyle. What he possessed in his favor was an intensely burning desire born out of his circumstances, which worked to his advantage. Whatever you wish to receive from Uni-Psychics is reflected by your efforts and application. Ray makes the right move. Ray T. lived in the southeast of England. It was a rather remote part, being an island in the River Thames estuary. There was very little work in the area, and Ray was in his mid-20s, married with 2 children. He told me he felt trapped living in that area, with little work prospects and so far to travel to avail himself to a wider choice of employment. I understand how Ray was feeling. He had studied salesmanship on a home study course and applied for many jobs, but he was at a disadvantage on 2 points. A. He was inexperienced in the field of selling. B. Living where he did was too remote and not central enough in terms of traveling time and expense. Prospective employers were not too interested when they located Ray's hometown on the map. When Ray contacted me, he was very depressed. He wanted to express himself in a job he liked and presented a challenge. He wanted to do better for his family. I told him to use Uni-Psychics word imprints. I composed the following word imprints for him to use early morning and evening. I am relaxed and healthy. I am positive in thought and action. I am happy and successful. I express myself fully through my work. I am wealthy in all things. Ray kept in contact with me over a period of 3 years. Here is a catalog of the events that covered that period. Ray, after several interviews, obtained a job with a national company as a representative, traveling over a big area by public transport. Due to his inexperience and location of his home, he was to service small accounts. This did not warrant a company car. B. After a year, despite public transport and long distances, Ray had been so successful that his company offered him a company car to service larger accounts. C. Within 6 months, the company asked Ray to move to a more central area, offering him a larger area, more money, and moving expenses to a better house. D. Just 3 years after joining the company as a raw recruit, Ray was promoted to regional sales manager, responsible for many salesmen. He moved to an even better house in a lovely part of the country. The company provided him with a big car, again all moving expenses and increased salary. When Ray contacted me 3 years after his original contact, he told me he had used Uni-Psychics word imprints every morning and evening without fail, and still did. Points to be reinforced. 1. Whatever you desire can be obtained by using the miracle power of Uni-Psychics. 2. It is a matter of A. Belief. B. Desire yearning. C. Willpower. D. Patience. E. Perseverance. 3. Your desires and aims are there for the asking. 4. With the right kind of belief, it is not if, but when. 5. Your desires can be realized in unexpected ways. 6. Focusing magnifies the power that manifests your desires and aims. 7. You are the key to your rewards. 8. You will be truly surprised with the miracles of Uni-Psychics. Chapter 6. Use Uni-Psychics' power to control others. In expressing a desire to control others, I feel it reasonable to assume that to the majority, it is purely an exercise of personal power. Yes, it is to exercise personal power, but it is the motive for doing so that you should look at. If it happens to be that you exercise personal power just for power's sake, then the motive is wrong. In your relationships with others, you are controlling each other all the time. Either you are controlling others, or they are controlling you. With some people, you need to exercise tight control for your own protection. With others, you use less as required, or they may need to control you. With most relationships, it is simply a matter of give and take on all sides, and so it is with control. It is in this matter of control that Uni-Psychics' miracle power of the universe can help you greatly, and in some instances, performs near miracles. I must stress to you strongly that the motive for controlling others must be with good intentions. For here you are dealing with another's right to express themselves, and you should not deny them that right, unless it opposes what you believe to be right. If that is the case, it is a head-on confrontation, where both should exercise give and take. In general terms of controlling others, instances that come readily to mind are where a lover is becoming unresponsive or cooling off, an unfair, unjust boss, wayward child, uncooperative spouse, awkward or domineering parent, or any situation where your just will or rights are opposed. Uni-Psychics can tip the balance. By tapping the miraculous power of Uni-Psychics, you can turn enemies into friends and/or colleagues, hatred into love, unwilling into willing, and you can control and influence whomever you please. By being able to control others, you can turn bad into good, negative traits into positive force, and fear into confidence with understanding. Stan became a winner in psychological games. Stan M. of Leicester came very close to a nervous breakdown. It was at this time that he contacted me for help. He was attending his doctor, who was very unsympathetic and quite content to issue tranquilizers to calm Stan, without really finding the root cause of Stan's problem. After a long shaw with Stan, who was an electronics and television shop manager, I discovered the start of Stan's problems originated from his job, where he absorbed a lot of pressure from various sources. One main source of this pressure was from Stan's boss, a sales manager, who visited Stan twice a week. This sales manager appeared to be a bully of the worst kind. He indulged in psychological games, where Stan usually finished up the loser. Stan had become the victim of these games so often that he was now a nervous wreck. He was too old to look for another job and was completely psyched by this sales manager, to the extent that, as soon as the bully boy stepped into the shop, Stan went completely to pieces and was easy prey for his tormentor. Stan assured me he was executing his duties as shop manager to the best of his abilities, and in terms of business figures, his shop increased its turnover every year so far, which was not the case with other branches within the company. This sales manager was well known for his bullying tactics and thick skin. With this in mind, I advised Stan to avoid a head-on collision and deal with him in a calm, collected way, and not to resist this bullying from someone who was basically a frightened little man, hiding behind a bullying exterior. Look him straight in the eye as much as possible and ask him plenty of pertinent questions. Added to this was the power of Uni-Psychics word imprints, which Stan was to apply each morning and evening. I composed the following word imprints for him to use. I am relaxed, composed, and healthy. I am working and expressing myself to my potential. I am unafraid and positive in thought and action. I will show understanding and love to those with whom I work. Stan visited me again a year later. Was how well he looked. The first impression I got, I asked how he was getting on with his bully. Stan just laughed. He explained that at first it was the same routine as before, but gradually Stan was becoming more relaxed, unafraid, and positive. Also questioning Mr. Bully's questions, and eventually asking this sales manager to have lunch with him at a local restaurant. During lunch, the conversation became more personal, and the sales manager unloaded many of his personal family problems. Stan expressed his sorrow at hearing of these problems and offered to help if he could. After this particular occasion, the bond between the former bully and Stan grew stronger to the point where their relationship became one of cooperation, tolerance, and goodwill. We are expressions of our Creator. We, every one of us, are an expression of our Creator, and as such have the right to express ourselves in a correct and just way. Many of us fail to assert ourselves where we should, to the point of displaying an inferiority complex. At the other end of the scale, many are arrogant and domineering, rarely allowing another to express themselves. Where do you stand? Hopefully somewhere in between these two expressions. You should endeavor to become as balanced as possible in your expression of life. Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe can work wonders for you in this way. Faye gets proposal from shy boyfriend. Faye G. of Washington, USA had known her boyfriend Larry for 3 years, and they were very much in love. Larry had often spoken of their future together, and Faye had expected Larry to propose marriage to her on various occasions, but it never materialized. Larry was a shy and quiet boy. Faye often manipulated the conversation in such a way that it touched on marriage, but Larry never took the bait. Faye could not see any reason why they should not marry. Everything seemed right for them. I suggested to Faye she employed Uni-Psychics to help. Uni-Psychics visualization and creative meditation was applied. She meditated on her breathing to induce a meditative state. When she was experiencing this state of being, she began to visualize Larry standing before her proposing marriage. Faye repeated this twice daily, and sometimes she visualized the proposal scene just as she was entering the state of sleep at night. Just 2 weeks later, Larry popped the question right out of the blue. He even seemed a little surprised himself. Faye wrote and told me she was absolutely overjoyed. Mind-to-mind contact. We are all capable of contacting another's mind with Uni-Psychics. Again, I must stress, with good intentions only. We can contact another's mind and implant suggestions and messages with Uni-Psychics methods. Therefore, with this kind of power at our disposal, we can control others. A daughter grows up overnight. Janet T. of Swansea was experiencing a rather prolonged period of harassment from her teenage daughter, who, apart from almost demanding 4-star hotel service with Janet as an unpaid maid, this daughter constantly criticized Janet and was totally negative about most things in the home. Janet was a divorcee who felt very guilty about the situation, and therefore felt, to an extent, responsible for her daughter's behavior. When Janet came to see me, we discussed her family problems fully and decided between us that she should not feel guilty about the breakdown of her marriage. Furthermore, she must talk to her daughter about her unreasonable behavior and point out the unpleasantness it was creating in the home. I told Janet of Uni-Psychics and its power. She was very keen to use it in an effort to control her daughter. Uni-Psychics word imprints were recommended, and I composed the following word imprints for her to use. I am undisturbed and relaxed. I accept my circumstances without guilt. I will work for my family in harmony and peace. I will show love and understanding to. Janet's daughter's name was inserted at the end of the last line. I also recommended to Janet that at the end of her word imprint session, she visualized her daughter surrounded by a blue energy light, and she meditated upon that vision. Blue is the color for healing and calmness. Janet told me at a later date that the effect upon her daughter was almost immediate. She began to help her mother and became a responsible human being almost overnight. This had a beneficial effect on the rest of the family, much to Janet's delight. Love generates love. In a situation such as this one, Janet had found herself in it would be easy to lose your temper, shout and rave, or lash out at the offender. What would this achieve? Certainly not the outcome that Janet experienced with Uni-Psychics. Most of the powers and forces we possess are in certain situations capable of generating like power from another source. To simplify this illustration, take the example of isometrics for physical fitness. If you push your right hand against your left and vice versa, you strengthen and build power in both hands, arms, and shoulders. Or, put another way, power opposing power produces even more power. This is how it is with other power and forces at our disposal. Hatred opposing hatred produces more hatred. Love opposing love generates more love. Janet, with the immense help of Uni-Psychics, used her power of love to dispel her daughter's force of hatred. Love being the greater power, therefore, won. If Janet had opposed her daughter's hatred with hatred, it would have resulted in that force consuming both of them. Beautician controls and solves problem. Carol worked in a beauty salon in New York. She was the senior assistant over 20 girls. She got on well with them all, with one exception, a girl who seemed intent on disrupting Carol's business life at every opportunity. This included bad timekeeping, smoking outside the staff restroom, casual attitude towards clients, and petty theft that Carol could not prove. Carol had mentioned the problem to her boss several times, but for some reason, he did not seem inclined to take any action, and Carol suspected that the offending girl and her boss had more in common than just business. I sympathized with Carol over the situation and put it to her that Uni-Psychics visualizations would help her by visualizing the offending girl behaving as she should. That would be arriving for her work early instead of late, only smoking inside the staff room, maintaining a businesslike yet friendly attitude towards clients, and behaving generally in a responsible and honest manner. A few weeks later, Carol reported back to me. Her business life had taken a U-turn. For the first 3 weeks, there was absolutely no change in the UN cooperative girl. Then one evening, Carol's telephone rang at home, and it was this girl. She had a personal problem and would like some advice. Carol invited her to her home. As she suspected this girl was involved with her boss, he had grown tired of the affair and did not want the embarrassment of having this girl around his salon anymore. The girl did not know what to do as she needed the job. Carol suggested she transferred the girl to another salon downtown, which the boss rarely visited. The girl was delighted that Carol would do that for her, and then apologized quite unsolicited for her behavior. She felt as the boss's girlfriend, she was above rules and regulations and behaved accordingly. She thanked Carol for her help and advice and the whole problem was resolved for everyone. Sometimes it surprises us. Here was a case where Uni-Psychics worked in an unexpected way, and this is always likely to happen. Once the miraculous power is tapped, it works in accordance with its law, and sometimes the way it works surprises us. Tony has a dream surprise. Tony S. of Nottingham was having a terrible time with his neighbors. They were doing just about everything a good neighbor would never do. They were noisy, inconsiderate in parking their cars outside Tony's house. Their dogs would bark into the night as they were locked out of the house, and bonfires were lit during the day, usually when Tony's wife had washing in the garden to dry. Tony had approached these neighbors several times without making any impact upon them. Tony now wanted to know if Uni-Psychics could help him. I assured him this miracle power could help, and suggested to him that Uni-Psychics creative meditation would help by producing ideas that may solve the problem. Just 2 weeks later, Tony contacted me again. Apparently, he had a dream in which a group of hippies had made him an offer to buy his house. On receiving this offer, Tony contacted his neighbors with the news, at which they implored him not to sell to such people, as it would lower the tone of the neighborhood, etc., etc. When Tony awoke in the morning, the dream was still vivid in his mind, and he decided to try that very ploy on his neighbors in an effort to get them to cooperate. He contacted his neighbors and told them that he had received a good offer for his house from a group of hippies, which he would be accepting due to the neighbors' unreasonable behavior. Tony's neighbors' reaction to this news was one of, "So what?" to which Tony felt a little disappointed. Within 24 hours, the neighbors were ringing Tony's front doorbell. They said they had discussed as a family the news, and the outcome of this discussion was that the family now realized how badly they had been behaving and wished to amend their behavior. Also, they did not wish to have hippies as neighbors. They had a similar experience with hippies and did not wish for a repeat performance. They were sorry for their past deeds and hoped to be much better neighbors. The Uni-Psychics creative meditation that Tony applied produced an idea with his dream, an idea to use hippies as a threat of retaliation for the neighbors' bad behavior. What Tony did not know was that his neighbors had already experienced hippie behavior, which they obviously disliked. This gives you some measure of the miraculous power of Uni-Psychics. Points to be reinforced. 1. You need to control others at times to protect yourselves. 2. Your motive for controlling others must be one of good intentions. 3. All others have the right to express themselves, and you should not deny them that right. 4. It is only when others infringe your rights to express yourselves that you should attempt to control them. 5. Be balanced in every way possible. 6. Through the power of Uni-Psychics, your mind will contact another's mind. 7. The power of love generates more love, sometimes from the most unexpected sources. 8. Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the Universe is a power that knows its way. It works, and sometimes the ways it works surprises us. Chapter 7. You can kick unwanted habits. Nearly every one of us possesses some irritating little habit that we wish to be rid of. Others may have deeper-seated habits that wreak havoc with our lives. Overindulgence in alcohol can run riot through our lives and of those near and dear to us. Cigarette smoking is being considered more and more as an unsociable habit, not to mention any health risks. Gambling may be considered as a habit. After all, it is a desire that keeps recurring, and the result of this desire can be the substantial loss of money that eventually produces much sorrow and sadness. These habits are obviously of the more serious nature, which should and can be eradicated. There are, of course, habits of a less serious nature, which you may consider you would be better without, as they may irritate you and others. So let us define a habit in order that you know exactly what it is you wish to eliminate. How a habit is born. A habit is nothing more, initially, than a desire that manifests and expresses itself with, in most cases, a physical action. For instance, if you have a habit of rubbing your ear, it began with a desire to do so, due to some source of irritation on the ear. As the irritation continued, so did the desire, which results in continued rubbing of the ear. Now you would assume at the point where the ear loses its irritation, you would also lose the desire to rub it. This is not always the case if you have been rubbing your car for some time. Let us say for a few days, your thoughts become channeled or grooved, and because of these channeled thoughts, a habit is born. That was a somewhat simplified example, but you will see the pattern in the following case histories. Bert beats his drink problem. Bert Y. from Oregon, USA, saw me concerning his increasing drink problem, which started with family problems. His daughter, who was married with 2 young children, one only a few months old, was separated from her husband pending a divorce, and Bert's daughter and children were back home with Bert and his wife. Bert admitted that his nerves were bad, and subsequently the grandchildren were exposing his nerves even more, particularly the youngest child, who tended to cry during the night. In an effort to escape from this disruption of his home life, Bert began to frequent a local bar for the odd drinker too, but his visits became more frequent and his number of drinks increased to the point where it became a real problem, also drinking during lunchtime and any other opportunity. I told Bert he could beat this problem with Uni-Psychics word imprints, and I composed these word imprints. I am totally relaxed, mentally and physically. I am expressing myself fully in every way. I do not need the aid of alcohol. I am fully involved in my home with my family. I see them with love and understanding. I saw Bert over a year later. He looked so fit and well. He had lost his excess weight, was clear-eyed and sober. He was radiating good health and well-being. Bert admitted he had been through a tough battle, which would not have been won without the tremendous help of Uni-Psychics and its miracle power of the universe. Gradually, after using Uni-Psychics word imprints, Bert became more and more relaxed. He began to lose the urgency to escape with drink. He became more involved in his home, particularly with his daughter and children. Eventually, Bert was not drinking at all. He had lost the desire completely. As a bonus, his nervous condition improved greatly, and now he looked a picture of health. From desire to reality. To reinforce the pattern of the birth of a habit and its subsequent erasure, let us monitor the relevant details of Bert's drinking problem. His desire to drink was instigated by his home life being disrupted by the arrival of his grandchildren. This desire to drink was fueled by the knowledge that his grandchildren's stay was semi-permanent, if not permanent. As his desire to escape from the situation by drinking was enhanced by his grooved thoughts, his desire became habitual and eventually constant. Roy gambled and lost money and marriage. Roy C. of Devon introduced himself by telling me I was his last chance. He had been a client of the Samaritans and Gamblers Anonymous, and whilst both had been very, very helpful, he let them down by not applying himself to his problems. These problems had begun with him losing his job as a plumber due to redundancies at the company he worked for. Roy kept himself busy for a while with jobs around the house and for other people. As these jobs became scarcer, Roy began to become bored. He started to watch horse racing in the afternoons on television. That began to pall, and in an effort to aid excitement to his hours alone, Roy began to visit the bookmakers in the afternoons for company and excitement. The whole affair escalated from there. Money reserved for other things was used for betting. Many lies were told to cover up the situation. Furniture was sold for more money. Numerous row broke out between Roy and his wife, and eventually they separated. What a mess for this young couple. I told Roy that if he seriously applied himself to Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe, his life would improve beyond recognition. Roy left me that day still very depressed, but I had instructed him with Uni-Psychics visualizations, and he promised to apply himself with them to the situation. I never saw Roy again, but his mother came to see me 2 years later on another matter. She told me that Roy was offered another job within 3 weeks of seeing me. He saved money, paid up all his debts, and bought more furniture for the home. He contacted his wife, and she returned when she saw what Roy and Uni-Psychics had done. Again, in Roy's case, the pattern is clear. A desire for excitement emerges from boredom, in the form of gambling. The excitement derived from gambling fires the desire whereby it becomes habitual. Grooved and channeled thoughts become repetitive, and through this repetition, these thoughts eventually manifest themselves without you being conscious of doing so. When the desire has reached this point, it has become a deep-seated habit. See it again in a physical way, where we work certain sets or groups of muscles as bodybuilders do, with repetitious exercises. Those muscles through the repetition become stronger and stronger. Word imprints, relax and compose. William K. of Guernsey came to me concerned with a habit that irritated and concerned him. It also provided a source of amusement for his family. William had a habit of checking and cross-checking nearly everything he did. Locking doors, turning off the gas, shutting windows, turning off car lights, and so on. William was very concerned, but I assured him this habit was a fairly common one. William was concerned because, frankly, he feared for his sanity. I introduced him to Uni-Psychics word imprints and composed the following word imprints. I am relaxed and composed. I work mentally and physically in unison. I express myself with confidence and balance. I am positive in thought and action. William wrote to me 3 months later. This annoying habit had disappeared. He told me that since using the word imprints, he was much sharper mentally and intended to continue using them. Cancel and replace. With any habit, you have to find the cause and then set about removing it. With William and this habit of checking and rechecking, I analyzed the problem and considered the cause to be one of tension, lack of confidence and composure. It then became a matter of replacing the tension, lack of confidence and composure. Whenever you experience a negative thought such as those William did, cancel them out by pushing them aside and replace them with a positive thought. Do not allow negative thoughts to become repetitious and subsequently habitual. Erase the habit for good. Should you be one of many who wish to kick the habit of smoking, Uni-Psychics word imprints and visualizations will help you to eradicate the habit, but do not expect a lifetime's habit to be erased virtually overnight. I have known people to have hypnosis as a cure, and in some cases it has taken many sessions, others only 1 or 2. On the other hand, in some cases, it has failed to cancel out the habit at all. Many former smokers have rid themselves of the habit by replacing it with another, such as eating sweets. To be lasting and effective, the canceling out and replacing technique must be done at the mental level rather than the physical. Picture yourself without the habit. Smokers who prefer to use Uni-Psychics visualizations, use as prescribed earlier in this book. In your visualizations, see yourself looking fit and healthy, without nicotine stains on your fingers, running for a bus without collapsing, possessing the things you feel smoking does not allow you to afford, such as a car, holidays abroad, new clothes, etc., etc. See all these things within your visualizations. The following word imprints are composed for your use to eradicate smoking. I am relaxed and in control of my mind and body. I overcome negative thoughts and habits. I discharge the negative habit of smoking. I can and will stop smoking. If you feel you would like to add some relevant factor to these word imprints, do so, particularly if you feel the factor is contributory to the cause of you smoking. For it is with all these habits familiarize yourself with their pattern of once this has been done the birth, that is the cause that creates the desire, cause that must be removed. Desire may remain through repetitive grooved thoughts, which must be programmed out of the mind with Uni-Psychics word imprints. Points to be reinforced. 1. A desire is created by a cause. 2. From desire a habit is born. 3. Remove the cause and the desire becomes suspended from its source. 4. Grooved and repetitive thoughts originating from that desire are to be cancelled out and replaced by positive programming with Uni-Psychics. 5. When the desire is cancelled out and replaced by positive reprogramming, your habit ceases to be. 6. This canceling out and reprogramming of the mind is effected by Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the Universe visualizations or word imprints. 7. You can kick any habit you wish with this power. Chapter 8. Have a longer life with perfect health and vitality. To have perfect health over a long lifespan seems to most of us an unobtainable ideal. None of us want to grow old. We all want a longer lifespan with perfect health, and it is not beyond us. You can attain this with Uni-Psychics. You would have to apply yourselves to the task of motivating your desire and willpower to use the miracle power of the universe. Uni-Psychics. For this is the power that will turn your desire into reality. Swim with the current. When you activate the miracle power of Uni-Psychics, it is like switching on an immense current of power, a current that knows the route it has to take to realize your desires. In order to obtain the maximum benefit from this current of power, you must swim with it. You must cooperate with it. You must not impede its power in any way. To do so will only distort the expression of this power, and by doing so, will not realize your desires to the fullest. Jim finds the source of vitality. Jim H. from County Durham in England made an appointment to see me, and when I saw him, I estimated his age to be somewhere in his mid-50s. He told me that his problem was a constant lack of vitality. On visiting his doctor, he was given a thorough examination, which revealed absolutely nothing that would contribute to this lack of vitality. Naturally, Jim's doctor gave him an all-clear and a prescription for a tonic from the chemist. Jim felt no appreciable benefit from the tonic, so he then decided to come and see me. I questioned Jim about his life generally and found nothing to be alarmed about. He ate and slept well, did not smoke and drank very little alcohol. He did not appear to be overweight, and he told me that he took long walks regularly to give himself exercise. In an effort to find out more about him, I asked Jim his age. He told me 44. I was a little shocked and tried hard not to show it. In a further question, I asked him his star sign, to which he answered, Virgo, of which I am typical. I asked what he meant by that, to which a flow of bitter self-criticism flowed from him. The main theme of these criticisms seemed to be that he was hypercritical of others, and in all honesty negative about most things. I saw it then in a flash. Jim's problem was that his vitality was constantly dissipated by his hypercritical and negative attitudes, which absolutely drained his vitality. I recommended that he applied Uni-Psychics visualizations and word imprints to erase his negative thinking and promote energy and vitality. Jim revisited me 6 months later. What a transformation! Vitality seemed to exude from every pore. He seemed so alive. He told me he felt completely in harmony with himself and life. He had widened his interests and was living life to the full. To me, he looked 20 years younger, and Jim assured me he felt it. Be in unison with yourself. Do not distort your life or its expression with negative thinking. Be positive in thought and action. Remember, mind is all. Work in harmony with yourself mentally and physically. Assist the current to promote health and vitality. When you have activated the current of this miraculous power, Uni-Psychics for health and vitality, you should assist it as much as possible with good health habits. Whilst I do not wish to issue forth a rigid list of do's and don'ts, I think we should consider a few of the following. A. Sufficient sleep and rest is essential. B. Daily relaxation period to combat possible stress. C. Gentle non-straining exercise to keep body fit. D. Daily period of correct breathing techniques. E. Keep yourself at your best weight. F. Never overeat. Always try to eat food which possesses vitamins, minerals, and general goodness. G. Safeguard your eyes with an appointment with your optician if required. Also regular checkups with your dentist. H. Avoid stimulants in any form if possible, in example, drugs, alcohol, tobacco, and even tea and coffee if you can. I think young with Uni-Psychics, and you will be. Let us look at these suggestions a little closer. Sleep. We all need sufficient sleep and rest for our well-being. The period of sleep we require varies with each of us, and you should ascertain through experiments and observation the length of sleep you require. As deep sleep is the most beneficial, you should, as a prelude to sleep, use a short session of Uni-Psychics word imprints, such as, I have expressed myself to the best of my ability. I am fully relaxed and thankful. I will express myself to my potential. I will rest and be refreshed in that knowledge. Relaxation. A daily period of relaxation does wonders to reduce any possible stress accumulated during your daily activities. An important factor is that once you have become familiar with the state of being totally relaxed, you can then try shorter sessions of relaxation virtually anywhere and recognize when you enter the state of total relaxation. For complete mental and physical relaxation, the yoga dead pose is recommended. Any yoga manual will include it in its pages. Exercise. I suggest gentle, non-straining exercise, as this is a good guideline. Yoga exercises, swimming, walking, and jogging are just a few that fall into this category. Breathing. Daily sessions of deep breathing exercises or yoga breathing techniques will help to improve your breathing and general well-being. Weight. If you are not aware of your best weight, that is the weight you feel or look best at, then I would suggest to you that through the processes of experiments and monitoring your weight, you find that which is best suited to you. Keep at that weight with constant visits to the scales. Eating habits. It is said you are what you eat and think. Therefore, you should be careful as to what you eat. Most of us eat far too much of most things, and not enough of important foods such as vitamins, minerals, and what is termed life force within our food. You should leave the food table feeling you could eat a little more. This ensures you have not overeaten, a very bad habit. A balanced diet is a good thing to aim for, one that includes plenty of fresh fruit, vegetables, protein, vitamins, and minerals. There are many publications to be obtained on this subject if you feel you need to study it a little more. Regular checkups. Never ignore any symptoms that all is not well with you physically. Regular checks with your dentist and optician, if you wear glasses, are essential. Visit your doctor for advice and a checkup if you ever feel it is required. Avoid stimulants. Avoid as much as possible any stimulants, an example, drugs, alcohol, tobacco, and if possible, tea and coffee. Drugs certainly must be avoided. Tobacco also, if at all possible. With alcohol, it is a matter of balance. What is known as the odd drink of beer certainly will not harm you, and in some instances is good for you. It is the same with wine. If you must, take it in moderation. Spirits should be avoided. Tea and coffee are more difficult as they are looked upon, more as a social drink. Nonetheless, as with all these stimulants, avoid them if possible. If not, take them in moderation. Positive thinking for positive health. Always think positively about your health. Think young and healthy. So it will be. Age in terms of years is no barrier. Think young, and for your years you will be. Think good health, and it is yours. It can be obtained through the miracle power of Uni-Psychics. Paula thought her weight away. Paula A. came to see me from her home in Hampshire. She had been divorced 4 years previously after a pretty bad marriage. Paula had 2 children, and she had a struggle to carry on financially. She would like to remarry, but she felt her overweight problem put her at a disadvantage. I asked her about her eating habits, and she freely admitted they were fairly uncontrolled. Apart from what she ate at the recognized mealtimes, Paula also fitted in a couple of snacks between meals. I felt Paula was using food as a substitute for love and companionship. I introduced her to Uni-Psychics, creative meditation, and word imprints. In her creative meditation, I suggested that she put herself into a meditative state by concentrating on deep, slowed breathing, counting each breath starting from number 10 and working backwards. When she finished her 10 breaths, start again. When she felt in a daydreaming, relaxed meditative state, I told her to imagine a blank screen in her mind's eye. On that screen, she was to see herself as she would like to be. Slim, healthy, attractive. When Paula was satisfied with this image of herself, she was to meditate upon that image. With her word imprints, I suggested the following. I am totally relaxed and receptive. I give love, understanding, and companionship. I am in harmony with myself and my life. I am a slim, attractive 9 stust, 5 pounds, 131 pounds. Paula wrote to me 18 months later with a small photograph of her with her new husband. She looked so young, slim, and attractive. In her accompanying letter, she told me how marvelous she felt at 9 stust, 5 pounds with the wonderful man she had recently married. Paula thanked me and Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. See the new you. Paula reprogrammed through Uni-Psychics her mind and subsequently her body to a new weight and state of harmony. Paula saw herself in her meditation and reinforced this by describing the mental and physical being she desired with Uni-Psychics word imprints. How Thelma looked years younger. I met Thelma from Buffalo in New York. She was with a former student of mine whom I was meeting socially. Also with Thelma was her son Gary, who looked to be in his early 20s. This rather puzzled me as Thelma looked to be around her mid to late 20s. As we become less formal after dinner, I mentioned this question of ages to Thelma. On reflection, a rather dangerous thing to do with a lady. Thelma countered my query with the direct question, "How old do you think I am?" I said I had to be honest and told Thelma she looked mid to late 20s. Thelma laughed. She told me to try again with the information that Gary was 22 years of age. I was absolutely void of any idea of Thelma's age, except by adding Gary's age to Thelma's age as a young mother. I did this. I was still 6 years out. Thelma was 45 years of age and looked anything down to 25. How did she do it? Apparently, the former student of mine introduced Thelma to Uni-Psychics. Thelma applied Uni-Psychics creative meditation together with her diet and physical culture to slow down her body's aging process. Your body is what it thinks it is. Thelma had reprogrammed her mind to think her body was much younger than it was in terms of years. You can do this with Uni-Psychics. Tell your body through Uni-Psychics that it is younger than it is, and it will be. It is no great secret, it is a fact. Remember, you are what you think you are. Give yourself good health and vitality every day. In order to promote and maintain good health and vitality, I recommend that you infuse Uni-Psychics energy flow into your whole being. This infusion can be effected with Uni-Psychics vitalizations daily. Just sit in a comfortable when you enter into straight-back chair and put yourself into a meditative state by concentrating on your breathing. This meditative state, see yourself in your Uni-Psychics visualizations, taking into every part of your body a liquid gold energy. Visualize it entering the top of your body at the head and saturating every part of your body as it works its way downwards towards your feet, until finally your whole being has been infused with this tremendous energy. To reinforce this Uni-Psychics energy flow, you may add appropriate Uni-Psychics word imprints if you wish. Your life, health, and time are precious. In this chapter, you have seen how Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe can enhance your life, health, and time. All these things are precious to you if you are to make the most of your opportunities and potential in this lifetime. Use them all to their fullest potential with the tremendous help of Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. Points to be reinforced. 1. You can have a longer life with perfect health and vitality. 2. Swim with the current of Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. 3. Be in unison and harmony with yourself. 4. Look and consider your lifestyle and eliminate anything that is bad for your health and vitality. 5. Positive thinking for positive health. 6. See the new you, and it will be so. 7. Give yourself good health and vitality every day with Uni-Psychics energy flow. 8. Your life, health, and time are precious. Use them to their fullest potential with Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the Universe. Chapter 9. Heal yourself and others. To heal yourself and others can be done via the miraculous power of Uni-Psychics. Healing someone else through Uni-Psychics healing is to heal through mind-to-mind contact. Where your mind through Uni-Psychics visualizations contacts the mind of the person requiring healing and instructs or programs that mind to heal its physical body. I shall first of all deal with healing others before going on to healing yourself, and in each case I shall go through the Uni-Psychics healing procedure in stages. Each stage will be titled, and at the end of these stages I will present case histories. Prepare yourself to heal. As with Uni-Psychics Miracle Power, desire is of prime importance with Uni-Psychics healing. That desire being to heal another, and that desire must be strong. Once that desire has been established, all negative thoughts must be cleared from your mind. There is absolutely no doubt that Uni-Psychics healing works, no doubt at all. Therefore, any doubts must be gently pushed from your mind. Once you have reached this mental stage, you can proceed on to the next stage. Relaxation and meditation. You should now sit comfortably in a straight-backed chair with your head level and feet flat on the floor. With eyes closed, you should now begin to concentrate on your breathing. Make it deeper and slower, counting each breath, starting at number 10 and working backwards to number 1. When this point has been reached, start again at number 10. Continue this for a few minutes until you feel completely relaxed and in a meditative state. Mind contact with Uni-Psychics healing. At this stage, you should know the name, approximate age, sex, and address or location of the person you wish to heal. You should know what it is you desire to heal. With this information obtained prior to your healing session, you now see this person with their injury, illness, or whatever it is they are suffering from in your Uni-Psychics visualizations. You see them suffering from their injury or illness, and you pinpoint the area on their body in question, and you begin to see this injury or illness gradually disappearing until the healing is complete. Then you visualize the person in question cured or healed. See the sufferer healed. At the end of your healing, before you break your contact with the other person, it is imperative that you see them in your visualizations healed. That is, free from their injury or illness. E.g., someone suffering with a badly sprained ankle, which forces them to limp very badly. At the end of your healing session, you see them walking and running without any trace of a limp. They are healed and whole again with Uni-Psychics healing. Use of color energies. In your healing work, the use of color energy is beneficial to you, the healer, and the person being healed. For you, the healer, by using energy that is colored, makes that energy distinguishable, and therefore aiding the whole healing process. Each color used in Uni-Psychics healing has its own qualities, which I shall list at the end of this stage. In using color energy in your healing, visualize this energy in a mist or cloud form, entering every pore of the area being healed. See this energy permeate the whole affected area that is suffering. Color energies with their specific qualities. Red energy will activate dormant energy and sluggish organs. Green energy rebuilds damaged areas. Assists revitalization. Synonymous with growth. Blue energy creates calmness and tranquility. Yellow energy assists any purification processes. Sun gold energy for clearing and energizing your whole system. White energy is infinite pure energy, cures all ailments. The use of the foregoing color energies will enhance the quality of your healing work, whether it be for others or yourself. Breaking the healing contact. When you have arrived at the end of your healing session for yourself or another, break your contact gently by beginning to concentrate on your breathing a little more, which in effect brings your conscious mind into play more, and your Uni-Psychics healing visualizations will just fade as your conscious thoughts on your breathing become more pronounced. Imagine drawing a curtain over the whole of the Uni-Psychics healing proceedings. Once this is done, just carry on with your normal daily routine in the knowledge that Uni-Psychics healing continues its work long after we have initially instigated that healing power. You can heal both known and unknown persons. With Uni-Psychics healing visualizations, you can heal persons that are both known and unknown to you. It is important that if the person to be healed is unknown to you, that you know their approximate age, address, and location and sex. With your early healing work, it will help, or even be imperative, to know of their ailment. As your healing work continues and improves, you will find that it is not always necessary to know of the ailment in question. Many healers using Uni-Psychics healing visualizations can see the injury or illness on contact with the sufferer. Healing from a distance. Distance between yourself and the person you wish to heal is of no consequence. They can be on the other side of the world if you like. Contact is made instantly, and it is of no detriment to Uni-Psychics healing power with such distances involved. Minimize the possibility of negative thinking. It is advisable not to let the person you are healing know of this, unless, of course, they have requested the healing. Uni-Psychics healing is a matter of your Uni-Psychics visualizations contacting and programming the mind of the person to be healed. You are in effect transferring your Uni-Psychics visualizations to the subconscious mind of the person to be healed. Therefore, their mind has been instructed how to do so by your Uni-Psychics visualizations. If the person to be healed is not aware of this, there is little or no possibility of them obstructing the healing with negative thoughts. If it is a case of the person to be healed requesting the healing, then the possibility of negative thoughts blocking the healing is minimal. Healing yourself. In healing yourself with Uni-Psychics healing visualizations, the procedure is basically the same as healing another. The obvious difference is, of course, that you are using the healing power of Uni-Psychics visualizations directly on yourself. The other differences being that in most cases you are aware of the area to be healed and any cause to be eliminated. Once again, I cannot emphasize too much the necessity to remove any doubts or negative thinking on your part. It works. Healing your pets. You can also heal your pets. Dogs, cats, budgerigars, etc., etc. Uni-Psychics healing visualizations will heal these pets as effectively as healing yourselves. The procedure is as with healing another person. Yearn for the healing. Whatever the illness or ailment, Uni-Psychics healing visualizations can cure it. But our healing power is dependent upon our willpower and desire to heal. The desire to heal must be intensified to the point of absolute yearning, a yearning that must be answered by the manifestation of the object of your yearning. Case histories. In the following case histories I am going to present to you. Uni-Psychics healing visualizations was the method of healing used. Percy overcomes serious liver complaint. Percy G. of Newcastle in England had just been told by his doctor following tests that he had a serious liver complaint which gave him only a short time to live. He was told to report to a specialist at his local hospital every 3 months. Percy knew of Uni-Psychics healing visualizations and decided he would try to heal himself. After all, what had he to lose? He was not working, and therefore had the time, with his wife and family around him. He certainly had the desire. A schedule of 3 20-minute healing sessions a day was set by Percy using red energy, then green, yellow, and finally white energy in each session. At the end of the 3 months, Percy visited the specialist at hospital, who declared at the end of the tests and X-ray taken that there was no change whatsoever in Percy's condition, and he was to continue taking his drugs. Percy continued with his Uni-Psychics healing visualizations and his drugs. On his next visit to the specialist for an X-ray and tests, Percy could feel the excitement in the specialist's voice when he announced that there was a change in Percy's condition for the better, in fact, very much for the better. a decision by Percy at that point resulting in him discontinuing the drugs. Percy's wife was a little dismayed by this, but Percy assured her all would be well. 3 months later, Percy stood beside an astonished medical specialist, who told him that there was absolutely no sign of any liver complaint. The whole liver was now healthy and without any trace of disease. Percy mentioned his healing sessions to the specialist, who just shrugged his shoulders and smiled. Percy was asked to see the specialist again in 1 month's time, when again the X-ray and tests clearly showed there was definitely no sign or trace of any complaint. Percy found himself another job and is now living his life to the full again. You are not in competition. Perhaps many of us would not agree with Percy's action of discontinuing his drugs. The final results showed that it was of no consequence. It is well to remember at all times that you are not in competition with the medical profession in any way, in fact, quite the reverse. You should look upon your relationship with the medical profession as one of working together as allies in a common cause. Ulcer disappears without trace. Linda S. lived at home with her parents in Newark, New Jersey, USA. Her father, unable to work due to a heart condition, had now developed a stomach ulcer, which his doctor wanted to operate upon for 2 reasons. Firstly, the doctor considered the ulcer was likely to burst and should therefore be removed. And secondly, Linda's father had lost so much weight that he was positively skinny. The doctor was afraid to operate due to Linda's father's heart condition. Linda decided to try healing the ulcer through Uni-Psychics healing visualizations. She used 2 sessions a day of 15 minutes duration, using blue, green, and sun gold energies. Within 6 weeks, Linda's father had noticeably gained weight. In 3 months he was a different man, back to his former self and enjoying life. He went to his doctor 6 months after this, and the doctor could not believe his eyes. Linda's father was back to his normal weight. His heart condition was very much improved, and after scanning his latest X-ray there was no trace of the ulcer whatsoever, not even a scar where the ulcer had healed. Colleague and his marriage are healed. Carl J. looked at one of his office colleagues in Nottingham one morning and was dismayed at what he saw. This particular colleague, whom I shall refer to as Ken, had up to 3 months ago looked a picture of health, but now he appeared to be a tired old man, overweight and with deep circles under his eyes. Carl took the bull by the horns and commented on Ken's appearance. Ken replied with a very sorry story of how his marriage was slowly breaking up. Ken explained how he was unable to cope at home due to his tiredness, which he attributed to insomnia and his excess weight. Carl started Uni-Psychics healing visualization sessions that day, unknown to Ken. Blue, red, and sun gold energies were used to calm, energize, and clear Ken's whole system. Within a week, Carl could see Ken was on the road to recovery. At the end of 2 months, he was the Ken of old. Carl again commented on Ken's appearance, but this time to say how well he looked, and Ken told Carl that a miracle had happened. He felt as well as he had ever done, and his marriage was the wonderful relationship it had been previously. Cat saved from near-death situation. Nina lived with her husband and cat near Southampton in the south of England. As Nina and her husband had no children, their cat Bimbo was very near and dear to them. Unfortunately, Bimbo contracted cat flu, with which his health deteriorated. Nina took him to the local vet, who gave Bimbo an injection and a course of tablets. Bimbo did not respond to this treatment very well, and Nina returned to the vet with him. The vet was clearly concerned, and Nina saw this as she recalled being told by several well-meaning people that cat flu can be fatal. The vet prescribed further tablets, but Bimbo's condition did not improve at all, and he became a matter of grave concern to Nina and her husband. With this continuing concern, Nina decided to use Uni-Psychics healing visualizations for Bimbo. Nina used yellow, red, and white energies twice a day. At the end of the 5th day, there was a marked improvement in Bimbo's condition. He had stopped sneezing and was a little more active. After 10 days, Bimbo was apparently cured and free of cat flu. Use this potential for health and time. The foregoing case histories were illustrated to give you some idea of the potential you have with Uni-Psychics healing visualizations. There is no need to suffer poor health or low vitality with this power at our disposal. Our time is precious to us. It is irreplaceable, and therefore the fullest use must be made of it. That can only be so with good health and vitality. Service yourself daily. Service yourself every day with a healing session using sun, gold, or white energy. Or if you feel disturbed and nervous, calm yourself with blue energy. It will be well worth it, and the time involved in this self-service healing will be more than repaid with good mental and physical health brought about by Uni-Psychics healing visualizations. Points to be reinforced. 1. Prepare yourself to heal, relax, and meditate. 2. Make a mind contact and see the sufferer healed. 3. Use color energies and their specific qualities. 4. Break the contact gently. 5. You can heal known and unknown persons. 6. You can heal from a distance. 7. Minimize the possibility of negative thoughts. 8. You can heal yourself and your pets. 9. Desire and yearn for the healing. 10. You are not in competition with the medical profession. 11. Use the potential of Uni-Psychics healing visualizations to its fullest. 12. Service yourself daily, mentally and physically. Chapter 10. Find your answers in dreams and visions. Dreams play a larger part in your life than you realize. Look at the number of times dreams are mentioned in song titles or lyrics. Or you refer to the girl or man of your dreams. Some personal event you may look back on as a dream start, dream debut, or the answer to my dreams. Many of man's worthwhile ideals and inventions began as a vision or dream. That dream not always being experienced whilst asleep in bed. Many of those ideals and inventions were the result of a daydream or vision, which eventually manifested into reality. Sigmund Freud believed all dreams have some sexual significance. Carl Jung disagreed with this, and believed dreams to be the result of messages passed from the subconscious mind. Use this energy to find the answers. Dreams are without doubt a source of energy which you can tap with Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. This source can provide you with answers to your problems, whatever they are. It can warn you of some impending danger, e.g. house fire or road accident. This source can also provide you with information from the future, e.g. rising or falling shares, or the winner of some sporting event. These messages can come to you in the form your dreams usually take, or they may manifest in symbol form. Shape the lives of you and yours. You can shape your life and destiny with this power by harnessing and using it with Uni-Psychics. You can achieve this by projecting your ideas, problems, questions, and queries to your subconscious and superconscious minds with Uni-Psychics methods. Submit it and await the answer. Once you have projected your desire, it will be processed and dealt with at the higher vibrational level of your superconscious mind, and sure enough it will be answered or made known in your dreams or a vision. Christine knew all the answers. Christine R. was a mature student at a London college. She was studying hairdressing, and it meant a lot to her as she was a divorcee with 2 dependent children. If she passed her exams and received her diploma, she was virtually assured of obtaining a job. Christine was a good student doing well on her course, particularly with the practical work. Unfortunately, her theory knowledge was not so good, and this worried her. Christine decided to pose this problem to the power of Uni-Psychics creative meditation. She meditated upon this problem each night before retiring for 5 nights. On the 6th night, she had a vivid dream in which she found she was in her college. In the tutor's office, she opened a drawer, and there facing her was the written theory paper for the forthcoming exams. Christine looked at the questions. There were 8 of them, studied them, then closed the drawer. First thing in the morning, Christine recalled the dream and could still see the 8 questions clearly. She quickly wrote the questions down on paper. Although not too sure about this response to her problem, Christine decided to study each question and find a comprehensive answer. This she did as she considered there was nothing to lose, and she was gaining in knowledge anyway. The time for the exams arrived, and Christine coped with the practical part of the exam quite comfortably, and now faced the afternoon in which the written exam would take place. As Christine sat at the desk on which there was a folder containing the question paper, which was not to be looked at until told to do so. On being told to do so, Christine's heart was racing. But all was well. The question paper was exactly as seen in her dream. Christine passed her exam with a highly commended diploma and is now reaping the rewards from using Uni-Psychics creative meditation. It is at your disposal. Use it. Christine is a very good hairdresser, but at college she realized her weakness in theory, and due to family commitments, she had no spare time to correct the weakness. Therefore, she used the miraculous power at her disposal, and it worked. Soccer coach Bobby finds the solution. Bobby M. was a soccer coach with a professional side in the north of England. His team had experienced a very poor season. They were near the bottom of the league, but with a large measure of luck had fought their way to the final of the English Cup. Bobby knew his opponents for this cup final well. He knew their strengths and weaknesses, but could not plan any strategy to combat the strengths and exploit the weaknesses. Bobby pondered and considered every plan he could, but none seemed adequate. With his knowledge of Uni-Psychics creative meditation, Bobby meditated on this problem every night in bed just before he went to sleep. After a few nights, Bobby had a dream in which his team were playing another he did not recognize. Bobby's team won the game by a big margin, but what mystified him was that his side was playing with a method that he knew, but had never used with his team. The very next day, Bobby arranged a practice game for his team with the reserve team. Bobby's team played so well using this newfound system that he visualized his team using it playing against his cup final opponents and concluded his team could win. In the cup final, Bobby's team won using the system in the dream. Not only did they win, they won handsomely, thanks to Uni-Psychics creative meditation. An infallible source of information. Again, a problem was solved with the answer within a dream that was created from the subconscious and/or superconscious mind. This is an infallible source of information when tapped by Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. He knew by the view. Graham M. lived in South London and was very unhappy in his job. His unhappiness was affecting his home life and marriage, so he decided to apply for a number of job vacancies. Graham wrote away for numerous jobs for which he was qualified. This situation culminated in Graham attending interviews for 3 different jobs, which he could not separate in order of choice. He desperately wanted to find the right job for obvious reasons, so he submitted the problem to Uni-Psychics creative meditation before going to sleep. The next night, Graham experienced a dream in which he saw himself working in an office with 2 other people, looking out over the River Thames. All 3 interviews were attended by Graham. On each one, the interviewers were very pleasant, and in terms of salary and promotion prospects, there was nothing to choose between the 3 jobs. With the exception that at the conclusion of the second interview, one of the interviewers invited Graham to look at the office in which he would be working if chosen, and he accepted the job. This office had 2 people working in it and had a fine view of the River Thames. Graham was offered that job, and needless to say, he accepted it. From that time onwards, his marriage and home life improved, and he was a much happier man. Answer may sometimes be obscure. The answer we require is not always straightforward, as with the last case history. The only clue was the view and number of people working in the office. Sometimes the answer is given in a more obscure fashion, as with the next case history. Dinah saw the crash. Money problems were a new experience to Dinah Q from Cheltenham in the west of England. Her husband had an acute drinking problem, had lost his job, and the bills were coming in fast. Dinah needed money to settle those bills, but was unable to see where it would come from. She had some shares with a large shipping company, but did not wish to sell them. Dinah knew approximately how much she required to clear the bills, so she applied herself to using Uni-Psychics thought beams. She had written on a piece of paper the amount of money required to pay the bills, and concentrated on that amount with the Uni-Psychics thought beams. After a few days, Dinah experienced a bad dream in which she saw herself riding on the back of an eagle whilst in flight. Suddenly, the eagle dived towards some rocks. Dinah was thrown off and unhurt, but the eagle was killed. This dream puzzled and haunted Dinah for days, until finally she had to face the unpaid bills and make a positive decision on how to pay them. In an effort to make her final decision concerning the shares, Dinah began to look at the company's last financial report. She then noticed the emblem of the company. There it was at the top of the financial report, an eagle. This made Dinah's decision easy. She would sell those shares, which she did. They realized enough money to cover the bills with some to spare. 3 months later, Dinah read in the financial news that the shipping company had gone broke. The dream instigated by Uni-Psychics thought beams had saved Dinah a lot of money. The power that never sleeps. If you wish to learn anything through the medium of a dream, the best time to use your Uni-Psychics method is as near to your bedtime as possible. It helps if you spend those relaxed moments as you drift into the sleep state, concentrating on your desires. This reinforces your earlier work and adds to your Uni-Psychics power, which never sleeps. It is always there, available for those who recognize it. From vision to star-studded movie. Frank W. lived just outside Los Angeles. He earned his living by writing for publishers on a commission basis. In the last year, Frank had not been able to produce one decent original idea for a good book. He even thought his talent for writing had deserted him. One day, just to break the monotony and frustration of exploring the barren areas of his mind, Frank decided to take a long walk into the countryside, something he seldom did. It was a warm, sunny day, and Frank decided to sit in the sun and use Uni-Psychics visualizations to help with his problem. After his visualizations, he started to walk slowly home. Frank suddenly had a vision of a monastery on the top of a hill in a country at war. Frank held this vision in his mind. When he arrived home, he started to make notes and formulate a story, which not only became a bestseller, it was also adopted for a big star-studded movie. Thanks to Uni-Psychics visualizations. Uni-Psychics manifests prolific creativity. When Frank discussed this vision with me at a later date, he wondered why it had manifested at that particular time and in that way. After all, he had been trying for a year to create a good story with no success at all. It seemed, he said, that his imagination had dried up. With all creative people, whatever their field, there are fallow periods, but by using Uni-Psychics, your inner force of creativity is greatly enhanced and much more prolific. No doubt tension was a great barrier to Frank's creative writing. With any of the Uni-Psychics methods, relaxation is an important part of them, for it heightens our awareness, and therefore the power of Uni-Psychics is tapped more easily and manifests more abundantly. As soon as Frank relaxed in the sun and employed the miraculous power of Uni-Psychics, his creative force was activated to a very high degree. Look for the problem, you may have the answer. If you experience a dream following the use of Uni-Psychics, look closely at your life, question any problems or area of discontent you may be experiencing. For that dream or vision may be giving you the answer in a rather obscure way. History is littered with dreams and visions from which many events occurred that shaped and reshaped the history of mankind. Points to be reinforced. 1. Dreams play a larger part in our lives than we realize. 2. Many of man's ideals and inventions began as a vision or dream. 3. Use this energy form to find the answers. 4. Shape the lives of you and yours with the help of dreams and visions. 5. Submit your desires and await the answer in your dreams and visions. 6. Use this power of dreams and visions with Uni-Psychics. It is at your disposal. 7. Dreams and visions created by Uni-Psychics within your subconscious, superconscious mind are an infallible source of information. 8. Answers to our problems may sometimes be obscure. 9. This power at our disposal never sleeps. 10. Uni-Psychics manifests prolific creativity. 11. Look for the problem, you may have the answer. Chapter 11. How to locate lost treasures and people. You are, by using the miracle power of the universe Uni-Psychics, capable of finding anything that is lost. You can find lost people whether they be your loved ones or strangers to you. You can also find lost pets, possessions or hidden treasure and valuables. Water, oil and minerals can also be located and traced. You can achieve all this by employing the methods of Uni-Psychics to focus its power on the lost person or object. You also have a very powerful ally when locating people and objects. That is, energy radiation. As you know, everything is a form of energy, and therefore that energy radiates from its form, whatever that may be. So everything radiates energy, including people. With people, you know this energy radiation as vibrations. You sometimes meet someone for the first time, and afterwards you comment on the good or bad vibrations. If you tune yourself into vibrations at all times, it can be a great help to you. I have mentioned the good or bad vibes radiated by people you meet. Also, you are able to tune into vibrations in a room or place frequented by people, and therefore you feel their vibrations. These vibrations are picked up by your superconscious mind when enhanced by the Uni-Psychics methods. When attempting to find a missing person, another ally can be an item of that person's clothing, which would of course contain their vibrations, particularly if that item had been worn just prior to the person's disappearance. With finding lost treasure or valuables, water, oil or minerals, you will need the use of a divining rod, which is a Y-shaped rod made of wood or metal. This is used as an antennae to pick up the vibrations from the object being located. In such a case, the general location of the object to be found can be ascertained by the use of Uni-Psychics alone, and then a divining rod used for what I would term fine-tuning into the exact location of whatever is being sought. Neighbor's dog roams to unknown lake. A near neighbor of mine called to see me early one morning in a very tearful and agitated state. This neighbor had a beautiful Labrador dog called Rex, who was very often away roaming over the fields and woodlands. For a few hours this neighbor was not too concerned, as Rex had behaved this way before. After 48 hours she was so worried that she called to see me, tearful and seeking help. I asked my neighbor if she could fetch me anything Rex had close contact with. She went home and returned with a blanket that Rex laid on in a large box. I said I would contact her in a short while. I totally relaxed mentally and physically in a straight-backed chair and meditated with Uni-Psychics creative meditation on the blanket that Rex used. After a while I saw a wooded area in which there was a small lake. This vision stayed with me for some time. Afterwards I saw our neighbor and told her of my vision. This neighbor immediately started to think about any water with woodlands within our immediate area. There was one 4 or 5 miles away, which our neighbor made for in her car. I did not see our neighbor again that day, but she telephoned me late in the afternoon to say that she had found Rex safe and well. Apparently she went to this lake 4 to 5 miles away. After searching for a while she came across a fisherman. Our neighbor asked if he had seen Rex. Unfortunately he had not, and in the ensuing conversation, it was discovered that there was another small lake by an area of woodland, just another 3 miles away. Off went our neighbor to this hitherto unknown lake. She found it, and with it was Rex, who had made friends with some young people who were camping and fishing there. I went to the lake a few days later, and after walking around the lake, I found one particular angle of looking over it, with the woodland at the side and back, that looked exactly as I saw it in my vision. Relax mentally and physically. You will have to relax mentally and physically, as I did in using this Uni-Psychics method, together with some item personally used by the missing person or pet. If this is not possible, then perhaps a photograph of that person or pet. Then let Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe do the rest. Robert regained his trophies with a dowsing rod. Robert D. from Ohio, USA had his house burgled one weekend when he was away with his family. A lot of damage was done to the interior of the house. Some money was taken together with some items of great sentimental value to Robert and his family. Amongst these sentimental items were some silver trophies Robert had won for tennis. After many months of police work, every lead to the stolen items proved useless, and Robert mentioned this to a friend of his who indulged in psychic studies, including Uni-Psychics, and he agreed to help. He obtained from Robert a photograph of Robert being presented with one of the stolen trophies on which he meditated with Uni-Psychics creative meditation. In his meditation, he saw a local well-known beauty spot, within which was a hill just covered in grass, no trees or bushes, just grass. This friend recognized it immediately in his meditation, as it was the top of the hill which could be reached by a roadway that passed close by. Robert and his friend immediately went by car to the spot. Once there, the friend produced a divining rod from his car and immediately went to work. After seeking some sign of vibrations from the rod, it suddenly came to life. Robert pinpointed the spot where the vibrations were strongest and began carefully to dig around that spot. Eventually, a metal box was revealed that contained everything that was stolen with the exception of the money. Tune in with your dowsing rod. Your dowsing rod can be made of wood or metal, so long as it is thin enough to react to vibrations. Even a Y-shaped twig from a tree will do. Once your rod has picked up the vibratory energy given off by whatever you seek, your rod will move in a fashion that indicates it is tuned in to your objective. Maureen's circus performance. Judith and Melvin from Oregon in the USA had a daughter, Maureen, aged 15, who was slightly subnormal mentally and went to a special school for the mentally handicapped. One summer's day, Maureen did not return home from school at the usual time, and for some time Judith was not unduly worried. But after 2 hours, Judith felt a little uneasy. This had never happened before, and Melvin was away on a business trip. Judith telephoned around to some of Maureen's school friends, but none were able to help. Judith considered contacting the police, but on reflection, thought it a little premature. It was an early summer's evening with at least 3 hours daylight left. From time to time, Judith went to the front door of the house to see if Maureen was in sight, and on doing so, saw her friend from nearby. Judith related the whole story and was very near to tears. Her friend asked Judith if she could borrow a personal item of Maureen's. Judith gave her such an item and left. 90 minutes later, Maureen and Judith's friend from nearby were ringing the front door bell. Judith's friend decided to explain why she asked for a personal item of Maureen's and how they arrived at the front door together. The friend explained she was a student of Uni-Psychics and used the creative meditation method to tune into Maureen's vibrations. In her meditation, she saw Maureen amongst a lot of trucks and people. The word circus was also coming through strongly. Judith's friend thought long and hard, and suddenly it hit her. There was a circus in town. In fact, it was between Maureen's school and her home. The friend went off as fast as she could. When she arrived at the circus venue, the crowds for the evening performance were just disappearing inside. Then she spotted Maureen quite happily watching the people and listening to the music. I understand that Judith, in her gratitude, took her friend and Maureen to revisit the circus. Use the 3 Ps. To locate objects and people with Uni-Psychics, it requires patience, practice, and perseverance, as required with all your other Uni-Psychics work. Also, as with your other work, your patience, practice, and perseverance will be rewarded. Sooner or later, you will receive some impressions, whatever method you use. These impressions may manifest as an intuitive feeling or hunch. Whichever way it manifests, just let it flow. Your first thought, feeling, or word is vital. Once your thoughts begin to flow, just let them continue easily and lightly. Do not push the process, otherwise you may distort the flow. Just let it happen and analyze the whole proceedings later. Dowsing rod comes to the rescue. A friend of mine who worked in a small branch of a bank told me an amusing story of gas board workers who had to effect some work on a gas main pipe, but were a little apprehensive as they were informed that also under the main road through the village was a water main pipe. Unfortunately, the water authority for that area could not tell the gas board exactly where the water main could be located. This was a topic of amusement in the local pub, but fortunately for everybody, a local resident heard the story and offered his services to locate the water main, which he did by the use of Uni-Psychics creative meditation and a dowsing rod. The water main pipe was exactly where the local resident said it would be, and crossed over the road precisely where he indicated. Police use this power. Many police forces throughout the world are making use of powerful psychics to locate missing persons and objects with a high degree of success. Points to be reinforced. 1. You can find any person, pet, or object with Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. 2. You have powerful allies in energy, radiation, and vibrations. 3. Your superconscious mind, through the medium of Uni-Psychics, picks up the energy, radiation, and vibrations and directs you to whatever you seek. 4. In seeking a lost person, a personal item of theirs will help in radiating that person's vibrations. 5. A dowsing rod made of wood or metal will help in the final fine-tuning to locate the object you seek. 6. Lost pets can be found in exactly the same way as a missing person. 7. Relax mentally and physically when using the Uni-Psychics methods, and you will receive a vision of where the missing person, pet, or object is. 8. Many police forces throughout the world now make use of psychic powers to locate persons and objects. 9. You can also do this with Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. Chapter 12. You can know another's secret thoughts. You can receive another person's thoughts by using the power of Uni-Psychics. You have, at some time or other, been in a situation where you would have dearly loved to have known what someone else was thinking. Not necessarily at that precise moment, but what they thought generally about a situation that involved you both. Imagine the advantage you would have if you could know another's thoughts. That would be a priceless feedback, and one you can avail yourself of with Uni-Psychics methods. To receive another's thoughts, sit quietly and relaxed as with Uni-Psychics visualizations and visualize the person whose thoughts you wish to receive. Visualize this person's face and at the same time convey to your subconscious that you wish to know this person's thoughts. To add power to your desire, see a word imprint superimposed over the face of the person whose thoughts you wish to know. A simple word imprint such as, "I wish to know this person's thoughts on," would be sufficient. Or if you would like to question that person's thoughts, just frame a question and visualize it in word imprint form, again superimposed over the face of the person in question. As with all word imprints, keep it short, positive, and simple for the best results. A very good aid for Uni-Psychics visualizations in this case is to visualize a contact with the person by telephone. Visualize them on the other end of the line and superimpose your word imprint over that visualization. With practice, patience, and perseverance, your results will improve all the time. Feedback smooths love affair. George F. was very mixed up about his girlfriend when he called to see me. They both lived in Glasgow, Scotland, and saw a lot of each other. George had thought at some time in the future they would marry. Lena, his girlfriend, had endorsed those thoughts from time to time. Then came a period when Lena became very cool towards George, and he was puzzled. A few weeks prior to his visit to me, George asked Lena if anything was bothering her. She said no. George asked the same question several times later. He always got the same answer. In an act of desperation, he telephoned one of Lena's girlfriends in an effort to find the cause of her behavior. The girlfriend told George that Lena said that she was a little worried about George, that was all. I suggested to George that he used Uni-Psychics visualizations and word imprints in an effort to contact Lena's mind and find the cause of the trouble. George contacted me again 4 weeks later. He had carried out my suggestions, and to his amazement, received a feedback, which after some thought by George, indicated that he was seeing someone else when away on his numerous short business trips. George decided to tell Lena that he was going to curtail many of his trips as he missed her so much, then watch her reaction. Lena's reaction was to burst into tears and tell George she had been so worried of late as she had suspicions that he was seeing someone else whilst away on his trips, particularly as the trips seemed to be becoming more frequent. George assured Lena that he was not seeing anyone else, and not only had he decided to curtail many of his business trips, but also to set the date of their wedding. Lena was so happy with both pieces of news, and George thanked me for introducing him to Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the Universe. Have faith, the power exists. Despite George being a little doubtful with the feedback he received from Lena, he did in fact receive the correct information. Be relaxed and have faith in what is happening. Many of you can recall intuitive thoughts that flash into the mind from time to time. Unexplainable they may be at times, but it does prove that we are and can be tuned into a source of power that exists. Salesman unknowingly gives correct trade-in price. Gerald W. lived in London and decided to trade in his current car for a new one. He had for the past 10 years always bought from the same garage. This time he felt he would like to change. Gerald saw the car he would like in a garage he had never dealt with before. The salesman there was very efficient and seemed to be genuine with his claims for the new car. When it came to discussing the trade-in price for Gerald's old car, it seemed to be appallingly low. Gerald was a little suspicious, to say the least. They parted on the understanding that Gerald would think about it. He did more than that. He arranged for his wife to call on the garage at a certain time and confirm the trade-in price from the salesman. This particular time Gerald would be at home contacting the salesman's mind with the help of Uni-Psychics visualizations. When Gerald's wife returned home, she confirmed the original price, whilst Gerald had received a price of £300 more from the salesman's mind. On his return to the garage, Gerald took a firm line with the salesman, telling him that the original price plus £300 was the trade-in price that would clinch the deal, and he had been given this price on good authority from someone within the motor trade. The salesman agreed, and Gerald had his new car. Know its true worth. To use your Uni-Psychics power in this way alone is well worth your time and effort. In these times of part exchange and trade-ins being commonplace when you wish to upgrade possessions, it is as well to know the true worth of the merchandise you are surrendering. Uni-Psychics brings promotion and increased salary. Liz H. lived in New York, was a widow in her mid-30s, and worked in the office of a book publisher and promoter. Liz had a creative flair and was always discussing promotional ideas with her colleague, who it would seem was not above stealing those ideas from Liz and relaying them to her boss as her own. The business was expanding rapidly, and shortly a new department was to be formed just for promotional work, and someone was to be promoted from within the firm to head the new department. Whoever got the promotion would also receive a substantial increase in salary. Liz was very interested. She could certainly use the money with 2 children to look after. Also, she knew that she could do the job as well as any of the other candidates. Liz, who was a Uni-Psychics student, decided to tune into her boss's mind with Uni-Psychics visualizations for any relevant ideas he may have formed about the person he wished to appoint for the position. In the feedback from her boss, Liz saw that he was favoring her colleague with the stolen ideas and promotional stunts. From this, Liz decided on a bold plan. She would amass as many promotional ideas as she could during the next weekend, together with an overall plan for the working of the new department. Liz spent her whole weekend devising her plan for this department using Uni-Psychics creative meditation to enhance her creative forces to manifest new promotional ideas. Liz submitted her plan and ideas to her boss at a special interview arranged. 3 days later, Liz was called to her boss's office and told she was to be given the new appointment and department. 6 months later, her salary was substantially increased yet again. The working lifestyle of Liz had been completely transformed by Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the Universe. Personalize the use of methods. From the last case history, it is obvious that more than one Uni-Psychics method can be used separately to improve your life. This is what makes Uni-Psychics methods so personal to you. You can adjust the use and ways of the methods to suit your problem or desires. Clive dates Uni-Psychics and a girl. Clive D. lived in the country in Somerset and was a very shy young man. He worked at a bank in a nearby town. He was modest and quiet in everything he did, and he was beginning to find this a drawback with the opposite sex. There were several nice, attractive girls at the bank, and one in particular interested him very much. but he found himself much too shy and modest to even engage in conversation with her. He told me when he visited me that he was always making excuses on her behalf as to why she would turn him down if he ever asked her out. This indicated a lack of confidence, which I proposed to deal with using Uni-Psychics word imprints. This, of course, may take a little time. In the shorter term, I introduced Clive to Uni-Psychics visualizations, asking him to tune into the mind of the girl in question and find out how she really felt about him. I suggested that he engaged in general conversation on 2 or 3 occasions, during which asking her if she knew of somewhere in town where he could have a decent meal. Then follow this later with Uni-Psychics visualizations to tune into any feedback from her. Clive duly reported back to me that the result of his tuning in to the girl was a feedback of vague feelings of his shyness. We both felt that these feelings may have been influenced by Clive's awareness of his shyness. With this in mind, I composed these word imprints for Clive to use. I am relaxed, composed, and alert. I express myself and relate to others. I am in accord and harmony with the opposite sex. I express love, joy, and friendship. Clive telephoned me one weekend. He was about to have a meal out at a local restaurant with the girl from his bank. He just wished to thank me and Uni-Psychics, adding that he had miraculously lost much of his shyness. Also, he had asked the girl in question what were her thoughts after his first conversation with her. She said she could not forget how shy and reserved he was. Be in the know. In your relationships with others, it is a big advantage to know what is going on in their minds. So many of your actions, gestures, and words are misunderstood. Think of the times you wish you had not said or done certain things, fearing they may have been misinterpreted. You can now use Uni-Psychics to avoid this situation. Chess master always a move ahead. Whilst in the USA, I met a young man who was a chess master of the state he lived in. His father was a keen student of Uni-Psychics, and his son also took a keen interest. I am no chess player and commented on the long periods of physical inactivity endured in games. At times it was to his advantage. This young man smiled and said he explained that during these periods of quiet inactivity, he tuned into his opponent's thoughts and very often outwitted and outmaneuvered them. He went on to explain that the very quiet atmosphere in which the games were played was conducive to using Uni-Psychics visualizations and thought beams to read his opponent's thoughts and therefore be aware of his impeding strategy. He was apparently well known for his intuitive hunches. Be a move ahead. In the game of life, it often pays to be a move ahead at all times. Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe would put you there. Points to be reinforced. 1. You can receive another's thoughts and use them to your advantage and for protection. 2. In your visualizations, imagine you have made contact by Uni-Psychics telephone. 3. Be in the know. What goes on in another's mind may spare you regret and fears. 4. Have faith. The power exists. Relax in the knowledge that it can exist for you. 5. Know the worth of Uni-Psychics in terms of purchasing values and money saved. 6. Personalize the use of Uni-Psychics methods. Adjust them to suit your problem. 7. Be a move ahead at all times in the game of life, with Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. Chapter 13. Cancel the problems and call on good luck. You all know those individuals we call lucky, those who never seem to go wrong. They enter any sphere of activity and finish up walking away with the big prize. To make matters worse, they seem to be so light-hearted about it all. We go about our life serious-minded and determined, all to no avail, whilst Lucky Jim over there has done it yet again. I can almost guarantee you can recall incidents and events in your life where the local Lucky Jim or Lucky Joan walked away in triumph once more. There you are muttering under your breath in resentment, proclaiming the unfairness and injustice of it all. Over what? A bingo or raffle prize. What about the things that really count in your lives? Are you getting your rightful share of those? Again, I could almost guarantee you are not. What should you do about it? Firstly, you should think deeply about why is it happening to others and not yourself? Or to put it in perspective, why are some lucky and others not? We all think we are the only unlucky ones, when if we examine the situation closely, there are many, many more in worse circumstances than ourselves. You are not alone. Having established in your minds that you are not alone in your lack of good luck, then what is it that determines who is lucky and who is not? I can answer that for you in one word. You. You and your attitudes, emotions, and thoughts. Remember, you are what you think. Think unlucky, and you will be just that. You are calling it in. Think lucky, feel lucky, and you will be lucky. Again, you have called it in. Lucky Harry calls it in. A colleague of mine some years ago was known as Lucky Harry. He was a very nice man. He had his share of problems, but they never got him down. Because he was a very positive person, saw good in everything and everybody. On his own admission, he was obsessed with good luck. His favorite catchphrase when leaving you was always, "Be lucky." So is it any surprise that Harry was a lucky chap? He was calling in good luck all the time. What is this thing called luck? So, having scratched the surface of how to attract good luck, just what is it? How do you define good luck? Good luck is an event or happening that brings you something you desire. That something is at times quite straightforward, others very subtle. E.g., if you enter a raffle because the top prize is a gas cooker that you need and you win, you are lucky. You experience good luck. On another occasion, you may enter a raffle at a large social event to A, feel good because the proceeds from that raffle go to your favorite charity, or B, win the raffle and be seen to win it by the hundreds of people at the event. Therefore, to be lucky and have good luck can only be judged by your own personal definition. I would not consider winning a barrel of mackerel a week for 5 years good luck, but to an Eskimo it may be fabulous. So you see, good luck to you may not be good luck to another. Whatever you conceive it to be can be brought about with the use of Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. Negative thinking means problems. With the problems of life, you are very much in the driving seat. You with your attitudes, emotions, and thoughts can call these problems in. You can attract bad luck or problems into your life with your negative thinking and attitudes. It is very much a matter of changing your attitudes, emotions, and thoughts. Any of these that are negative must be discharged and replaced with positive forces. This is the way to avoid and cancel life's problems, and it can be done with Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. Butcher gives up negativeness and keeps his shop. Robin K. ran a small butcher's business in a Yorkshire town. He had been a butcher's shop manager for a large retail chain, then decided on his own shop. In the initial stages, everything went well. Robin was enthusiastic and buoyant, particularly as it was nearing Christmas, a good time for butchers, and business was brisk. After Christmas, Robin unfortunately cut his hand badly and had to employ someone on a temporary basis whilst his hand healed. This, together with the lower level of business after Christmas, depressed him, and he began to worry about the business. He began to call in negative thoughts and forces. He recalled how he was becoming frenzied in his thoughts, attitudes, and actions towards his staff, family, and customers. The business declined appreciably, and with it Robin's thinking spiraled into total negativeness. He visited me at a time when his business was about to close down. He was totally honest with me. He realized that he and his attitudes were to blame, and felt guilty about the whole thing. He said this experience was his first, whereby he was totally responsible for such a venture, and the main cause of his failure was his self-confessed negativity, which permeated through the whole decline of his business. I instructed Robin to use Uni-Psychics visualizations, whereby he saw himself as a successful butcher, positive in thought, word, and action, with his shop enjoying a very high level of business. I asked him to apply this method with burning desire and above all faith. 3 weeks later, Robin telephoned to say a minor miracle had occurred. A retired butcher had heard of Robin's plight from a meat supplier, and he telephoned Robin offering to inject some cash into the business as a sleeping partner. They met and agreed terms. Robin was delighted with this second chance. I pointed out to him that the cause of his problem still remained within him, and with this in mind composed word imprints to erase his negativity forever. Robin is still trading and very successfully thanks to Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. Robin's experience, where he and he alone was responsible for his business, accentuated his negative forces. If Robin had been in partnership with someone of a positive nature, the two forces may have complemented each other, with the outcome being a balanced partnership in business. Judge yourself. The lesson here for you is that if you isolate yourself within your thoughts and honestly assess the quality of your attitudes, emotions, and actions, you should, with this assessment, see why your life is as it is. Geraldine knew her problem and beat it. My first impression of Geraldine when we met in New York was one of meeting someone in complete control of herself. She was attractive, well-groomed, and composed. She had been divorced 3 times, had numerous affairs, lots of jobs, and always problems in her everyday relationships with people. Geraldine M., who lived in Galveston, Texas, talked at some length about her life and problems, and I eventually formed a suspicion that she did not want any part of long-term relationships. She could not cope with them. Therefore, she knowingly or unknowingly destroyed them. I put this theory to her. She indignantly refuted it. I pointed out that she would not be the first person I had met who wanted no part in successful long-term relationships. It could be the result of some deep-rooted fear, which manifested as acute negative thinking and lack of confidence. I asked her to see me again in a week's time, and during that time, think about what I had said. Geraldine turned to me and told me she did not need to think about it. She knew and had known for a long time. Her parents were divorced, and as a young child, 3 or 4 years old, had seen her father beating her mother, time and time again. She told me she could never forget those dreadful times. I asked her if she had ever recalled those memories to anyone else. Geraldine said she was too ashamed. Poor Geraldine. She was carrying a deep-rooted fear of being hurt mentally, and did not have the confidence to handle any relationship in which she may have got hurt. She agreed to using Uni-Psychics word imprints, which I composed for her as follows. I am relaxed, confident, and composed. I am in tune with my surroundings. I am in harmony with myself and all others. I express myself in faith and without fear. We met again a year later. Geraldine was still using her word imprints. They were like breakfast and supper to her. She looked about the same, but I detected an inner strength from within her. She was hoping to marry again, and if she did, Geraldine felt sure it would be so different. Discharge your fears. A suppressed fear such as Geraldine's can play havoc with your life and create many problems. Never bury your fears. Fetch them to the surface of your mind, admit to them, laugh at them, discuss them with a close friend, and discharge them with the help of Uni-Psychics. Gary called in the money he wanted. Gary C. owned a small restaurant in Dorset, and it was doing very well. The owner of a travel agency next door called to see Gary one day with the news that he was moving to larger premises, and as Gary had often expressed a desire to expand, the travel agent thought Gary may be interested in buying the property. This move was not due to take place for 3 months, and Gary was interested, but as he told me, it was a matter of finance. I recommended Uni-Psychics visualizations to Gary and told him to visualize the next door premises as his own, with his restaurant name over the top, and doing good business with plenty of customers. Also visualize himself in an office signing the necessary documents to make him the new owner of the property. 6 weeks later, Gary telephoned me at home. He had received a marvelous piece of news that afternoon. An uncle had died in Australia and left a lot of money. Gary, so it appeared, was his next of kin. He had never met him, and in fact had forgotten about him completely. Gary extended his restaurant with the money, and his business boomed. Make your own luck. It is said you make your own luck, and this is very true. Think lucky and you will be. Think unlucky, and again you will be. It is as simple as that. Your problem may be that you have been conditioned against such simplicity of events, particularly lucky ones. I have lost count of the number of times I have been told by clients that their parents had always told them they were an unlucky family. I make no further comment on that. It has now become obvious why they were unlucky. Word imprints restore balance and harmony. Marian was only 21 years of age, unmarried with 2 children. In her 21 years, Marian, who lived in Norwich, seemed to have found almost every known problem. Her parents were sick with worry and had been for some years. Her father told me that Marian and trouble had been traveling companions since the day she started school. She had been in trouble at school, Girl Guides, youth club, work, and more serious trouble with the police and various men friends. Marian's parents went as far as to say that she was one to be avoided, but as parents, how could they? Marian had needed them desperately at times. Prior to my meeting Marian, I had conjured a mental picture of someone not too clean, surly in manner, and rather bitter. Marian was not a bit like this. She was rather clean and fresh-faced, no makeup, bright and cheerful. Not a bit as I had expected, with all her past and present problems. There were no obvious mental scars. Gradually, as we conversed, I began to focus the conversation on her problems. Marian told me she seemed to be attracted to problems. There seemed to be 2 sides to her, one that foresaw problems, and the other side that tended to dominate her whole personality and ignore any oncoming problems and gloom. She told me that this pattern had shown itself so many times. It was almost as though she wanted to punish herself and those around her. I then asked a very pointed question. Did she wish to continue in this way, hurting herself and her loved ones? She told me she had experienced enough problems and bad luck, and wished to live a trouble-free life. She felt her parents, children, and others had already suffered too much. Marian said she just accepted the suffering regardless, but she no longer wanted to see her loved ones hurt. We discussed Uni-Psychics word imprints, and I composed these for her. I am expressing myself in total relaxation and unison. I am in harmony for and with my loved ones. I am an expression of love and understanding. I am experiencing a balanced and tranquil existence. I saw Marian's father a year later. He told me that she now seemed to direct her energies towards harmonizing the lives of her children and the man she married 2 months previously, who was the father of one of her children. Her life seemed to be much more trouble-free, balanced, and harmonious. Points to be reinforced. 1. You are not alone with your problems and bad luck. 2. What is good luck? It can only be judged by your own personal definition. 3. Judge your attitudes, emotions, thoughts, and actions as to what you are calling in. 4. Discharge your fears with the help of Uni-Psychics. 5. You are in the driving seat. Simply make your own luck. You are not unlucky unless you think it. 6. You are what you think. Unlucky and problem-ridden, or lucky and problem-free. 7. Be lucky and problem-free with Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the Universe. Chapter 14. Plot your way to true happiness. The way to true happiness is in itself quite simple with the use of Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the Universe. We are referring to true happiness, not the state of being that is induced by shallow events and gifts, which amount to nothing more than bribery. We are at times like children. Give the child an ice cream or sweet and it is happy. We as adults are seen to be happy with gifts or compliments that are virtually worthless in terms of true happiness. The happiness these things bring to us is fleeting and shallow. Certainly not to be compared with true happiness. So what makes you happy? I cannot answer that, because as individuals, it can be different things. What I can say to you is I can help you to plot and find true happiness with Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the Universe. What is true happiness? Before you plot your way to true happiness, let us define true happiness in general terms. I believe it is a deep, exact, faithful, and omnipresent feeling of oneness with yourself and your surroundings. Not a shallow, short-lived show of joy brought about by an event or experience that just scratches the surface of our consciousness. True happiness can only be attained by some experience that registers deeply with us, deeply recorded within our superconscious mind level. This can be attained through the Uni-Psychics methods. Basically, true happiness is to express yourself through your creative force that lies deeply within you. We all wish to show some talent in whatever form it takes. It could be painting, poetry, drawing, sport, writing, music, or inventions. This would be an outlet for your urge to create. It is when this outlet is blocked or unused that we become out of harmony with ourselves, and this manifests in many ways. Boredom, frustration, tension, worry, and psychosomatic illness are to mention, but a few experienced through your thwarted creative force. It is never too late. If you ever feel that true happiness has passed you by, or it has only touched you fleetingly, take heart. It is never too late with Uni-Psychics. Guitar clears rash. Brian H. from Essex and I met through a mutual acquaintance. He worked in a car factory on the assembly line. Brian had been there for 12 years, and he was far from happy, but the money was good. He had experienced boredom and frustration, but recently he had experienced some physical ailments, notably a rash on his arms and chest, which his doctor said was of psychosomatic origin. Brian's boredom and frustration at work was manifesting itself physically. I asked him about his hobbies. Unfortunately, he had none which involved any creative force. I suggested that he used Uni-Psychics creative meditation, and we arranged to meet again in a month's time. When we met, Brian told me that during his creative meditation, he suddenly saw a flash of himself playing the guitar. He then remembered that as a teenager, he played a guitar for fun. He told me he borrowed his brother's guitar and found it was still a source of enjoyment and fun. With that, he went and bought his own and enrolled with a teacher for private lessons for the classical guitar. I asked him about his rash. He said it had completely disappeared. True happiness heals. The result of Brian's creative meditation was a flash or message from his superconscious mind, reminding him that he had at one time played the guitar. This resulted in renewed interest, which reopened a channel for his creative forces to manifest in true happiness, which healed his psychosomatic condition. Uni-Psychics erased guilt complex. Zena from Ohio was introduced to me by an organization operating in the sphere of welfare work. It seemed that she was continually in hospital with various illnesses. The root cause was the same for all of them: acute depression, worry, and fatigue. She had seen psychiatrists, but none could determine the cause of her depressions and fatigue. Zena was in her mid-30s with a husband and 3 children. She looked very tired to me, and I detected a certain wariness about her. She was constantly on the defensive. Prior to our next meeting, I decided that Zena was very much on her guard about something, and there was no point continuing in this way. I further decided to alter my approach to the problem. I asked Zena to do some yoga relaxation exercises to begin our session. Afterwards, I began to steer our conversation into one concerning our personal expression in life. As we continued on to guilt feelings and their consequences, Zena began to participate more in the conversation. Suddenly, she announced that this was her problem, one of guilt. I invited her to tell me more. It appears that as a young teenager, she became pregnant. She was almost out of her mind. When she told her mother, after much delay, the mother threatened to throw her out of the home. Zena was repeatedly reminded of the shame it had brought to the family, and in the latter stages of her pregnancy was not allowed out of the house in daylight. She went out for a walk every evening during dusk with her mother, who was still speaking of the shame it had brought on them. The baby was eventually born and adopted. Zena never saw the child again. Zena then told me this was it. She could not erase from her mind the shame, secrecy, whispering behind her back, and finally, after all that, the adoption, and never seeing the baby again. These thoughts, Zena told me, very rarely left her. She had an enormous guilt complex. I told her it was all in the past. She must find happiness, true happiness, with her husband and children. I instructed her in Uni-Psychics visualizations and word imprints. I saw Zena a year later. She looked so different and told me she felt totally self-expressed in her life, caring for her husband and children. She also found the time nowadays for embroidery and other creative pursuits within the home. Did she ever dwell on the past? Very rarely, she told me. After all, it was an indelible chapter of events now well behind her. Free yourself from guilt. Whatever your past deeds, it is never too late to use Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe to plot your way to true happiness. Zena had burdened herself with a massive guilt complex. There was nothing to be gained by continual looking backwards at the past. Certainly, you can learn from your mistakes with honest self-analysis. And it is from this point, self-analysis, that you can forge ahead, being the person you want to be, assessing your strengths and weaknesses, and using the potential of your strengths to the fullest. Clear the chaos and see where and what you are. Never endure chaos in your life. It will saturate and affect every facet of your life if you allow it to remain. This was made clear to me when Trevor K. from Lincoln came to see me. His parents were poor and uneducated, and Trevor, through their influences, was very much the same. He came to me with the feeling that he could do something more with his life. He was not sure what, but he felt he was just drifting along through life, working, drinking, smoking, and doing very little else of note. Trevor told me that if this was all there was to be to his life, he considered it wasteful. I asked him what he wanted to do with it. He said he did not know. He admitted he was uneducated, but felt a certain sensitivity about his life, which told him it was not right for him. I pointed out that if he wanted to change his life, it was essential that he should envisage the life he wanted. I could have introduced him to Uni-Psychics there and then, but I felt he did not at this point have the required clarity of desire or thought as a starting point. I advised him to return home and imagine he had just 2 weeks to live. In this 2 weeks, he was to clean up his life completely, put everything in order. This meant material possessions, personal relationships, anything that would present a problem to those he left behind. I felt this motivational ploy was necessary for Trevor before embarking on the application of Uni-Psychics. Trevor returned in 2 weeks. He said he had not realized the chaos in which he was living, but it was now cleared, and he felt he could concentrate much better on the task before him. I instructed him on Uni-Psychics creative meditation and word imprints. He was to use these separately and then together. I saw him 4 months later. He had joined a local organization that was involved helping the aged. Trevor was involved in many practical tasks, redecorating, gardening, carpentry, and plumbing jobs. Also, there was a social side to all this that Trevor also participated in. He left me looking like someone much more satisfied in what he was doing with his life. Go for your entitlement and right. Trevor needed motivating. I believe he had a shrewd idea what was missing from his life. He just wanted a push. With his involvement in creative welfare work, he found true happiness. If you feel there is something missing from your life, use Uni-Psychics to ascertain what it is. Once discovered, go about realizing it with Uni-Psychics methods. If you need motivation, remember these points. 1. Time is precious to you. Do not waste it. It is irreplaceable. 2. You are dealing with the real, true self. 3. A true self that demands and deserves true happiness and expression. 4. It is your entitlement and right, but only you can manifest this right. Uni-Psychics produced a way out. A personal friend of mine who lives in Sussex was a teacher and seemed happy enough with his profession. Eventually, line frustrations began to irritate him, and in time he began to be completely disenchanted with his lot. There was little else he was qualified to do, so where was there for him to go? He had been a student of Uni-Psychics and decided to use Uni-Psychics word imprints. One evening a few weeks later, an ex-colleague contacted him and asked him would he consider joining him in his publishing business as an author, writing books on specialized subjects. This friend of mine took this heaven-sent opportunity and is now a successful author and partner in this London-based publishing company. Leave it with faith to Uni-Psychics. This was an unplanned event so far as my friend was concerned. He wanted to be away from teaching, but to what he was not sure. He instructed his superconscious via Uni-Psychics word imprints to manifest some creative activity for him, which it did. He was ideal for the situation offered him. He taught English, had written before, liked it, and had a good knowledge of the specialized subject to be written on. A new exciting job down under. Robert D. was a salesman living in the north of England. He had a job with an international company with a good secure position in their head office. Robert liked his job, but felt it lacked a certain excitement. He was young, ambitious, and unattached. He called to see me as he wished to use Uni-Psychics to create more job satisfaction. I suggested he used Uni-Psychics visualizations in which he saw himself in the situation he desired. Robert telephoned me 2 weeks later. His boss asked to see him and offered him a position with the company in Australia, pioneering new products. It was a tremendous challenge for Robert, one he relished and thrived on. I understand Robert thoroughly enjoyed the challenge of pioneering new products and liked Australia so much that he settled there with his company, married an Australian girl, and has a family. Plot and plan without too strong attachments. This job was not planned in detail by Robert. He just saw himself in his visualizations being more creative within his job. Within 2 weeks, he was offered a position creating sales for new products in an exciting new market. When plotting and planning your way to true happiness, it is not advisable to plan in too fine a detail, as it may be a source of disappointment should those plans not materialize. Plans are fine so long as you are not attached to them, and are disappointed when these do not manifest as envisaged. Have plans certainly in plotting your true happiness, but only as general guidelines and surrounds. It is always there for you. Take it. True happiness is there at all times for you to attain, but only you can reach and experience it. You must believe deeply that it is attainable. You must convince your subconscious and superconscious mind levels that it is so, for remember, you are battling against conditioning that true happiness is not for you. Conditioning exuded by our society, your parents, teachers, and other sources. Do not allow this conditioning to manifest as negative thinking. Gently push those negative thoughts away. Replace them with positive thoughts. Be fearless and unafraid in this attitude. I have spoken to many people who are actually afraid of success and true happiness, afraid to experience should it be taken away from them. Resolve that this does not happen to you. Success and true happiness are meant to be yours, thinking otherwise. Do not be conditioned into start your day with positive thoughts and attitudes, or better still, with your Uni-Psychics methods that will bring you true happiness, peace, and harmony. Points to be reinforced. 1. The way to true happiness is quite simply with the use of Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. 2. True happiness is a deep experience whereby you express yourself through your creative forces. 3. It is never too late with Uni-Psychics to reach for your true happiness. 4. True happiness is creativity and harmony within you that also heals physical ailments. 5. Clear the chaos and see where and what you are. 6. Motivate yourself to your entitlement and right. 7. Leave it with faith to Uni-Psychics. 8. Plot and plan without rigid and strong attachments to those plans. 9. It is always there for you, take it. Be fearless and unafraid. It is your conditioning that is wrong. 10. Success and true happiness are meant to be yours and will be with Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. Chapter 15. Work miracles for all you desire. Whatever you desire can be attained through the methods of Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. There is no mumbo-jumbo or paraphernalia involved. It is a straight case of contacting your higher self through Uni-Psychics, and that higher self manifesting your desires. Do not abuse this power. If you abuse this power, you will pay the price. Of this I warned you earlier in this book. You must also accept that some things or desires will not be obtainable for you. After all, you cannot all be millionaires or successful business tycoons. We all have to evolve towards our ultimate state, perfection. We cannot jump from some form of menial work to prime minister or president in one movement. We are all expressions of our Creator as such. We are governed by an immutable law of the universe. You are a miracle and a miracle worker. You are yourself a miracle, and further miracles can be worked for you with Uni-Psychics methods. You must operate and be in unison with yourself and your surroundings before you reap any major rewards from Uni-Psychics methods. If you feel or know you are not in harmony or unison with yourself or your surroundings, take heart. Uni-Psychics will do this for you if you allow it, but please do not expect some massive fortune to materialize when you readily admit you are not operating anywhere near the required basic standard for yourself. If this massive fortune arrived, you just could not handle it. There are many cases of this to be seen with recipients of vast amounts won on football pools and other forms of gambling, whose lives became a total mess with the arrival of their fortune. Many have admitted afterwards that they wished they had never seen the money. Some cases even brought personal tragedy. You may not be able to handle the situation. I personally knew a lady who accumulated over her lifetime a sizable amount of money. Even in her later years, she still budgeted herself with monthly expenses. When she eventually died, this money was left to a young nephew who rarely bothered to see this old lady. He was her next of kin and thereby received her money. Sadly, it was all gone within 2 or 3 years. He just could not handle the situation with all this money. Think, what do you really need? If any of you are thinking that I have led you along this road showing you the way to riches and fortunes with Uni-Psychics, and now I am trying to retract those claims, you are wrong. I am truly thinking only of you and any repercussions you may experience. I mentioned earlier in this book the demands and desires some people make on Uni-Psychics and or similar methods. It would astonish you. Do you really think you could compete and survive in a World Grand Prix of motor racing tomorrow, having just passed your driving test today? I reiterate, Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe works and will work for all you desire, but give those desires some thought and consideration. She made the wrong choice. Linda C. was an attractive girl, but overweight. She desired a certain man who frequented a sports club she was a member of. She came to see me and openly told me she desired this man, who did not, it appeared. No Linda existed, judging by his lack of attention. Linda was determined despite my pertinent questions about this man and his background. I instructed Linda in Uni-Psychics visualizations for her weight reduction, which she thought necessary to attract this man, also to bring him and Linda together. 2 months later, Linda contacted me. The man in question just approached Linda one evening at this sports club, and their relationship blossomed from there. Linda also mentioned she was now at her best weight thanks to Uni-Psychics. I never saw Linda again, but a very sorry story was related to me by a close friend of hers. Linda's man friend was a thoroughly bad lot. He tired of Linda and then stole money from her, beat her, and made her life one of purgatory. Sad, but perhaps necessary. This was sad for Linda, and I sincerely hope lessons were learnt from that experience. You may think that I should not have instructed her as I did in Uni-Psychics if I was doubtful. My answer is that you cannot live another's life for them. We all learn from experiences. There is no substitute for them. Experiences teach us. No experience is ever a waste of time or effort. There is always something to be learned from every single experience if we look and probe deeply enough. Many of my contacts complain about the wasted years in their relationships. Suffering through growth. It is only a waste if nothing is gained from that experience in terms of lessons learned and personal growth towards our ultimate potential. Indeed, much growth is experienced through suffering. Therefore, if any experience brought about by Uni-Psychics turns sour, as with Linda C., Be thankful, even for that. Within that experience, there is a valuable lesson to be learned. Roger helped others through his own experiences. Roger W. lived in London and had, within the past 2 years, experienced divorce, a mental breakdown, 2 attempts at suicide, and a prolonged stay in a mental hospital. He came to see me as he felt it was all behind him now, and he wanted to live again, as he put it, doing something constructive and positive for others. I suggested he used Uni-Psychics visualizations, seeing himself in some welfare or creative capacity. Roger went off, and I did not see him again until our paths crossed again in a rather peculiar way. I was making a personal visit to one of my clients some 18 months after I first saw Roger. On entering the lounge in the client's house, there was Roger. He said he was just about to leave, bade us farewell, and went. That evening, Roger telephoned. He apologized for not contacting me before and told me that after 10 days of using visualizations, he saw an article in a local paper asking for volunteers to work with the Samaritans. With his background of attempted suicides, he felt he had something to offer. He contacted them, did his training, and was now very much involved in their work. Roger thanked me for introducing him to Uni-Psychics. I said something to the effect that perhaps all this had nothing to do with its methods. He then told me that the newspaper in which he read the article had been thrust through his letterbox in error. It had never happened before, nor since. Bad experiences used for good. As you have seen, Uni-Psychics sometimes works in obscure ways. More important is the fact that Roger's experiences were put to good use in helping his fellow man in trouble. Uni-Psychics answers a strong yearning. Gloria and Barry Z. from Mississippi, USA had been trying for a baby over the last 7 years. They had both been examined by specialists and were declared fit and well, without any obvious reasons not to start a family. Gloria had further tests in hospital with the same results, but not the result Gloria and Barry both wanted, a family. I saw them both and listened to their story of frustration, anxiety, and disappointments. I suggested they both used Uni-Psychics visualizations to begin with, and then add Uni-Psychics word imprints to their visualization work. Their visualization saw them as proud, happy, caring parents with everything that role entails. Their word imprints, which I composed for them, stressed their desire to be happy, relaxed, loving expressions of parenthood. 7 months later, I received a telephone call from the United States. Barry was on the line, telling me that Gloria had her pregnancy confirmed that day. At last, their yearning had been answered in the best possible way. A few months later, Barry William was born, much to the delight of Gloria and Barry. Intense yearning materialized. All through this book, I have stressed the importance of desire to the point of yearning, something within you crying out to be answered and fulfilled. This is how it was with Gloria and Barry. Their yearning was intense. They would, I think, have done anything to have their baby, so it was no surprise when baby Barry William materialized. Patrick opens his own store. Patrick S. had worked in the grocery trade for 20 years. He had worked in the same high-class grocery store in his home city of Leeds. Patrick was under manager, but had carried the desire to own his own store for a few years, without any real means of realizing this desire, until I introduced him to the power of Uni-Psychics. I recommended that he used Uni-Psychics visualizations and thought beams. In the visualizations, to see himself in his own shop as he would like it. In the use of thought beams, Patrick was to concentrate on the sum of money required to open his shop. He used these methods for a few weeks without evidence of them working for him. Then one day, a regular customer of long standing to the shop approached Patrick and requested a private word or two with him. The customer told Patrick that he was impressed with his attitude and business acumen over the years, and had he ever thought of owning his own shop? Patrick naturally said he had, but it was a matter of finance. The customer told him he would take care of that whenever Patrick was ready. He now has his own grocer's shop, started with an interest-free money loan from the customer, who was more than happy to see Patrick realize a long-held desire. Ask for whatever you are ready to receive. This was a natural stage of progression for Patrick. He knew his trade, had all the other required qualifications, but could not progress much further without a large capital outlay, which he did not have. Uni-Psychics went to work on this, and what was required for Patrick arrived. This is an infallible source of fulfilling your desires, particularly if those desires are of logical definition in your personal involvement. Job arrives by telephone. Alan M. had been made redundant by the company he worked for in Dundee, Scotland. He was a qualified French polisher, a profession or trade with limited scope these days. Alan tried desperately hard to obtain another job, but it looked hopeless. In fact, he was looking for any sort of job now. That was the position he found himself in when I saw him. After our meeting, he decided to use Uni-Psychics visualizations, which he did for 2 weeks in between searching for a job. He became depressed on 2 points. 1. There were a lot of unemployed people around. Second, Uni-Psychics were not working, well, not so far anyway. One day, whilst on his daily rounds looking for a job, he decided to visit the local job center, something he did not always do daily. Alan had to queue to await his interview. When he finally arrived at the counter, the clerk who was about to speak to him turned around to answer a ringing telephone. Alan could hear the clerk taking details of a vacancy at a local antique reproduction factory for a French polisher. Alan was absolutely amazed. He obtained all particulars from the clerk and got the job. When he told me all this, he said this chain of events was either stupendous good luck or perfect timing on the part of Uni-Psychics, because he only visited the job center once or twice a week at the most, and those visits were not to a set pattern. Call in your desires and needs with Uni-Psychics. Again, here was an example of desiring a natural progression in the events of your life. The miracle power of Uni-Psychics called in and manifested Alan's desire, something he desperately needed. From caravan to bungalow. Bill R. lived on a permanent caravan site in Norfolk, East Anglia. His caravan, he told me, was comfortable but inclined to be damp, and this affected his wife's arthritis to the point where she was in pain and discomfort. Her doctor had given her various tablets for the pain, but they were not the answer to the problem in the long term. Bill had tried to change caravans with owners on other sites, but to no avail. He told me that his caravan, if he sold it, would not raise enough money for a house. Also, he was too old for a mortgage. It seemed as though he and his wife were stuck with their caravan. I suggested to Bill that he used Uni-Psychics thought beams and concentrated on a small house that appeared to be in dry surroundings. 2 weeks after Bill saw me, an important-looking letter came through his letterbox. It was from the county council. It seemed they were to widen and extend a trunk road just outside the caravan site, and they required some of the land within the caravan site, which would be taken over with a compulsory purchase order, and alternative accommodation would be found if necessary. The area of land required by the council included the site occupied by Bill's caravan. Some months later, the whole operation was effected, with Bill and his wife being moved into a very nice council-owned bungalow on high ground. Advantages of more than one method. I would like to make the point that I suggested to Bill that he used visualizations. When I explained exactly what he had to do, he felt it would be difficult for him. I immediately suggested thought beams as an alternative method. Again, we see the advantages of Uni-Psychics methods with flexibility and the opportunity to personalize your method. Rose lost weight and gained a fur coat. Rose had always desired a fur coat, ever since she was in her teens. She now resigned herself to the fact that she would never be the proud owner of such a luxury. Rose had just a few days before seen a medical specialist concerning severe rheumatism in her knees and ankles. She was told by the specialist that she must reduce her weight by 5 stone 70 pounds to take some pressure from the joints in question, and it was obviously in her own interest to lose this weight. Rose had tried to lose weight on previous occasions without success, but this time she was really determined. She came to see me from her home in Manchester, and I suggested she used Uni-Psychics visualizations and word imprints for her weight loss and rheumatism. In her visualizations, she was to see herself at her best weight, fit and slim without any trace of rheumatism at all. I composed the following Uni-Psychics word imprints for Rose to use. I am relaxed and composed and healthy. I am fit and slim at 9 stust, 4 pounds, 130 pounds. I am in harmony and unison with myself. I am free of all pain and discomfort. Rose returned to see me within 3 months. She was slim and looked fit and well. All traces of her rheumatism had disappeared, and in place of it, she had a fur coat, a present from her husband, for which she thanked him together with Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. Points to be reinforced. 1. Your desires can be attained through the methods of Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. 2. Do not abuse or misuse this power, or you will pay the price. 3. We all have to evolve towards our ultimate state. We cannot jump from one state to another too quickly. 4. You are a miracle, and further miracles can be worked for you with Uni-Psychics. 5. Be in unison with yourself and your surroundings. 6. Be sure you will be able to handle the situation when it arises. 7. Think, do you really know what you need? 8. Bad experiences used for good, as they teach us something. 9. Uni-Psychics will answer a strong yearning. 10. Ask for whatever you are ready to receive. 11. Call in your desires and needs with Uni-Psychics. 12. Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe of the advantages of more than one method. Chapter 16. Protect yourself and yours from harm. Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe not only manifests your desires in terms of material possessions, it can also protect you and your loved ones from evil and negative forces or psychic attack instigated by someone wishing to harm you. Jealousy and hatred attack. There are many people who carry jealousies around with them, and they are not always petty ones. Others may bear an intense and direct hatred towards you of which you are unaware and therefore constantly open to physical or psychic attack. Take sensible and effective protection. These attacks may manifest themselves at any time during your life. Therefore, you should take sensible and effective precautions to defend yourself and your loved ones. This can be done with the miracle power of Uni-Psychics. Uni-Psychics repels raiders. George S. owned a large hi-fi and television shop in the south of England. This shop began to come under attack with its windows being smashed and contents looted. It had an alarm system, but this did not deter the raiders. George told me that his insurance premiums were now being increased substantially, and he was considering installing a protective grill outside his windows at a very high cost. I suggested to George that before he did this, he should apply the power of Uni-Psychics thought beams for protection of his shop. George used a photograph of his shop to concentrate the power upon it. He saw it in his thought beams, surrounded by a powerful white light, which came from a source within the shop. 2 nights later, the shop was attacked again. But on this occasion, one of the raiders was very badly injured by a large piece of glass that fell as he was entering the shop through the window. His confederates deserted him, and he was apprehended by the police. Following inquiries, the whole gang were arrested and detained. The shop has not been raided since. Total faith and belief. George was a skeptic of Uni-Psychics power when he came to see me. I advised him if he wished to be helped by this power, he must have total faith and belief that it would work for him, and it did. Uni-Psychics protected the political career of Doris. When Doris came to see me, she was very concerned about a visit she made to see a spiritualist medium. Doris lived in Syracuse, USA, and this medium told her that she was having a lot of problems in her political career with her health, petty disturbances within her group of political workers, and many other unexplained incidents. Doris told me this was all true, but the medium was unable to tell her who was responsible. I suggested to Doris that she used Uni-Psychics thought beams to protect herself from any form of attack. She was to place a recent photograph of herself within the beam of her desk lamp, and concentrate on that photograph, seeing herself surrounded completely by a thick white layer of psychic energy and light. This was to be done 3 times a day for a week, then morning and night for continued protection. A strong belief was essential for complete and adequate protection. I got the rest of the story by letter from Doris. She told me after 2 weeks her life became easier, and her political career went from strength to strength, and then one of her senior political workers informed her he would be retiring. When asked why, he told Doris that in the past he had been disloyal to her in many ways. He apparently had instigated many of the disturbances and continually resented her success with thoughts of jealousy and hatred. It had, he said, all started when some years ago Doris had been elected over him in a political poll, and he had never forgotten or forgiven her for that. He went on to say that within the last few weeks, this hatred and jealousy had gradually dissipated, and he now wished her nothing but success and happiness in her political career. It protects and sometimes hits back. The power not only protects you from attack, but it can also work its way back to the source of these attacks with some surprising results. This was seen in the last case, where this protective power not only did its job in that capacity, but it also affected its own reprisals. It can blunt and render ineffective any power of attack. Spirit could not get through. What began as a fun thing turned very sour for Doreen, who lived in Derby. When she and a few friends began to experiment and play around with an Ouija board, it was exciting and fun. The consequences, unfortunately, were not as Doreen imagined they would be. Apparently, a male spirit began to answer the questions posed by Doreen and friends, and eventually it began to threaten Doreen with particularly dire happenings if she did not communicate with it regularly. When Doreen came and saw me, she was obviously very distraught and worried. I recommended that she stopped using this Ouija board and used Uni-Psychics visualizations and thought beams with the thick white layer of psychic energy surrounding her and the flat in which she lived. I also recommended that the board be destroyed completely. Doreen visited me again after 6 weeks. She looked very relaxed and well. She had done everything I asked her to with one exception. She did not at first destroy the Ouija board. Instead, she tried to contact the male spirit just once more to ascertain whether Uni-Psychics was working. Doreen tried and continued to for a whole weekend without any response whatsoever. After this, she destroyed and disposed of the board. Proof. This proved without doubt that Uni-Psychics power gives complete protection, even from spirits, and I hope it serves as a warning to anyone who may be tempted to contact spirits in this way. Ship? It is not a satisfactory or controlled form of mediumship. Invisible Uni-Psychics saves Ken. One of my former students, Ken B. from South Wales, wrote to me concerning an experience whilst swimming off the coast of Cornwall. He had apparently been warned of strong currents on this particular coastline, but he was a very good swimmer and would be cautious. However, it would seem he ventured too far from the coast and began to experience difficulty. He was much farther out from the beach than he realized, and there were no other swimmers or boats to be seen. He was completely alone and without help. Ken began to strike out for the general direction of the beach. The last thing he remembered was how far away that beach was. The next thing he was conscious of was that he lay on the beach, not far from his clothes, safe. It was as if an invisible force had lifted him from the sea and transported him onto the beach, safe and sound. The reason I tell you about this incident is because Ken always, morning and night, applied the miracle power of Uni-Psychics for the protection of himself and his loved ones. Michael got the job. Michael P. was a marketing manager with a company within a group of companies. He told me he was an ambitious man bent on reaching the top. Michael knew a vacancy in top management would be evident in 2 years' time due to a retirement. One of Michael's rivals for this position had an uncanny knack of presenting marketing ideas very similar to those of Michael's at the company's monthly meetings. To say these ideas were similar is an understatement. In fact, they were at times identical, and this made Michael very suspicious. Michael's rival had at various times stated his interest in occult matters, and this prompted Michael to come and see me. I agreed he was right to suspect this person and his source of ideas. I instructed him how to use Uni-Psychics visualizations using the thick white layer of psychic energy to protect himself and block any poaching of his mind power. Michael wrote to me from his home in Brighton a year later. He used the Uni-Psychics power as instructed 3 times daily. From the very next company meeting, Michael's rival seemed to be completely devoid of any creative marketing ideas, and Michael was now the group marketing manager, working from the head office in London as his predecessor volunteered for an early retirement. Block out another's unwanted thoughts. Uni-Psychics power will not only afford you protection from harm, it will also block out any unwanted thought transference from another source that can or is reading your thoughts. Powerful psychic refused to take a fee. A few years ago, as an experiment to prove the power of Uni-Psychics, I arranged for a married couple to visit a powerful psychic separately. I instructed the husband to behave quite normally whilst with the psychic. He reported back with many true facts as related by the psychic concerning his wife and family. I instructed his wife to use Uni-Psychics power for protection a week prior to visiting the psychic. Quite dramatically, the powerful psychic was unable to pick up anything at all from the wife. She even refused to accept a fee. A voice said, "Wait." A few days later, the wife was driving in London and had stopped at some traffic lights. When the lights changed to green, a voice said to the wife, "Wait." She did, and a car sped through the red lights illegally. The wife was convinced she would have been killed if she had proceeded and ignored the voice. Tom withstood opposing lawyer and won. Tom G. contacted me 2 weeks prior to appearing in court involving a case of disputed ownership of a large property. Tom from Alabama, USA assured me he and his family were rightful owners of the property in question. But he was concerned because he knew that under pressure, particularly from a prosecuting lawyer, he was liable to crack up and portray totally different circumstances than those of the truth. With this in mind, he was a worried man. Therefore, I instructed Tom with Uni-Psychics thought beams for protection and Uni-Psychics word imprints to calm, compose, and relax him. Tom wrote to me after the court case. His ownership of the property was upheld. This, he said, was right and proper, but what he was thankful for was that he was calm and relaxed during the bullying tactics of the prosecuting lawyer. Tom said he seemed so untouched by the whole experience. Even his own lawyer congratulated him on his calmness and composure. Untouched and unscathed. Tom's choice of the word untouched was very apt. The power of Uni-Psychics in protecting him ensured just that. He was untouched and completely unscathed by this nerve-wracking experience. You can, with the power of Uni-Psychics, repel any negative force that wishes to attack you. You can achieve miraculous psychic protection with this power. Just relax in the belief that Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe will work for you and yours. Points to be reinforced. 1. Uni-Psychics will protect you and yours from evil and negative forces. 2. Petty jealousies and direct hatred towards you may result in psychic or physical attack. 3. Take sensible and effective protection against these attacks. 4. Have total faith and belief in this protection from Uni-Psychics. 5. Your protective Uni-Psychics power will sometimes hit back. 6. It will block out unwanted thoughts from another source. 7. Your protective Uni-Psychics power may be invisible, but it is all-powerful and sometimes heard as a voice. 8. Once invoked, this power will keep you untouched and unscathed from attack. 9. Just relax and enforce your belief in the power of Uni-Psychics, and it will work for you. Chapter 17. You can astral travel. Astral travel or projection has been receiving much publicity in the last few years, almost as though it is a newly discovered phenomena. Astral travel experiences have been recorded right through the ages, and therefore is certainly not new. This rediscovery gives us proof that the astral body can survive the physical. Astral travel or projection is sometimes referred to as an out-of-body experience, and for convenience sake, I shall from this point refer to out-of-body experiences as OBES. Experience it yourself. Now you can experience an OBE yourself with Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. I recommend that if you wish to attempt it yourself, you should use Uni-Psychics. Creative meditation where you lay on your bed completely relaxed physically and mentally. When you are ready, begin to meditate on your breathing until your mind has become passive or inactive. From that point, meditate on where you wish to travel in your OBE. Tell yourself you wish to travel, and where you wish to go in this travel. On your first attempts, do not try anything too ambitious. To a chair a few feet from your bed, or perhaps to the bedroom ceiling. Nothing more than that. Once this has been accomplished, attempt somewhere a little further. When you have successfully effected an OBE, you will be aware of your physical body still laying on your bed, while you are experiencing a sensation of weightlessness, which allows you to move from place to place at great speed, and you will still hear and see things whilst traveling. When you return to your physical body, it can be done in seconds from wherever you are with no danger, but as a precaution you should protect your physical body with Uni-Psychics thought beams before you begin your OBE procedure. See yourself as you lie on your bed completely immersed in a thick white layer of protective psychic energy that will protect you physically whilst you are traveling. Hold this thought beam of yourself, protected, for 2 or 3 minutes before beginning your Uni-Psychics creative meditation on your breathing. A stage-by-stage instruction for OBEs and protection will be presented at the end of this chapter. Protect yourself. Do not be afraid at any time before or whilst experiencing OBEs. It is perfectly safe, but it is very important that you protect your physical body you leave on the bed. There will be some vibrational sounds and noises to start with, but never panic or struggle. Feel free, as indeed you are, to move or travel anywhere. Desmond traveled to check on his children. Desmond C. lived in London and called to see me about a problem concerning his children who were with his wife, from whom he was separated, who now lived with her mother in Cardiff. Desmond had received letters from friends living in Cardiff, who claimed that his children were being neglected whilst his wife was out enjoying herself. Desmond was very worried about this, and felt powerless to prove or do anything about the situation. I suggested to Desmond that he used Uni-Psychics creative meditation for an OBE in which he would visit his wife in Cardiff and check on the welfare of his children. Desmond wrote to me 3 weeks later. He was much happier about his children. He experienced OBEs, the first of which were just short experiences, and then after a week he expressed the desire to travel to his mother-in-law's house in Cardiff at 9 o'clock one evening. First of all, Desmond used his Uni-Psychics protective procedure, and then followed this with Uni-Psychics creative meditation for OBEs. The first sign of an OBE was as before, certain sounds that he took to be vibrational. It sounded very much like he was rushing through a tunnel at very high speed. Then he seemed to be outside in the darkness of the evening, and then just as quickly there he was in a room in which he could see his wife, 2 children, and mother-in-law. Desmond appeared to be looking down on them from the ceiling of the room. They all looked very well and happy. There was no sign of neglect here. He listened to their happy chatter for a while and left. Desmond repeated this performance every night for 5 nights, after which he was convinced all was well with his children. You travel for the answers. It is said you experience OBEs nearly every night whilst you sleep, and sometimes you remember those travels as dreams. It appears that you leave your physical body sleeping whilst your astral body roams around in the astral. This is why you appear to receive many answers to problems in your dreams. Cheryl reported danger. Cheryl D. had been separated from her husband for 6 months, but still loved him and worried about him constantly. He was living with someone else, but Cheryl dearly wished he was being looked after, and someday he would return to her. I suggested to Cheryl that she tried OBEs with Uni-Psychics creative meditation, so that she would be able to keep a check on her loved one. Cheryl and her husband both lived in Hampshire, in fact only 3 miles apart, but Cheryl never made any attempt to contact him. Therefore, OBEs were the answer. 6 months later, Cheryl contacted me with an extraordinary story. She was successful in her OBEs and continually used them to watch over her husband. Then one night at home, Cheryl suddenly woke up. She was fully alert, almost sensing some danger. Cheryl checked everything in her home in fear of some unseen danger, but found nothing. Just as she returned to bed still feeling very uneasy, her thoughts turned to her husband. With him in mind, Cheryl began to drift into a state of sleep. Then, there she was in the bungalow her husband lived in. She was in the kitchen, and from an electrical multipoint, Cheryl saw smoke rising towards the ceiling. There was imminent danger. What could she do? Suddenly, she was back in her physical body at home. Cheryl immediately telephoned her husband. The telephone seemed to ring for ages. Eventually, it was answered by her husband. Cheryl could not recall exactly what she said, but it was something to the effect that she had dreamt of a fire in the bungalow starting in the kitchen. Her husband replied that he knew, because as soon as he awoke on hearing the telephone ringing, he smelt smoke. Everything was now safe and well, thanks to her. This event led to a reconciliation of Cheryl and her husband. They are now back together again. Spirit Guide will give protection. I have stressed to you the importance of protecting your physical body when your astral body vacates it during your OBEs. In the case of a spontaneous OBE, that is where you travel whilst you sleep, or just entering or leaving that sleep state. You are protected by your own spirit guide, who sees you are not being responsible for your spontaneous OBE and therefore you require protection. A free trip to the pyramids. A psychic student of mine, Ernest H. from Reading, was always declaring a desire to return to Egypt, where he spent some of his service with the British Army, but could never see himself doing it due to the expense. I suggested he tried OBEs. He did and had many exciting OBEs looking around Cairo and the pyramids. Thanks to Uni-Psychics Creative Meditation. The Long-Distance Garden Advisor. Dolly H. lived in Dublin and shared her house and beautiful garden with her brother Terry, who was often away in the USA on prolonged business trips. Terry was the gardener, and Dolly always became uneasy when he was away in case she forgot some important job to be done or did it wrong. She relied so much on Terry in this respect, particularly in the greenhouse with seedlings and young plants. Terry was a student of psychic phenomena, and he studied Uni-Psychics. Apparently, when he was first aware of the problem with their garden when he was away, he decided to study and have OBEs to ease the problem. During his OBEs, Terry visited his garden in Dublin, inspected it, noted what was required to be done, and then when he returned to his physical body in the USA, he telephoned his sister Dolly and told her what needed to be done and how. Your tremendous advantage, use it. To be able to travel on the astral plane puts you at a tremendous advantage, even with your garden. It means you can see events, places, people, and remember them when you are back in your physical body. Also, through these OBEs, you can avail yourself to all kinds of information. Did Christine travel? You will remember in Chapter 10, I quoted the case history of Christine R., who had a dream that revealed the questions she would have to answer in her theory paper for her hairdressing exam. When Christine contacted me after her dream, I wondered if she had astral traveled and asked her so, but she assured me she had never had that experience to her knowledge. One of my students did have that knowledge and proved it. Grace's teddy bear proved it. Grace M. was a student nurse in the west of England. She was studying and living at a hospital 60 miles from her home. As Grace was approaching the end of her 2-year course and the final exams, she went home as often as she could at weekends to quietly study. The weekend just prior to her exams, Grace took home a lot of studying material. When she returned to the hospital on the Sunday evening, she discovered that she had left behind some important diagrams she wished to study. Grace remembered just where they were on a table in her bedroom. It was urgent that she should study these diagrams just for a few minutes. She had experimented with OBEs and decided to use this with Uni-Psychics to gain access to the diagrams she wanted to see so much. Grace used Uni-Psychics to induce an OBE early the next morning, visited her home, saw the diagram, and noted the required information. After Grace had taken her exams, she returned home and mentioned those events to her elder brother, who had actually introduced her to Uni-Psychics. They decided to set up an experiment to prove Grace's OBEs. Apparently, Grace had an old teddy bear kept from her childhood. She kept this bear in her bedroom, but her brother was to move the bear and place it somewhere else in his or Grace's bedroom. They arranged a certain evening in which this was to be done, and Grace would telephone next morning telling her brother where the bear had been resited. It was resited in the brother's bedroom, and when Grace telephoned him, she told her brother exactly where the bear had been placed, also that the brother had placed a sock on the bear's head as a hat, something that had not been arranged or mentioned. Grace and her brother told me all this by telephone, as they were very excited by the whole episode. How to have an OBE. Now, in stages, I will reiterate the way to OBE. S through Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the Universe. A. Lay on your bed completely relaxed on your back. B. When you feel completely relaxed mentally and physically, begin to meditate on your breathing, counting each breath in batches of 10, then begin again. C. When your breathing has slowed and deepened, and you feel in a daydream or meditative state, begin to meditate upon where you wish to astral travel. If it is the pyramids in Egypt, then meditate upon those pyramids. Or if it be to a person, meditate upon that person. D. Whilst meditating upon a place or person you wish to see, also express a desire to visit it or them. E. When you are aware of an OBE, do not panic or be afraid. There is nothing to fear. F. Begin your OBEs with short experiences within your own room. G. This has been accomplished by Uni-Psychics Creative Meditation. Protection. If you experience astral travel in a spontaneous manner, that is, while sleeping or going into and coming out of sleep, do not fear lack of protection, as you are adequately protected by your spirit guide in the astral. If your astral travel is self-inflicted and therefore voluntary, you must provide your own protection with Uni-Psychics, which is as follows. A. Before you attempt to induce OBE, lay on your bed and back. B. Be totally relaxed mentally and physically. C. See yourself in a visualization, laying on the bed completely immersed in a thick white layer of protective psychic energy. D. Continue this visualization for 2 or 3 minutes with thought beams. E. Then begin your Uni-Psychics Creative Meditation for OBEs at Stage B. Points to be reinforced. 1. Astral travel is an OBE which can be induced by Uni-Psychics Creative Meditation. 2. Your early attempts must not be too ambitious. Try an OBE onto a chair just a few feet from your bed. 3. Do not be afraid or fearful. Protect your physical body with white psychic energy. 4. Feel free to move or travel anywhere. 5. It is said we must travel most nights in our sleep and remember our experiences as dreams. 6. Grace and her brother proved astral travel. 7. You can use your OBEs to see new places, old friends, seek out information, and contact loved ones you are apart from. Chapter 18. Attract love and your perfect mate. I consider the word love to be grossly overused, not unlike the word dream we discussed back in Chapter 10. This word love is used in many ways, from song titles to emotional blackmail. In fact, it is used so much it is very much a part of our conditioning. Many deeds and misdeeds are done in the name of love. Great acts of heroism, lifetimes of pain and hardship are endured. Poverty and the denial of many things from great to small can all be instigated by love. Lives are laid down, and great works of art, music, and literature can be achieved with the help of this great force. It can motivate very ordinary human beings into giants of action when its force is directed upon them. Call it in. As with so many things we have discussed in this book, love can be yours if you call it in. You have to attract it, and this is where Uni-Psychics plays its part. There are many kinds of love, and you will only receive the kind you deserve. And so again you see that you must play your part in not only attracting love, but also the right kind. That kind is determined by you and your quality of thinking or consciousness. Remember, like attracts like. With love, it is no different. Can you recall our analogy with physical muscles, where if we use them opposing each other, they become stronger? So it is with love. Give and you shall receive. If you want love, be a lover. If you want a perfect mate, be a perfect mate. Uni-Psychics will help you to attract love and your perfect mate. June showed love and attracted it. June K. lived in Boston, USA. She was nearly 40 years of age and what I would call average in looks. Her father died when she was 16 years of age, Her mother was in poor health, which deteriorated with her advancing age. June never left home due to her mother's health, and now she had died. June felt that life and love had passed her by during those years in which she worked in a department store, and during her free time did most of the work at home. Now her mother had gone, June felt totally lost. She never had time for fun or interests other than the home. She told me she was so out of touch with everything that it frightened her. I told June that her experiences had consumed her energy and time so much that it was not surprising she felt that way. I introduced her to Uni-Psychics visualizations and word imprints that I composed as the following. I am relaxed and composed. I accept my life as it is. I will express myself with love. I will experience harmony and unison with others. In her visualizations, I told her to see herself as her word imprints, relaxed, composed, happy, and being in tune with others. Almost a year later, June sent me a wedding invitation. She was marrying Ed, who was a departmental head at the store June worked at. He was a few years older than June, and his wife had died a few months before June came to see me. Ed was going through a rough patch, and it showed. June showed him sympathy and compassion, which eventually blossomed into love and eventual marriage. Reap what you sow. June was able through her own experiences relate to what Ed was suffering. She showed sympathy and compassion when it was most needed, and Ed responded. June was able to behave this way as she was relaxed and composed, aiming to be in harmony with others. If she lived her life in a bitter and resentful way, that is how she would have responded to Ed's problems. Instead, she gave love and understanding, which attracted the same qualities. From the depths of despair to a perfect mate. Chris M. from London had been divorced a few years previously and came to see me as he felt his life was so empty and shallow. He wanted to express himself more fully and effectively. He was without a job or the prospects of one. He was living in a lodging house and keeping bad company. I suggested Uni-Psychics, thought beams, and word imprints to him, and told him there was a lot of work he had to do upon himself. He seemed quite determined when he left me, but I was a little unsure of how he would apply himself to the task ahead of him. The word imprints I composed for him were: I reject all the negative forces within me. I dispel and discharge all fears. I am relaxed, composed, and alert. I express myself with love and understanding. I express myself positively and creatively. I saw Chris again 2 years later with his wife Ruth, who was a nurse. Chris told me his story. Contrary to my initial misgivings, he applied the Uni-Psychics methods to his life, and after a week his life changed dramatically. He fell and broke his leg. On being admitted to hospital, Chris met Ruth, who was on duty there. Ruth told me she was not keen to become involved with Chris, but she sensed his determination to improve himself, and one day Chris told her she may be able to help him. He had applied for a job as an ambulance driver and was told he must have a knowledge of first aid. This is where Ruth came in. Chris asked her to teach him first aid, which she did, and Chris got the job. He then began to see Ruth a lot more, and eventually they decided to marry. I asked Chris what motivated him to use and continue to use Uni-Psychics. He said it was the love for 2 women. One was his mother, who was worried so much about him, and this made him determined to improve himself and ease her concern. The other woman was Ruth, who inspired, motivated, and eventually loved him. Chris called her the perfect mate. Broken leg introduced love. I have remarked several times already how Uni-Psychics can work in obscure ways, and I feel in the case history of Chris it is shown again. If he had not broken his leg, he probably would not have met Ruth or got the job as an ambulance driver, which she helped him to qualify for. Also note the driving force behind these events: the power of love, love for 2 women, which was amply repaid. Anita lost her negative forces and found her love. Anita L. from Birmingham in the Midlands was in her late 20s, with a good job and attractive. She came to me because she had always suffered from an inferiority complex, which she felt was feeding on the fact that she was still single, which many unthinking people were quick to point out. Anita told me quite unashamedly that she would like to be happily married to someone she could love and care for. I told Anita we would tackle her inferiority complex with Uni-Psychics word imprints and attract love with Uni-Psychics visualizations. I composed the following imprints. I banish my negative forces. I transmute my negative forces to positive power. I am relaxed, composed, and confident. I express love, understanding, and harmony. I contact my true soulmate. Anita's visualizations were for her to see herself happy, relaxed, and expressing herself in harmony with her perfect mate. Anita bumped into love. Anita telephoned me 7 months later. She was marrying next month a wonderful man she literally bumped into on Birmingham railway station. They were both rushing for trains, bumped into one another. Anita sprained her ankle, and Leon, her husband, helped her home and remained in her life from then on. Let the power of love flow. The power of love is a positive thing, and negative destructive forces must be erased before it flows with full power. With Anita, her negative forces, which manifested as an inferiority complex, were obstructing and probably completely blocking her positive creative forces of love. Once this positive force was unobstructed and allowed to flow, it manifested a situation where it could be fulfilled. The agent responsible for releasing this power was Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. Lived with love instead of fear. Rosemary T. came from Newport in Wales, where she worked in a large newsagent's. She was very pretty, articulate, and on the surface lively. Her problem, she told me, was one of fear and anxiety in relationships with the opposite sex. She just could not trust any man on his face value. This, she thought, was born out of the relationship she saw between her mother and father. Her father could be a charming man when it suited him, but at other times he could be ruthless, violent, and unloving. All this she had seen as a child, and it was deeply impressed within her subconscious mind and would have to be erased to alleviate her fears. These fears were obviously never far from the surface of her mind and were given free rein whenever any male showed interest in her. I suggested to Rosemary that Uni-Psychics word imprints may erase her fears, and once this had occurred, Uni-Psychics visualizations would call in her perfect mate if she so desired. I composed the appropriate word imprints for Rosemary and asked her to call and see me in 4 weeks' time, when I would instruct her with Uni-Psychics visualizations. When Rosemary called again, I asked her how she felt about herself. She said her fears seemed to have receded greatly, and as an indication of this, someone she knew had asked her out to the theatre and she accepted. She felt that if he had asked a month previously, she would have refused in fear. Rosemary told me she now accepted her father for what and how he was. That was his self-expression, and did not necessarily mean others were the same. I agreed and asked her to continue with her word imprints for as long as she wanted to, suggesting twice a day, morning and night. I understand that Rosemary married this man a year later, without any regrets whatsoever, thanks to Uni-Psychics. Make way for love. Early conditioning with fear was distorting Rosemary's self-expression, which resulted in withdrawing from any relationship that may hurt her. Her father's behavior was probably the manifestation of some fear that made him express himself so. Throw out your fears and make way for the power of love to express itself. Gary got his perfect mate without trying. Gary T. had been divorced twice, and he had a few girlfriends around his hometown of Booneville, Kentucky, USA. None of these friends meant too much to him, possibly because he felt very guilty about both his divorces. Despite this, there was something inside him that wanted to make amends for the suffering he had caused to his 2 former wives. But Gary was scared of making another mistake. I told him I understood what he was going through, and I knew Uni-Psychics would help him. I composed the following Uni-Psychics word imprints for him. I am relaxed and express myself without fear. I express pure love and harmony. I allow this love to flow where it will. I am in harmony and understanding with others. I told Gary to use these word imprints twice a day and not to force any relationship in any direction. Just let everything flow, any way it wanted to, and just observe it as you would a play or film. I saw Gary again 6 weeks later. He said he was much more relaxed and in harmony with himself, and it was fun at times observing himself trying not to force relationships in any direction. I did not see Gary again, but he wrote me a long letter telling me how he met quite by chance a girl he used to play tennis with. As was now his practice, he did not force anything. In fact, she suggested they started playing tennis together again. 3 months later they were married. Gary said she is his perfect mate and partner, and it was all done without trying. Gary observed the power of love. By not trying and just observing himself, Gary allowed the force of love full reign. It was rewarded and fulfilled with the help of Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. Love walked in after husband walks out. When your husband walks out on you and leaves you with 5 children, whose ages range from 16 to 4 years of age, you may feel entitled to be bitter about it and have a strong desire to seek revenge. This is how it was when Mary D. from Leicestershire came to see me. She was intent on revenge, and I feel sure that if I had suggested some powerful ritual that would have inflicted great harm on her wayward husband, Mary would have readily agreed. I pointed out to Mary, this is not the way. Be positive, not negative, however badly you feel about the situation. It appears that Mary's husband had been a perfect partner for 18 years, and then, suddenly he went off with this younger woman with whom he worked. Mary had written to him asking him to return home. He just ignored her request. I introduced Mary to Uni-Psychics methods of word imprints and visualizations. The word imprints were to relax her and allow the power of love to express itself through her. They were to be used twice a day for 6 weeks, and Mary was to begin her visualizations in which she saw herself with her husband and children together, once more working and living as a happy, contented family. 4 months later, Mary contacted me again. She told me that when she began to use the Uni-Psychics word imprints, she could feel herself relaxing more and more each day. She began to work in harmony with her family, instead of inwardly blaming them for her departed husband. Mary found she was coping with her additional work around the house more easily, and this feeling of harmony had a profound effect on the children, whereby they wanted to help each other with household chores. Then 4 weeks after Mary began to use her Uni-Psychics visualizations, her husband returned to say he was ill, and the girl had left him. He wanted forgiveness and to be back with his family again. Mary did forgive him. She also nursed him back to health, and they are a happy family once again. Before Mary left me, she stressed that without Uni-Psychics, she would not have been capable of forgiving or taking back and nursing her husband. The power that forgives. The power of true, pure love enabled Mary to not only care for her family in the unpleasant situation, but also forgive and nurse her husband back to health. It gives joy as a reward. Many of the great painters in the past have lived in awful conditions, sometimes almost poverty, but they continued with their art, which they loved so much. Within this force and power of love they never considered themselves, just the art they were involved in. Their reward was to finish their work through which they had expressed themselves, and the joy that expression gave to so many people. Others before self-given rewards. The definition of true love has been given as service to others before self. You can do this and reap your rewards of attracting love and your perfect mate with Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. Points to be reinforced. 1. Heroes, great works of art, and giants of action are made and motivated by love. 2. Attract and call it in with Uni-Psychics. 3. There are many kinds of love. You get what you deserve. 4. Love begets love. Give it, and you shall receive it. 5. Let the power of love flow uninhibitedly. It is a positive force. 6. Throw out your fears and make way for the power of love. 7. Observe it in action with Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. Chapter 19. Be popular and loved. We all wish to be popular and loved. The desire to be so is within every one of us. Have you noted the look of joy and satisfaction on the faces of entertainers and sports stars when their audience spectators erupt into a burst of applause, or the smile of satisfaction when someone has been congratulated on some deed, whether it be at work or some other sphere of activity. We all wish to be popular and wanted. We are unhappy when we are shunned and unwanted. This does not just apply to you, it goes for all of us. After all, didn't Dale Carnegie write a bestseller with How to Win Friends and Influence People? We all have the desire and need to be recognized, approved of, and wanted. Hold out the hand of friendship. I know a man who lives in the west of England who is so popular in his town. He is not influential in any way, except that he constantly holds out his hands in friendship. Here again, recognize the pattern at work. If you want friendship, be a friend. For some this is easy, others not so. Friends, you have to give friendship. You cannot fish without bait. You have to give of yourself to attract friends. Give your time, sympathy, advice, and sometimes your money and material things. Unless you do this, you may remain or become friendless. To attract. True friends are as gems, rare and priceless. True friends are rare, but when you have them, they are like a bright twinkling star shining in the heavens. They are there helping in times of need, lightening our load. They are absolutely priceless. We need true friends as they need us, and we can attract them with Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. It will manifest persons with whom there is an instant rapport and comradeship. If you do not have any true friends, ask yourself why. You may be surprised, even shocked at some of the answers. Vincent was friendless, and he found out why. Vincent B. lived just outside London and was extremely concerned about his lack of friends. He said at one time he had many friends, but one by one they disappeared. I asked Vincent if they were true friends. He believed they were. I questioned Vincent on other facets of his life. He told me he had an inferiority complex, which he believed to be the result of his childhood experiences, when his family were very poor. Consequently, Vincent had less than most of the boys he knew. As this aspect of his life seemed prominent, I asked Vincent to think more about it and see me again in a week's time. A week later, Vincent came to see me again with the news that his wife had told him the cause of his disappearing friends, and he felt it hardly necessary to see me again. Vincent's wife had told him that he had lost his friends because of the way he treated them. He was always, she said, trying to score off them with a form of one-upmanship, e.g., being the last one at the bar so that someone else bought the drinks, forgetting his wallet to avoid expenses whilst out with friends, using friends' cars and not his own when going out with them, etc. I asked Vincent what his reaction was when his wife told him. He agreed he had behaved this way on occasions. This behavior pattern I believe to be the result of Vincent's inferiority complex, or in a word, fear. Fear of not having, fear of losing, fear of being seen without. We discussed these fears, and the result was I suggested Uni-Psychics to him. I composed word imprints for him and asked to see him in 3 months. At this later date, Vincent was much happier with himself. I asked him what had happened, and he told me he had invited all his old friends to a special party at his home for the first time. He apologized to each and every one of them personally for past behavior and welcomed them back into his life as true friends. Vincent told me he would never have done that without the help of Uni-Psychics. Use Uni-Psychics to beat the problem. It took honesty and courage on Vincent's part to make amends to his old friends that way. Believe me, it is worth it if those friends are true. If you have any problem similar to this, be like Vincent, use Uni-Psychics and overcome it. Paul encouraged his staff and found a friend in return. Paul W. was an author who lived in New York, and he attributes his creative flair to Uni-Psychics, of which he has been a student for some time. When Paul began to write, he was so excited with his newfound talent that he did very little else and consequently had no friends. He just lived to write books. Eventually, he became even busier with his newly formed publishing company. Paul was so busy he did not even think about friends, But as his publishing business grew, and he began to find more time for himself, he began to socialize with fellow publishers and attend other functions where Paul needed to be accompanied by a partner as he was unmarried. He didn't know any eligible girls, and this was clearly a problem. Therefore, he applied his knowledge of Uni-Psychics to the problem. A few weeks after he began Uni-Psychics creative meditation, Paul found his business was escalating so much that he decided to advertise for a stenographer. He received quite a few applications and made a short list from which he arranged interviews. This was Paul's first experience in interviewing prospective staff, and he decided he would be guided by intuition in the final analysis. He saw all the girls, and there was one he felt in tune with. Paul offered her the job, which she accepted. She showed great interest in the business and expressed a desire to write. Paul encouraged her, and eventually she began to write books for the business. They became great friends, and she still works for Paul together with a lot more people, amongst whom Paul has many friends simply because he encouraged them in self-expression and friendship. Neighbor is a true friend. Shirley and her husband moved to the coast in Sussex from London. The move was made as Terry, the husband, had been promoted in his job to a position in this coastal town where neither Shirley or Terry knew anyone. It was not too worrying at first, as Shirley and Terry were settling down in their new house, and they also had 2 children to look after. Shirley then became ill for a while, but Terry managed to cope. After 3 weeks, Shirley's illness became serious and was admitted to hospital. Terry obtained leave of absence from his job for 3 weeks, hoping Shirley would recover by then. Terry came to see me with a plea for help, which I answered by introducing him to Uni-Psychics visualizations in which he saw Shirley, restored to health, with him and their children at home relaxed, happy and contented. At the end of 3 weeks, Shirley was still in hospital. Terry had to return to work, and there was no one else to help, with no relatives or friends near enough to ease the problem, which was mainly concerning the children early in the morning before school, and when they returned home in the late afternoon, when it was dark. Terry could find no answer to the problem. Then, during the Sunday afternoon prior to his return to work the next day, there was a knock on the door. It was a near neighbor wanting to invite Shirley to her home for coffee the next day. When Terry told the neighbor Shirley was in hospital, she immediately inquired about the children. When hearing the problem, she volunteered to take them to school, fetch them back home in the afternoon, and look after them until Terry arrived home from his work. In 2 weeks, Shirley was home again, fully recovered. She, Terry, and the children were a happy reunited family, thanks to a very sincere and helpful neighbor, who, Terry told me, was a true friend of the family. Make the first move, the rest is easy. You see, friendship has to be offered before you have a friend. We could all go around in our lives determined not to make the first move, and at the same time blaming others for being unsociable. Be prepared to meet people at least 75% of the way, and your life will be well rewarded with true friends who love you. Uni-Psychics change the children. Friends of mine who lived in Surrey had 2 children, Tim and Frida. They were both good-looking youngsters, but inclined to be surly and withdrawn. They were then in their early teens. The whole family then went to live in Kenya, East Africa, for 10 years, and I met them on their return to England. Tim was now a relaxed, fun-loving boy with a very outgoing personality. Frida was very pretty, sociable, and had a lovely smile that was rarely missing. I mentioned to my friends how lucky they were to have attractive children like them. The father told me that at one point he was very concerned about their surly expressions and withdrawn personalities, and with his knowledge of Uni-Psychics, he composed word imprints for them both and reinforced these word imprints with Uni-Psychics visualizations. He said they began to work wonders in a short space of time. Frida and Tim were now well-adjusted, outgoing, friendly young people who made friends wherever they went. The father also told me of Frida's secret weapon to attract friends, particularly boyfriends. It was her smile. Frida reasoned that if she was seen to be smiling and happy most of the time, not only did she appear more attractive, but people wanted to know what made her so happy, and therefore wanted to be friends to know the secret. Right attitude and Uni-Psychics means friends. I believe the attitudes of Frida and Tim say all there is to say about attracting friends, being popular and loved. Who wants to be seen with a dismal Dan or miserable Millie? If you can just let go and be seen enjoying your lives, what a difference that would make to your popularity and number of friends. If you find your attitude towards doing these needs adjusting, you have a true friend waiting to help you. Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the Universe. Points to be reinforced. 1. Desire to be popular and loved is within every one of us. 2. We do not want to be shunned, ignored, or unwanted. 3. We need friends as they need us. 4. If you are friendless, have courage to see why with honest appraisal. 5. Be prepared to make the first move towards friendship. 6. Wear the badge of friendship, a smile. 7. Never neglect the one true friend that is always there. Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the Universe. Chapter 20. See your past and future lives. No doubt you have all at some time wondered why certain things happen to and for you. Why some people are more attractive, lucky, clever, healthier, and dynamic than others. In other words, you are asking yourselves, why are we different from one another? Some will say it is the result of what we inherit from our parents and grandparents. Others favor the reincarnation theory, whereby you experience many lives, and the experiences gathered during those lives are retained within your ongoing soul. Then there are those who are skeptical of anything that cannot be proved. They demand definite proof. There are no shades of gray in their thinking. It's either black or white. There are no areas for negotiation. They consider you are what you are. End of story. Lucky or unlucky, healthy or ill, rich or poor, attractive or unattractive. We inherit some things. You do inherit certain things from your grandparents and parents, and these are not just physical aspects of your being. They are aspects which mold you during those years in which you are impressed and programmed so easily. The aspect I am referring to is what we call conditioning. Others are thrust upon us by conditioning. You are conditioned by your parents and grandparents during those early impressive years. You can assimilate habits, likes and dislikes, together with patterns of behavior that can stay with you for the rest of your lives. Remember the adage, "Give me the child until 7 and I will give you the man." That is very true. You are, in those early years, programmed for life. If you are a believer of the reincarnation theory, then you also carry within you conditioning from former lives also. Those who do not believe in former or future lives usually do not because they personally have no proof of this, and prefer to live this life as it unfolds for them, taking it as it comes, focusing only upon this existence. You are as your star or planet. Whilst in this stream of thought, you must not forget those who place great importance on astrology, where you are influenced by the star and planet you were born under. You should think about it. Where do you stand in these expositions of what makes you what you are? If you have never thought about it, I suggest you do, and whatever your conclusions, they should under scrutiny reveal many things about yourself. It may reveal that you prefer to sit safely upon the fence waiting and watching. Or you may stand yourself firmly alongside one or more of these theories. More than one lifetime. I am a believer in reincarnation, and I have had former lives revealed to me, and these former lives can explain to us why we are what we are in this life. It can highlight the conditioning we are carrying within us. There is a lot of evidence proving former lives. This evidence is derived from hypnotists using regression and psychics who give readings of previous and future lives. Uni-Psychics will reveal much to you. This information concerning past and future lives can be obtained by using Uni-Psychics creative meditation, and these lives can tell you a lot. They can explain much in terms of conditioning, and therefore you are made aware of what you are dealing with in order that you can improve the quality of yourselves. In knowing your future lives, you can see and be prepared for what is ahead, and will help to avoid making future mistakes from which you may experience suffering. To see past and future lives will help you to appreciate, and to see this operating understand the law of cause and effect, where a cause of action creates an effect or reaction, would enlighten you and speed up your soul evolvement. Eric is not afraid of water anymore. Eric G. lived in Norfolk, England. He and his wife moved there from London, and they both looked forward to many hours on the beach of their hometown by the sea. Eric's wife loved the beach and water, and initially had to cajole Eric to visit the beach. Eric never went into the water. In fact, he was afraid of it. He just would not venture near it, although he admitted to being drawn towards water. He experienced this when he crossed bridges over the Thames in London. He was always fascinated and drawn towards the river. Eric's wife was so disappointed that he did not want to go near the sea that it created friction and arguments. Eric and his wife had almost decided to move back to London when Eric called to see me. I suggested that somewhere in the past, Eric had experienced something unpleasant connected with water. Eric confirmed there was nothing of that nature in this lifetime. I then suggested he used Uni-Psychics creative meditation, in which he contacted his superconscious mind, which in turn calls on the Akashic records to supply any information regarding his past lives. I recommended to Eric that he meditated twice a day, and before he went to sleep, requested to himself that his superconscious probed his past lives for any incidents concerning water. When I saw Eric again 3 months later, he reported astonishing results. He had apparently followed my instructions for 6 weeks, and then he began to dream the same dream 3 or 4 times a week. In his dream, Eric saw himself as a young man dressed in Eastern garb, in a boat not unlike a canoe. Suddenly the boat appears to roll on its side, and Eric sees himself out of the boat floundering in the water, and eventually he is carried under the surface, and remains there as his dream fades. This sequence of events also appeared twice while Eric was meditating. I informed Eric that this was obviously a sequence from a past life, and it accounted for his fear of water. We discussed this fear and its implications upon this lifetime. Eric wrote to me some weeks later. He and his wife had decided to stay in Norfolk because Eric was now going into the water, and his wife was teaching him to swim. Erase your fears. To recall some event from a past life is in itself exciting, but if that event manifests some unpleasant effect in this lifetime, you should then try to erase that effect. The effect that Eric felt was one of fear. Once we knew why it was, and had brought it to the surface of his mind, we were able to discuss and recognize it for what it was. Eric proved the importance of this by losing some of that fear, which enabled him to go into the sea. Degrading work was a lesson. Irene M. was a student of mine in London, and she used Uni-Psychics creative meditation for psychic development. In her meditations, Irene continually experienced a sequence wherein she saw someone whom she believed to be herself working in a hospital. Irene had a very strong feeling this was at some time in the future, and this work Irene was involved in was of a domestic nature. She experienced this look into the future several times, and on every occasion Irene was involved in this type of work. She was so concerned about it that she asked me what it could possibly mean. I told Irene that if we are to evolve through the experience of many lifetimes, it could possibly mean that through the law of cause and effect, a certain experience has to be endured by Irene's soul. It was a karmic reaction to a certain deficiency in the soul's experience. Irene admitted to me that she disliked any type of housework or any other type of work of that nature, as she felt it was degrading. I told her that it looked as though she was to experience quite a lot of that degrading work in a future life, and in the light of our many lifetimes, the sooner she remedied this egotistical slant of herself, the sooner she would be in total harmony and unison with herself and the universe. I also pointed out that if she rectified this imbalance in this lifetime, it would improve the quality of future lifetimes that much sooner. The right time for everything. It is very much a question of balance. Remember, we are neither the road maker nor the road sweeper, except when it is appropriate to be so. Poor sleep through past life experience. Ron J. came to see me with the problem that he never slept for long, and when he did, he always awoke in a state of fright and anxiety. He also told me he had seen his own doctor in Manchester, who gave him some tranquilizers and suggested Ron went outdoors into the fresh air more. Ron told me he was very nervous and unable to relax. I suggested a period of word imprints to relax and compose him. Then use Uni-Psychics creative meditation to find the cause of this lack of sleep. After 3 weeks, Ron was becoming more and more relaxed to the point where I felt he was ready to use Uni-Psychics creative meditation. Ron continued with his word imprints, whilst also meditating. He had various experiences in his meditating, but nothing that could be seen as relevant to his sleep problem. After a period, Ron began to sleep, and then during 3 consecutive nights, he dreamt he was being attacked in his sleep by someone with a knife. Ron never verified the outcome of the attack, as he always awoke in that dreadful state of fright. What did seem peculiar to Ron was that the bed and bedroom he was in during his dream was from somewhere in the past. The bed itself was a 4-poster, and bedroom furniture was from a past age. It was obvious that in a past life, Ron had been attacked in his sleep, and his state of fear and anxiety of further attacks manifested in this lifetime. We discussed this fear at some length, and eventually Ron saw it in perspective, where it had happened sometime back in the past, and the only thing that existed now was fear, being a residuary of the attack. Ron continued with his word imprints and started Uni-Psychics visualizations in which he saw himself relaxed and confident in his everyday life, also safe and protected by white psychic energy in his sleeping hours. Within a few weeks, Ron told me he was sleeping like a baby. Remove the cause and eliminate the effect. By delving into Ron's past lives, we found the cause of havoc being created in this one. Once the cause had been discovered, we eliminated the effect, which would without any doubt have retarded soul growth for Ron in this lifetime. Harry saw past and future lives. Harry B., who lived in Dallas, USA, wanted to know why every worthwhile relationship he had with anyone, particularly the opposite sex, ended in disaster. In reply, I asked him if he had any idea why. He just said no. I suggested he used Uni-Psychics creative meditation to find some answers if possible. I warned Harry it may take some time, but he was a determined character bent on finding out. I instructed him with the creative meditation and asked him to contact me every month. The first month produced nothing of note. Midway through the second month, Harry contacted me to say he had experienced some terrific stuff. During one of his sessions of creative meditation, which Harry now recalls went particularly well from the start, he saw himself in what he can only describe as a 3-act play. In the first act, which seemed to be distant and vaguely in the past, Harry saw himself in a state of turmoil and distress, which finally resulted in a complete loss of self-control, in which he throws himself out into a dark abyss. This is followed by a scene in which Harry is gesticulating in the presence of 3 or 4 people, and then wanting to dive into the abyss again, only to stop himself at the very last moment. He repeats this attempt several times, but on each occasion, he stops himself just in time. In the third and last scene, Harry sees himself with clarity and brightness with a woman and 2 children in an atmosphere of love and harmony. I asked Harry if he had any ideas on what this meant. He said he felt sure that in the first portrayal, he was actually committing suicide. He was adamant when I questioned it. Harry then said something completely new to me. He said the second scene was a replay of circumstances he had endured in this lifetime, where with every broken relationship he had this strong urge to commit suicide, but on each occasion, he resisted it. He felt he was being tested with each breakdown. We both agreed that the third act was a happy ever-after scene. It certainly seemed that way. I am convinced that Harry saw a past, present, and future life in his creative meditation. It was as though his creative forces wanted to explain the misery of his broken relationships in this life, where suicide could have been an easy way out. But Harry decided to face up to his problems and resist it. You will see what happened and why. Uni-Psychics can help you to see past and future lives, which can explain why you are experiencing your problems here and now, together with the eventual outcome in a future life. Our purpose here in this lifetime is to grow spiritually, evolve, and refine our soul. With the ability to see into past and future lives, we have a tremendous aid towards that aim. an aid given to us by Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. At this point, I should reiterate to you the Uni-Psychics method of creative meditation. The absolute essential for the method is total mental and physical relaxation. Prior to this, I would strongly suggest these two aids. A. That you write boldly on a piece of paper, "I will contact through my higher self, my past and future lives as required." B. Use this piece of paper twice daily with Uni-Psychics thought beams. C. As you drift into sleep of a nighttime, see your piece of paper with its written word imprints, as in A, and focus on it continually. Now for your Uni-Psychics meditation. D. Sit in a straight-back chair. Keep your feet flat on the floor with ankles and knees together. Keep your hands on your thighs locked together. Ensure your eyes are closed. E. Concentrate now on physical relaxation. Concentrate on every muscle and group of muscles from the feet upwards, instructing them to relax. Once this has been achieved, begin to concentrate and meditate on your breathing. F. Meditate on each breath as you inhale and exhale. Number each breath starting at 10. When you reach number 1, start again at 10. Aim to slow and deepen your breathing. G. When your breathing has slowed down and deepened, begin to focus and meditate upon your word imprints as written in A. H. Continue to do this, then visualize a blank television screen. See your word imprints on this screen. Also, any subsequent feedback from your superconscious mind. I. At the end of your creative meditation, gently begin to focus more on your breathing, thereby gradually breaking contact with your superconscious mind. J. Write down any impressions or thoughts you receive whilst in meditation. With practice, patience and perseverance, your impressions, thoughts and mental pictures will become clearer and more accurate. Points to be reinforced. 1. Why do we experience diverse lives for no apparent reason? 2. We inherit certain things and are conditioned by others. 3. We receive conditioning from this and former lives. 4. You are as your star and planet influences. Or you are as the conditioning from this and former lives. Or both are evident in our makeup. You should think about it. 5. Uni-Psychics will reveal much to you. 6. Erase your fears. 7. The right time for every experience. 8. Remove the cause and eliminate the effect. 9. You will see what happened and why. 10. Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe will answer these questions, erase your fears, and enhance your faith. Chapter 21. Deserve and have heaven on earth. The Bible tells us that we have the kingdom of God within each and every one of us. We also know from our life experiences that we also have hell. I would say from my case histories that the hell we carry around with us is more evident than the kingdom of God, whatever we conceive that to be. Which of these two states do you deserve? You get what you deserve. There can only be one answer to that. You get what you deserve, what you call in. Observe the pattern or law in action again. Cause and effect. You receive what you asked for, deserved, called in, you reap what you sow. Therefore, what is it to be heaven or hell? It is up to you. It is entirely up to you. It is just as easy, if not easier, to experience heaven more than hell in your life. You have, through this entire book, been reading about a miraculous power that lays within you being activated by a system or method called Uni-Psychics. With the right motivation, you can apply these methods of Uni-Psychics to generate the power within you to manifest what is rightfully yours. We are talking about health, love, wealth, loved ones, true friends, faith, and material things. Just one question: do you deserve them? Could and should I be able to pick up a tennis racket and beat Bjorn Borg? Of course not. I would not have the training or played myself through the world tennis rankings to deserve such an opportunity. Should I think that I could become Prime Minister of the United Kingdom or President of the USA overnight? To think I could would be ludicrous in the extreme. The holders of those exalted positions have spent most of their lifetimes working in politics, and by this are worthy and deserve to be leaders of their nations. They deserve what they have, and so do we. What do you deserve? Analyze what you are and what you think you are. This will give you many clues to what you deserve. Whatever your lifestyle, you can achieve peace and tranquility within yourself. You may live in the dirtiest, noisiest, criminal-infested city in the world, but you can still achieve that peace and tranquility within you. It can be achieved with Uni-Psychics, and by desiring that inner state and applying Uni-Psychics and yourself to the task, you would deserve that state when it manifested. Dirt and noise outside, peace and calm inside. Peggy J. lived in a rough area of London. The wear and tear of her existence with her family had very nearly put her into a mental hospital. She was under the care of her doctor, who dispensed tablets and pills to her, but none had any lasting effect. Everything in her life was getting to her: the noise, dirt, neighbors, children, and worst of all, she had even come to dislike herself. She came to see me in the hope that I would succeed where medicine, nicotine, caffeine, and other compensations had failed. I pointed out to Peggy that it was not I who would succeed, but her, through her efforts and application of Uni-Psychics. I instructed her in word imprints and visualizations. She had already been tutored in relaxation methods and exercises, which I advised her to continue. Peggy called to see me 8 weeks later. All the stress, strain, and tiredness had disappeared. She had a ready smile and was completely in control of herself. She told me the noise, dirt, neighbors, and children were still as bad, if not worse, but they just did not register with her anymore as she was so relaxed. Peggy found more energy, more spare time for her own activities, and she even liked herself once again. Peggy admitted that she found it difficult to motivate herself at first, but she stuck to the task and got what she deserved. Face the situation and call in the answer. I chose to illustrate this particular case history because of its simple yet relevant facts. Peggy was mentally ill. She could not escape from her dilemma without deserting her family. She could not move from the area because of her husband's job and children's education. Therefore, apart from running away from the situation, which would have brought different problems to Peggy and her family, she chose to face the situation and call in what she deserved. Complete negativity is complete unhappiness. In complete contrast to Peggy's case, a couple who moved out of London to a brand new bungalow on the Kent coast just could not settle. There they were in a delightful situation within walking distance of the sea, a lovely bungalow with manageable garden, yet they were unhappy. It was too late to change anything. They had sold their house in London, looked forward to a happy retirement by the sea, only to realize they were very unhappy in their late 60s and did not relish a move back to London, even if they did find a house or bungalow they liked. The couple's son, who told me this, also said that his parents had always been rather negative and were being so in this situation. Nothing pleased them. Shops, local people, local council, and bus services were all inferior to what they were used to. Nothing was right for them, not even Uni-Psychics, which according to them would not work. How sad it is that they are living out their lives in unhappiness. You could live in paradise and still suffer turmoil. You could live in a country area that is beautiful, quiet, and peaceful, surrounded by nature in all its glory, but be in a perpetual state of turmoil, torn asunder within by negative and destructive thoughts. Do not downgrade your life. Do not allow these kinds of thoughts to downgrade your life. If you do, you are doing yourself a disservice. You are a miracle yourself, and do not deserve such treatment, but having said that, you are calling it in. Rather like using a low-grade petrol in a high-powered car, you will not get the performance the car is capable of. Tried to buy security. Douglas and Jenny lived in Southampton and were constantly fighting and arguing over money and just about everything else you could think of. I listened to each side of the story, and it seemed to me that they were both poor managers with money. They just wanted to spend their salaries as soon as they received them, and it seemed it was always on something they could show off. They both had cars, there were 2 color television sets, video recorder, music system, film projector and screen, all the kitchen equipment and utensils you could think of, holidays abroad, and a heavy social life. Yet they seemed to be always at war, and were now speaking of separation and possible divorce. They had all the material things you could need, but their existence was one of hell. It was brought about by their individual insecurities. They wanted one eye to be surrounded by material things they could talk about, and show off to their friends irrespective of the cost. Pointed to this fact and the consequences it may bring, they agreed to give Uni-Psychics a chance to remedy their problems. I suggested they tried word imprints and creative meditation for 3 months. They did, and the transformation in their relationship was remarkable. When I saw them again, you could see the difference in them immediately. They were now totally relaxed and in harmony with each other, and they even laughed at their previous pattern of behavior, which they called deplorable. They seemed so well adjusted and happy. They now stayed at home a lot more and enjoyed their possessions rather than keep showing them off. They had also reorganized their finances, whereby they were now saving money on a regular basis. As they left me, they said this had all made possible by Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. 6 months later, they wrote to me to say that Jenny was expecting their first baby. That was something their money could never have bought. They fed their insecurity and therefore deserved it. The acute insecurity of Douglas and Jenny drove them to spend their earnings as they did and be seen to be spending it on material things. This pattern of behavior seemed to satisfy their insecurity in the short term, but it wasn't long before it reared its ugly head again, because they were feeding it and it wanted more. They did not look for the cause of this insecurity, they only saw and felt the effect, and it must have been hell. Road maniac to calm, courteous driver. Jean T. lived in Atlantic City, USA with her husband Ray. Jean had been a student of Uni-Psychics and had often tried to interest Ray to help him cope with his ill temper. He had always declined any help, for, as he put it, he would not lose his temper if the fools of this world kept out of his way. One particular morning, Ray was a few minutes late starting out for work. Jean was with him, and she was appalled at his behavior whilst driving. He was swearing and shouting at other road users, took unwarranted risks in heavy traffic, and was indeed a menace to other road users. At the end of the journey, he slammed the car door and just strode off, leaving Jean to find her way to a nearby friend she was to visit. Apart from Ray's inexcusable driving, Jean was afraid he would have a heart attack one day whilst driving to work. Jean used Uni-Psychics visualizations to contact Ray's mind without him being aware of her doing so. She did this 3 times a day. Jean saw Ray in her visualizations sitting in his car driving to and from his office, completely shrouded with blue calming energy. She also saw him calmly reacting to the posers and problems heavy traffic can present to a driver. Jean did this for 3 weeks, and then on some pretext asked Ray one day to give her a lift to his office again. Jean told me she was amazed at the improvement in Ray's reactions to other road users. He was now calm, positive, and courteous, avoided swearing and becoming overexcited. Jean said that Ray was now a model driver and much easier to live with. Do not exercise unwanted forces. When you exercise negative forces like anger and hate, you may find yourself in a situation where those forces rebound on you. In a situation such as heavy traffic, if those forces are rife, there is likely to be a fair amount of havoc to be absorbed by those directing those negative forces, which in effect would result in the perpetrator getting his just rewards, which he deserved. Do we deserve something better? Most of us think we deserve something better than we are receiving or have received. We have all expressed dissatisfaction in what we possess: house, car, garden, job, husband, wife, etc., etc. But do we deserve better? Improve the quality of your thoughts. To evolve is to improve the quality of our thinking, which in turn will result in the manifestation of an improved life and everything that goes with it. Take the right course. This improved quality of thinking or consciousness can now be the navigator of your ship upon the sea of life, a ship that is powered by Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. It will be yours as you deserve it. The right quality of consciousness will give you heaven on earth simply because you deserve it. Points to be reinforced. 1. You get what you deserve. 2. It is up to you. Your thoughts and actions may not give you what you want, only what you deserve. 3. Analyze what you are and what you think and realize what you deserve. 4. Face up to your situation and call in the answer. 5. Complete negativity is complete unhappiness. 6. External peace and tranquility does not guarantee internal reciprocation. 7. Do not downgrade your life with negative and destructive thinking. 8. To feed and exercise unwanted forces is to deserve them. 9. Deserve something better by improving the quality of your thoughts. 10. Take the right course with Uni-Psychics, and heaven on earth will be yours. Chapter 22. Express yourself with your full potential. To accept and agree that we are what we are as the result of our thinking does not mean we cannot change ourselves through an altered state of consciousness. There is within every one of us a continual battle going on, a battle between our true selves with its inborn knowledge of what is true and our conditioning, which has been assimilated luring our early years in this lifetime from its various sources. The battle against fear. This battle wages within us and creates disharmony, agitation, friction, and the one emotion we all battle against: fear. You can look at any set of circumstances or situation in which there is a lack of harmony and unison, and it will not be long before you uncover that destructive force, fear. It is in action in every facet of your life to some degree. I could write a whole book on the subject of fear and the havoc, misery, and grief it can leave in its wake. It can destroy, through us, almost anything if we allow it to. Thankfully, we do not have to bow to this negative force. Just gently push it from our minds and replace it with the positive force of faith. That is faith in yourself, your potential, and your destiny. Live in faith, not fear. If you were to express yourself in this lifetime to your full potential, or anything like it, you must live in faith rather than fear. Fear distorts. Fear will only distort your expression in whatever sphere you wish to express yourself. It will dissipate your creative and physical energies. It will cloud your judgment and blunt your motivation and urgency in important matters. Flow with life. A very close friend of mine claims to live in faith rather than fear, and it reflects in his lifestyle. He is an author and artist with a high degree of creative ability. Although his life is one of long hours and hard work without much reward, he just seems to flow, like a river, through life. Some years ago, I was offered a change of circumstances in my working life. I did not go looking for this change. It came to me unsolicited. Whilst I was not too happy in what I was doing, it gave me security. I was knocked off balance with this new offer, as it seemed to be a little less secure, and fear began to distort my judgment and intuition. I spoke to my close friend who, in turn, asked me just one question: do you live in faith or fear? I decided on the change and never regretted it. In fact, it led me onto a lifestyle I would never have dreamt possible. Believe and have faith in Uni-Psychics. To express yourself with your full potential, banish fear from your life with the help of Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe. It can and will do it for you, if you just believe and have faith in this wonderful power. Banish fear as though it never existed. Before we delve into the wondrous ways Uni-Psychics can help you to banish fear and help you express yourself fully, I am going to present some very short part case histories where fear was the main ingredient of the overall problem. I have withheld names to shorten this summary of cases. Feared loss of authority. A father with a large family imposed his authority on the family by having his place at the meal table, his armchair, his plate, his time for tea, etc., etc. This generated a lot of friction within the household and family, which resulted in a son and a daughter leaving home, declaring their father was a tyrant. This father imposed his authority and will through fear by his family of him unleashing his wrath on them for using what he called his, i.e. his chair, etc. Fear of losing his authority as head of the household drove him to these measures. Feared failure and rejection. An author's work was rejected by a publishing house who at the same time wanted her to write some cheaper, less inspiring type of work. The outcome was that this authoress became accustomed and familiar with this work to the point where she did not want to write or submit any more of the work she really loved. Because she was initially rejected with the work she loved, and then accepted with the less inspiring work, the authoress feared further rejection and criticism. Therefore, she accepted work she really disliked. Feared his feelings of inferiority, and had to be seen as superior. Manager of a travel agency, made himself almost indispensable by not relinquishing minor jobs and duties. By this action, he had a mental breakdown, from which he eventually recovered. His fear of being dispensed with, minor duties not being executed properly, and not being seen as manager and therefore superior, placed too heavy a burden upon him. Fear of not being seen as successful. A professional man found himself in a deep financial trouble through buying and maintaining material things he could not afford, in example, large house, large car, expensive schooling for his children. Through these material things, this man portrayed the kind of image he believed suited him and which he deserved. This man's financial ruin was brought about by fear. Fear of not being seen as successful. Fear of not acting out the image he portrayed. Fear of being seen as ordinary. Feared lack of talent to replace youth and good looks. A lady show business personality was losing sleep, energy, and almost her sanity because she was beginning to look her age. It was pointed out to her that the stress and worry brought about by her fears of losing her looks were doing just that, making her look older. She was obsessed with this fear rather than faith in her talent to extend her career for as long as she wished. Feared loss of girlfriend through his inferiority. A young man feared losing his attractive girlfriend, as he considered himself not to be as handsome and witty as other men his girlfriend was in contact with. This young man put a great deal of credibility on looks and wit. His girlfriend saw a great deal more than that in him, but he feared losing her. He did in fact have an inferiority complex about himself, on which his fears fed. Many ways of being. It can be seen that fear manifests itself in different ways, but it is the same destructive force that debilitates our health and expression. Once fear obtains a foothold within our consciousness, it feeds upon itself and magnifies its effect. Wrong conditioning for wrong reasons. A young lady once told me that as a child, her parents constantly told her not to be so shy and quiet. After a few years of this conditioning, she began to chatter away incessantly, much to her parents' delight, but behind that chatter, she was still shy and reserved. Her parents had instilled the fear that to be shy and reserved was to be lacking in some quality, and as parents of such a child, they were also inferior. Understand your fears. Madame Marie Curie said, "Nothing in life is to be feared, it is only to be understood." Yes, fetch your fears to the surface of your mind. Understand what promotes them and what they are. Which conditioning is responsible for them. Explore that conditioning, trace it back to its source, and then recondition yourself with Uni-Psychics. Recondition yourself. To recondition yourself is to reprogram your consciousness, delete your fears, and replace them with faith and positive thoughts. This can be done with Uni-Psychics word imprints, or thought beams as an example. If you are afraid of the dark, and you can trace this fear back to your childhood, when your parents were insensitive to your fears, and may have even laughed at you, which in turn conditioned you to suppress this fear, should they laugh at you again. Use the following word imprints. I am relaxed and composed. I am in harmony with my surroundings. I am at ease in the knowledge of my safety during day and night. I shall be so forevermore. Or you can write these word imprints on paper and focus your attention on them with your thought beams using your desk lamp. I have spent some time covering the distortion fear creates within our expression. Certain images also hinder and warp this expression. Right image is good. To visualize the right image of ourselves is the correct thing to do, as that visualization forms itself on the astral plane and can, if your desire is strong enough, manifest itself as reality. Wrong images and roles. The sort of image you should guard yourself against is the shallow, temporary kind of image you may show just to impress someone in a specific set of circumstances. Or to put it another way, you are not expressing yourself as you truly are. You are acting or assuming a role to impress another. This can be confusing to your true self and may add to your false conditioning, which you should reprogram if you are to make any progress towards reaching for your full potential. Do not assume roles for any reason. Be yourself. This is where you are at this level of vibrations. See clearly where you are and what you are. Ensure you have a clear understanding of yourself before you launch yourself towards your potential. It will not be easy, but total honesty and courage in your appraisal may save much time and energy. Experience. Learn, grow. You may be tempted to include suffering in that from which you believe you should be spared. But to suffer is to grow. I expect you have all experienced growing pains in your teens. So it is in your spiritual growth. You suffer within your earthly experiences, and if you are wise enough, you question why. You may find yourself with your constant traveling companion fear. If so, why? From what source did it manifest? Whatever the source of your suffering, question it. Learn from it and use it to your advantage. Turn every crisis into an opportunity to grow and reach closer to your full potential. There will be much to be done, but with the Uni-Psychics methods, you will be richly rewarded. Question your fears. Whenever you are plagued by fear, at the first opportunity find somewhere quiet where you will be undisturbed. Relax in a chair as you would in Uni-Psychics visualizations. Then begin to question yourself about your fear. When you produce an answer, question it, and continue to until you reach the point where the source of your fear is revealed. Once that has happened, a course of positive action is indicated for you. Question and answer. Let us take the case of the lady show business personality who feared the loss of her looks and youth. Her question and answer session may well go like this. Why do I fear my loss of looks? Because agents and producers will not want me. Why not? What would I have to offer? Talent. I am no good at anything. How do you know? I have never tried. Why not? I never needed to. Do you need to now? Yes, if it means I can stay in the business. More than one fear. This lady's fear of losing her looks turned to fear of not working in show business anymore, and highlighted the fact that she had to discover a hidden talent to be used for her continued career. Or if she failed to find a talent for her present career, she would without doubt find one to start some new experiences. Turn fear into positive action. Once this lady had got to the point where she realized she needed to discover a new talent or ability, the negative force of fear fades as it is replaced by the positive action of discovering a new talent within her. And this would be accomplished by Uni-Psychics methods, whereby she would ask her higher self for guidance, which could be manifested in the form of a dream, vision, or intuitive mental flash. The answer could also come in some obscure way, which you have seen in this book with Uni-Psychics. Go forward in faith, discover and express yourselves to your full potential with Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the Universe. Points to be reinforced. 1. The battle against fear. 2. Replace fear with faith. 3. Fear will distort your expression in life. 4. Flow with life like a river. 5. Have faith in Uni-Psychics and banish fear as though it never existed. 6. Fear manifests in many ways. 7. Understand your fears and recondition yourself. 8. Right image is good. Beware of wrong images and roles. 9. Experience, learn, grow. 10. Question your fears and convert them into positive action. Chapter 23. How to create your future and destiny. To create your future and destiny is to compose it within your superconscious mind, from where it will dwell in the astral plane until it is called to unfold. Different and unique due to conditioning. I am sure that if we were asked to describe our future and destiny, each description would be totally different, as each and every one of us are different and unique. Therefore, our expression is different. All these things are due to our conditioning experiences which affect our states of consciousness and makes us what we are. Shaping our future and destiny. There is another contributory factor, astrology, where the time and date of our birth determines star and planet influence upon us. Despite these two major factors, the greatest contribution in shaping and creating our future and destiny rests with us. The onus is on you. Having established you are what you think, and therefore the quality of your thoughts are of the greatest importance, the onus is very much your responsibility, and you have free will and choice of where your future and destiny lays. The way is wide open for you. By using Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe, you are enhancing the latent powers within you, and your route to a wonderful, prosperous future and destiny is wide open. Never too late. Whatever your age, it is never too late to avail yourself to this power which will transform you into a healthy, happy, creative being, guided and powered to your destiny every second of your life. Create your blueprint. Uni-Psychics will, if you so desire, create a blueprint for your future and destiny. There is a super-universal mind that controls our universe and everything within it. Tune into that mind with Uni-Psychics, and there will be no stopping you on your way to a fantastic future and destiny. You can influence every situation in your life by calling on the power of Uni-Psychics. Start now. Whatever your age, mental and physical condition, you can reshape your future and destiny, starting now. Start by creating your own personal blueprint for your future and destiny. Before you do, a few words concerning your past. At this point, as you look backwards into your past, there is very little or nothing you can do about it. Certainly, you can analyze it. See your mistakes and blunders, suffer 1,000 regrets, but please no feelings of guilt. They would only add to any burden you are already carrying. If there is anything you can do to correct something in the past, then do so. Perhaps an apology or explanation may help, but it will never alter what has already been done. Learn from your past deeds. Your past deeds were the result of what you were and thought at that time. Learn from those deeds, use them as signposts to show you the way to a better future. This you owe to yourself, your future and destiny. With the tremendous power of Uni-Psychics at your disposal, there is no point in clinging on to past regrets. Back to your blueprint for your future and destiny. You are what you are, as the result of your thinking. Whatever that is, you are stuck with at this precise moment. Remember, your immediate aim is to improve the quality of your thoughts and therefore your expression. Your number one enemy is fear, which you replace with faith and positive action. Question your fears until you find their source, then recondition yourself with Uni-Psychics word imprints and visualizations. By doing this, you will correct any personality imbalance, and this state of balance, harmony and relaxation will serve as a launching pad for your drive towards a better future and destiny. The only thing that exists, the here and now. It has been said that the nearest you will come to genius is to be fully relaxed within a deep state of concentration. This must be applied to the only thing that exists, the here and now. It was explained earlier in the book How to Relax Mentally and Physically with Uni-Psychics, and you can enhance your powers of concentration with Uni-Psychics creative meditation, whereby you would meditate on just one object or thought. Once you have achieved a high degree of relaxation and concentration and are able to exercise this newfound state of being, you have already made tremendous personal strides and growth. When you apply them to the only thing that exists, the here and now, you are well on your way to creating a much better future and destiny. You have, in fact, moved yourself up the scale of vibrations, and by these actions of growth, you have already created a new you. You have changed quite dramatically from the old model of yourself, and yet you have just begun this transformation. Learning. Plateau. Learning. You will find right through this total experience of creating your future and destiny, there will be times of what appears to be inactivity. I choose to call these times plateau. These plateaux are evident in any sphere of learning where you have to consolidate your thoughts and experiences in order that you can assimilate knowledge with renewed vigor. During these plateaux, affirm and reaffirm where you are in the course of constructing your blueprint. Once you have clarified your position, motivate yourself into analyzing the main areas of your life, whatever they may be, and the simplest way to define these areas is to ascertain how you spend your time. Allowing so much for sleep and rest, your work or career, your home life and other activities in which you indulge. Analyze with honesty. On analyzing these areas of your life, the criteria is one of improvement in your expression within these areas. If, on your analysis, you know with total honesty your expression within various spheres needs to be adjusted and freed of distortion so that it may be improved, you have at your disposal the power to do it. This power, Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe, lays within you, and with its methods you can tap that power and harness it for your desire. Adjust totally. Having established the adjustments required for your total expression in every facet of your life possible to the limit and potential this level of existence imposes upon you, you then manifest those improvements and desires with Uni-Psychics. You can improve any area of being. Through the preceding chapters of this book, I have covered as many aspects of our being as I thought necessary, and you will, on rereading the relevant chapters, be able to effect any improvement of circumstances within your being you may desire. Be warned. I have warned you of the dangers of desiring that which is not for you at the particular time you desire it. I have emphasized the immutable law of our universe, which is forever operating, and any attempt to break that law will only result in much suffering for yourself. To suffer is to learn and grow. Remember, to suffer is to learn a lesson and grow. If that lesson is not knowingly learnt by the recipient, further suffering may be manifested. To clarify the situation and what type of desire may not be for you at a particular time. A. Another man's wife. B. Another woman's husband. C. Material possessions belonging to another. D. Huge sums of money that may, in fact, bring misery into your life. E. Acts of wrongdoing against another. F. Opposing another's right to express themselves correctly. Heighten your consciousness and be nearer to your potential. As you heighten your level of thinking or consciousness, you are in effect getting closer to your potential of expression on this level, and Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the universe will manifest whatever is necessary for that expression. Use this power of Uni-Psychics to push yourself closer to your potential, but please see this potential realistically. I am going to present a case history for you to illustrate what Uni-Psychics can do for you in creating a better future and destiny. Rags to riches. Tom F. lives in London, and I have known him for many. We studied Uni-Psychics together, and for Tom this power transformed him and his life. I want to emphasize his earlier life and struggles to illustrate the power of Uni-Psychics. Tom's parents had to get married in the late 1920s when Britain was experiencing a terrible recession without any of the securities of the 1980s. His father became a seaman, not from choice, but because it was the only work available for him. This meant long periods of separation from Tom's mother, who lived in a slum area of southeast London in 2 rooms upstairs. Underneath these 2 rooms lived a couple of whom the husband worked nights only, which meant he slept during the day, and young Tom had to be quiet, not very easy for a youngster with plenty of energy. At the age of 5, Tom's parents moved to the outskirts of London into a house with a garden. This was better, but Tom, through ill health, had to attend a special school. His education suffered, and then eventually, in 1939, the Second World War started, and Tom was evacuated to Somerset. Initially, there was no school. Then later it was half a day only, and eventually full-time schooling. Any chance of a higher education was gone. Further education at evening classes was ignored, and Tom's standard of education was elementary, to say the least. He started work at 14 years of age in a factory in London, whilst buzz bombs and rockets were hitting London in Hitler's last attempt to win the war. As time went on, Tom just drifted through his teens and early 20s until he married and again continued to drift in and out of various jobs, without much money or material things. And even worse, he felt out of harmony with himself, having no ambitions or idea what his life meant to him. Tom had a daughter, but his marriage was breaking up, and eventually he was divorced and contemplated suicide. He was thoroughly dejected and constantly asking himself, why all this suffering? About this time, Tom became interested in psychic phenomena and allied subjects, which led him onto Uni-Psychics. He didn't know where to begin. He did not know where to begin with himself, and we often discussed his problems and how he was to apply Uni-Psychics to them. Tom's early conditioning had given him an outsized inferiority complex, together with a lack of drive to express himself. In my view, a carry-over from his early years when he was repeatedly told to be quiet should the sleeping night worker downstairs be disturbed. His lack of education and any particular skill or talent also weighed heavily upon him. The beginning with his blueprint. Tom composed his blueprint for his future and destiny. He began to work on himself with Uni-Psychics, a stage at a time. His fears and feelings of inferiority would not allow it any other way. He got a better job and began to study and improve his education. He continued with his Uni-Psychics work on himself because he still felt unfulfilled. He realized his creative forces were still not being sufficiently expressed, and he once again applied Uni-Psychics to the problem for the answer and possible solution. Dramatic change of fortune. It came in a quite dramatic way. Tom was now an office manager with a large company in London. And one evening, a former employee of his company telephoned to say he was now working for a newly formed music company who wanted a first-class office manager. This person believed Tom would be interested, as it was an excellent salary, presented a challenge, which Tom now realized he needed. Tom accepted the offer, and through that he met a girl whom he married, and they were true mates. Another opportunity also presented itself to Tom. He became interested in writing lyrics for songs, and through a connection with his company, he is now part of a two-man team of song composers. Tom writes the lyrics and his partner the musical score. They are a very well-known and successful team in the musical world. And Tom has told me he now feels complete and fully expressed. If he is ever asked the formula for his success, he always quotes Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the Universe, for his is truly a rags-to-riches story. As a short writer to this story, I can tell you that Tom used to bite his nails terribly. Now he has beautiful nails, of which he is very proud, for he tells me they are a constant reminder of what Uni-Psychics has done for him. You can also do it. I am sure many of you will be able to relate your own problems to those of Tom's earlier years, and I sincerely hope his story will inspire you to adopt the methods of Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the Universe. Use it wisely and be rewarded. It is a power that will enrich your life and create a better future and destiny for you all. Call on this power, use it wisely, and may your aims and desires be the result of your work with Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the Universe. Points to be reinforced. 1. You are different and unique due to your conditioning. 2. Shape your future and destiny. 3. The onus is on you as to where your future and destiny lays. 4. The way is wide open for you. 5. It is never too late to create your blueprint and transform yourself. 6. Start now, learn from your past deeds. 7. The only thing that exists is the here and now. 8. Learn, affirm and reaffirm on your plateau. Learn. 9. Analyze with honesty and adjust. 10. Improve any area of your being. 11. To suffer is to learn and grow. 12. Heighten your consciousness and be nearer your potential. 13. You can also do it as others have. 14. Use the power of Uni-Psychics wisely and bet rewarded. For your convenience, I have reissued the 4 basic methods of Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the Universe. These methods can be used singly or together to make a broader method. Uni-Psychics Visualizations. A. Relax yourself physically from the feet upwards, instructing each muscle and group of muscles to relax. Finish by relaxing your scalp and closing your eyes. B. Now relax your mind with a thought or thoughts of something quite pleasant, perhaps a beautiful scene. Once you find the thought or thoughts that relax you mentally, retain it for future use. C. Visualize the object of your desire. See it in your mind, see its color and every detail and contour of it. If it is something that you can use, such as a car or motorboat, see yourself using it. D. Ideally, this session of visualization should last 10-15 minutes, twice a day, morning and evening. E. Obtain a photograph, preferably colored, or anything that will strengthen and enhance your visualizations by looking at it just prior to your visualization. F. Your desire and yearning for the object of your desire must be strong and clear. Uni-Psychics Word Imprints. Word imprints are a powerful suggestion directed to the subconscious and superconscious mind by a short message which should be repeated, one line at a time, at least 10 times before proceeding to the next line. A. Establish your desire or aim clearly in your mind. B. Compose your suggestion or message in a short, positive, and simple form. C. Now relax yourself mentally and physically as you would with Uni-Psychics visualizations. D. Be seated somewhere you will be undisturbed. E. Now begin to repeat your word imprints to yourself, line by line, repeating each line at least 10 times before passing on to the next line. F. 2 sessions a day of 10 minutes a session is suggested. G. Initially it helps to write your word imprints down on paper to help you remember them. H. To use your word imprints method in bed as you go to sleep is a satisfactory time and place for this method. I. There are examples of word imprints throughout this book for you to use or base your own compositions on. J. Word imprints can be used for any desire or problem. Uni-Psychics Creative Meditation. Uni-Psychics Creative Meditation stills and delves deeply into your subconscious and superconscious mind levels, from where your creative forces can create ideas, new circumstances, and objects of your desire. A. To use creative meditation, you should be seated comfortably in a straight-back chair that ensures your spine is straight and head level. Your feet should be flat on the floor and together, as your ankles and knees should also be. B. You should now concentrate on relaxing yourself physically as you would with visualizations. C. Now begin to meditate on your breathing to the point where your breathing has slowed down and deepened. D. You should now begin to meditate upon the object of your desire, whether it be a tangible object or something abstract. E. You may find during your meditation your mind may wander. Just gently guide it back to the subject of your meditation. F. Make any adjustments within your meditation you feel necessary to improve it, as there are no set rules, because creative meditation can respond to the meditator in varying ways. Uni-Psychics Thought Beams. This method is simpler and more direct for most people to use. It can be used anywhere virtually, as it is a matter of focusing your concentration directly upon the object of your desires. A. Have a photograph, or write down the object, or whatever it is you wish to obtain. B. Now direct your beam of concentration upon the medium of your desire. C. If you desire money, it may be a bank note. If it be a new car, it may be a photograph of the car in question. Or if it is an idea, it can be written down on paper. D. To assist your concentration. It will help if you use a table or desk lamp and focus the shaft of light from it onto your banknote, photograph, or piece of paper. This recording of Uni-Psychics Miracle Power of the Universe by William D. Beale was presented by Stargate Book. Sound recording copyright 2023 and produced by Deep Zen Limited 2023.